2시즌 연속 탑 시드자를 했었는데 그때는 부담감 때문에도 좀 쉬운 조를 만들려고 했는데 이번에는 재밌는 조를 만들고 싶어요. 요즘에 테란전이 좀 더 쉽더라고요. 테란을 뽑는 것도 좋을 것 같아요.
저그전도 나쁘지 않고
이번 시즌도 한번 복수를 뽑힌다면 저도 버그전은 그렇게 피할 생각은 없어서
탑 시드권자가 아니라고 너무 무시하는 것 같은데 그래도 아직 좀 잘하거든요. 이거 진짜로 뽑아버리면 어떻게 하려고 그러는지.
송병구예요.
이번에 그 송병구 선수가 ASL 마지막 무대라고 들어가지고 그래도 저를 이기고 올라가는 게 좀 더 축하를 많이 받고 만약에 반대로 제가 이기더라도 명예롭게 보내드릴 수 있지 않나.
마이크 한번 잡아주시고.
예상을 하고 있었어가지고
네.
아무렇지도 않고 수저그가 너무 막강해서
네.
지금 고민 중이에요. 테란이랑 투스 중에 크게 생각이 없습니다. 저는.
김명훈, 송병구 선수의 매치도 굉장히 재밌을 것 같은데 제가 거기서 하는 것도 재밌을 것 같아서 저는 뽑아주면은 감사히 들어가겠습니다.
이재호는 와 조영재.
배우가 좀 자신 없어하면은 진짜 고려해보려고 했거든요. 근데 너무 자신감 있어 보여가지고 좀 피해야 되겠다 싶었어요.
전 개인적으로 재호 형이 오길 약간 팬으로서 기대했는데 살짝 좀 저희 조랑 D조에 다 물어봤는데 서로 잘 맞는 것 같아요.
그럼
그 뜻대로 그
예.
생각입니다.
되는 상황이거든요.
자, 둘
같이
다
뽑았어요. 같이 장윤철, 김민철.
너 원하는 대로 뽑으라고 했는데 솔직히 병부 형님이 저그전을 별로 안 좋아하시는 것 같아가지고
송병구 때문에.
다 같이 좋자고 뽑았습니다.
무조건 두 번째 안에 뽑힐 줄 계속 대기하고 있었거든요. 이렇게 마지막에 뽑힐 줄은 전혀 몰랐어요. 다들 바본가 봐요.
다들 바보예요.
저도 만족스럽고요.
네.
그다음 얼른 김명훈 대 송병구 그 경기를 보고 싶네요. 누가 이기든 처참하게 지고 기분 좋게 이겼으면 좋겠습니다.
윤철이한테는 혹시 뭐 재호 형이랑 바꾸면 좋아할지 좀 묻고 싶어가지고.
저를 바꾼다고요? 그런 일은 없었으면 좋겠습니다. 이거 웨딩 사진 만약에 저를 바꿔서 망가뜨리게 하면은 손해배상도 청구 가능합니다. 이건 진짜.
그러니까요, 지금 선수들이 두근두근하는 상황이거든요.
네.
이재호 이제 자리는 없거든요. 와! 야! 정영재! 와!
소식 들었습니다.
네.
너무 아쉬운 판단이었고요. 딱히 할 말 없고요.
할 말 없어요?
차단하겠습니다.
차단.
그래도 스토리가 있으니까
네.
재밌는 조가 될 것 같고요. 근데 너무 힘든데요?
It's that time again. Time for some more ASL 12 action. Group C. This is the death group scan. And we're going to be going into our interviews first, of course, with our players.
지지자는 청춘과 열정, 젊음을 대표하는 에너지 드링
we are
가수와
back to another
퍼포먼스로
ASL
앞서가다
Season12
LG 울트라 기어가 함께합니다.
This
ASL
is,
시즌 12 16강 C조 경기를 앞두고
this is
인사드립니다.
sponsored
안녕하세요,
by
영경입니다.
Ultra Gear
한 치 앞도
and
내다볼 수 없는 치열한 경기가 계속해서 이어지고 있는 이번 시즌의 16강. 벌써 8강에 남은 자리도
wrapping
이제
up
단
the
4자리입니다.
previous
자, 오늘은 많은 분들의
matches that
주목을
happened
받고
in round
있는
of 16.
죽음의 조라 일컬어지고
But
있는
now,
C조 경기가
we
여러분을
are back to
기다리고
Group C,
있습니다.
round of
선수들 만나볼
16.
시간이죠.
This is
첫
a
번째
death
경기
group.
앞두고
We are
있는
expected to
김명훈
see
선수와 송병구 선수입니다. 만나보시죠.
will
안녕하세요.
be greetings for the two
안녕하세요.
players who will be
자, 먼저
taking the
김명훈 선수와
interview.
인사를 좀 나눠보겠습니다.
Queen
안녕하세요.
네,
and
안녕하세요.
Stork.
지난 시즌
Hello.
사실 3시즌 연속 우승이라는 좀 대업을 실패해서 좀 아쉬움이
Queen,
남으셨을 것 같아요.
You were most
그래서
likely
이번 시즌은 조금 더 이를 갈고 나오셨을 것 같은데
had a chance to
어떠신가요?
make
근데 저는 사실 반대로
three consecutive
우승했을 때보다
championship
좀더
title.
부담감이 줄어가지고 편한 조를
But
쉬운
you couldn't.
조보다는 재밌는 조를 생각을 하고
And how do you feel about the
했는데
season? So
그래도
Queen
그렇게 된
is
것
saying
같아서 저도 기대가 되고 있어요.
정말 재밌는 조다. 반면에 또
he wanted to
선수들에게는
play
좀 어려운 조가
an
아닐까라는
interesting
생각도
matches, like having an
많은 분들이
interesting
이야기를 하고
group,
계시는데
an
어렵다는
interesting
생각은 안
opponent,
드시나요?
like someone who has somewhat similar
저는 되게
level to
어렵다고
him, instead of
생각하는데
beating
그래도 사람들이 재밌어 하기
a
때문에
weaker
좀
player.
만족스럽고요. 이 어려운 조에서
During the group
올라가면
nomination,
또 우승까지 노릴
do you
수 있을 것
satisfied with
같아서
the
열심히
group
준비를 했어요.
group nomination for your
송병구
group? And
선수와도
he
이야기를
says
나눠보겠습니다.
he kind of likes it.
아무래도
He's
이번 시즌
okay.
24강에서 깔끔한 경기력을 보여주셔서 많은 분들이
He
좀
feels
기대를
like
하고 계시거든요. 근데 C조
He can play
조
really, he
구성이 또
can play well
만만치가
tonight.
않습니다. 조편성에 대한 송병구 선수의 생각은 어떠신가요?
And how do you also feel about the group nomination of
잘하는
this round of 16 of Stork?
선수인데 제가 24강에서
Everyone is a
진짜
strong
예선을
player.
뚫고 올라오니까 만만한 선수가 한 명 없더라고요. 그래서 분명 더
And
잘하는 선수들이 맞지만 16강 어느
He
조에
also
가든
had to play that
똑같은 생각이
qualifier,
들었을 것
the
같아요.
ASL Season 12 qualifier, and
C조
noticed that
김명훈 선수가
even if he is
만들었지만
playing against a weaker
후회하는
player,
순간이 있지 않았을까
he cannot
싶어요.
underestimate
준비
other
과정에서
players.
왜 이렇게 만들었을까 싶은 생각은 전혀 없으셨나요? 준비
Every
과정
players
어떠셨어요?
nowadays are so strong that
저는
if you
이번에
let
그런
your guard
생각은
down,
전혀 안
you
했고요.
can get knocked
오히려
out
종족이
easily.
두 개라서 좀
So
편했던
he
것
pretty
같고
much had
그냥 뭐
some
상대가
lessons
누구든 저는
from
제
the previous
실력이
season.
중요하다고 생각해서
He tried all those three
그런
qualifiers,
생각은
but
안
he
했던
couldn't
것
make it.
같아요.
송병구
So he
선수도
learned his
이번
lesson.
시즌에
He
대한
became
동기부여가 상당한 걸로 알고
a
있는데
stronger
8강에
than
진출할
before.
수 있는 시나리오에 대한 좀 구상은 어떤가요?
What are your
시나리오는
plans
딱히 안
and
쓰고
what's your
왔는데,
scenario? How you're gonna be making it into round of 8?
경기석에 앉았을 때 약간 감 같은 게 있잖아요. 그게
So
그렇게
Stork is
나쁘진
saying-
않더라고요. 그래서 그냥 한번 뚜껑을 열어봐야 될 것 같은데 저
No,
스스로도
even if
기대가
he
됩니다.
has done lots of
24강에서는
practice
컨디션이
and
굉장히
prepared for the
좋으셨던 걸로 알고
strategies or
있는데
whatsoever,
16강도 24강과
there's like a special feeling. Like
그때보다는 아닌데,
every time when you come to the offline stage and you take
잘하는
a seat
선수들이기 때문에
and you grab your
오히려 저는
gear,
좀
like you try to
부담감이
play your
덜한 것 같아요.
game,
워낙 잘하기
you have
때문에
that
제가 좀
feeling whether
불편하지
you can
않고
play
부담감
well
없이
tonight or
경기를
whatnot.
할 수 있어서
So today he
그래서 하듯이
says
잘할 수
he
있을 것
feels
같다는
great.
생각이 들어요.
김명훈
he's
선수와 송병구
arrived to
선수
this
모두
place, to
좀
the
마음이
studio,
편안하다. 큰 부담감은
feels comfortable,
없다라고
he doesn't
대답한
feel
게
much
굉장히
of a-
인상적입니다.
much
이번에는
pressure,
팬 여러분들의
even
질문을
though
좀
this is a
드려보겠습니다. 먼저 김명훈
And
선수께
we
질문을
are
드릴게요.
going to have some
대회 전에 김명훈 선수가
questions
실력을 숨기는
that
것처럼
was
느껴질
asked by
정도로
his
사실
fans.
본 실력이 좀 안 나오고 있다라는 이야기가 많은데 이런 질문입니다. 오늘도 실력을 숨길 예정이신가요? 라는 질문인데
So Queen,
숨겼으면
whenever
좋겠다는
you're playing on
바람이시겠죠?
online,
네,
your
그렇죠.
performance
제가
doesn't seem that
사실
great.
반대거든요.
Are you
숨기는 게
going
아니라
to
평소에 원래 제가 그렇게까지
hide
잘하는
your
선수가 아닌데 대회
potential
준비를
skill
열심히 잘 해서
tonight once again on
이렇게
this
하는
offline stage
건데
and not gonna play well?
오해를 하시는 것 같아요. 또 오늘도 준비를 그만큼 잘 해가지고 평소 실력보다 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수
Queen
있을 것 같아요.
says playing on
준비
online
과정은 완벽했다.
is different than
네,
preparing
오늘
for the
편하게
ASL,
임한다고는
like a
했는데
tournament.
지고 싶지 않은
Offline stage is
날이어가지고
completely
열심히
different
준비를 했습니다.
atmosphere. You
이어서
have to
송병구
prepare.
선수에게도
You have to
질문을 드리겠습니다.
you have to
현재
practice a lot
남아있는
as
16강
well.
선수들 중에서
So
송병구
he's
선수가
not gonna
연장자에
let
좀
his
속해
fans
있는데
disappoint
아무래도
about
나이가
his play.
들면 들수록 좀 힘들어진다는 에이징 커브가 있기 마련인데 송병구 선수는 좀 어떤 힘든 점이 있는지
So
물어봐
Stork,
주세요.
저는
is there any
옛날부터
difficulty whenever you are playing StarCraft?
환경이 더 중요하다고
Like does age
생각해요.
actually
물론
affect you?
나이 때문에 그 좀 더 손이 굳고 그런 거는 당연한 거긴
So
한데
Stork says
이제 뭐 주변
you can-
환경이
he definitely
게임에 집중을 할 수
agrees.
없게 만드는
He definitely
그런
agrees.
있다 보니까
Whenever you
이게
become
아마
older
같은
and older,
연장자라도 제가 그게 제일 심하다고
it's
생각을
kind of
해요.
hard to play.
그래서 이번에 와이프도
But
그렇고
however,
많이 배려를 해줬고 그래서 원 없이 준비해서
the environment
잘
is
해왔습니다.
pretty much the
워낙
important
경험이
part.
많은 선수기 때문에
If things are getting
그쪽을
noisy
그만큼
and
잘
having lots of
해왔을
stress
거라는 생각이 듭니다.
and you have
자, 두 선수
something going on
각오를
inside of
끝으로
your mind,
한마디씩 들려주시죠. 김명훈 선수.
that will just pretty much hurt you a lot
제가
whenever you're
두 번
playing.
연속 우승을 하고
in a
그다음에
competitive
4강에 그쳤는데
So
다시
this time he
우승
says his
도전해볼 수
wife was
있도록
kind of
오늘
making him
좋은
feel
모습
uncomfortable.
네,
She was
좋습니다.
taking care
송병구
of his
선수.
baby.
네,
So
제가
he has
만족할
some,
만큼 연습을 했고
he's satisfied with this practice.
후회 없이
Any last
열심히
word?
최선을 다하겠습니다.
네, 두
both
선수
of
오늘
players
멋진
pretty much
경기,
said
인상적인
they'll
경기로
try to
기대하겠습니다.
perform.
인터뷰 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
It's their best.
자, 이렇게 오늘의 첫 번째 경기를 앞두고 있는 김명훈 선수와
Those are the
송병구
two
선수와
players who
이야기
are going to be
나눠봤습니다. 두
playing in
선수
game number
모두
one,
부담감은
but we
없지만
also
지지 않고 싶다, 꼭 이기고 싶다라는
need to
간절함이 또 엿보이는
interview
대답을
the
들어볼
other
수
two.
있었는데요. 자, 두 번째 경기 앞두고 있는 선수들 역시
interview.
만나봐야겠죠. 장윤철 선수와 이재우 선수
They are
안녕하시죠? 안녕하세요.
Snow and Light.
네, 먼저 이재우 선수 마지막 탑시드 권한, 이 변현재 선수의 권한에 의해서 정영재 선수와 자리가 바뀌었습니다.
네네.
C조에서 16강을
During the
치르게
group nomination,
되셨는데 어떤
you
느낌이
were in
드셨나요?
Group
그때
C,
당시에?
but Mini,
그때
who is a
당시에는
seeded player,
자신감이 철철
has a
넘쳤었는데요. 준비를 하다 보니까 또좀
has a chance to swap two players during
열심히
the group
준비를
nomination.
했고요.
He
오늘
decided
좋은
to
결과가 있었으면
swap you
좋겠습니다.
and
네, 옆에
JYJ.
계신 장윤철
How do you feel about this
선수도
group?
변현재 선수를 차단하겠다라는 이야기를 하면서 조지명식이 사실상
Light
MVP로
pretty
정말
much
활약을 많이
expected,
해주셨어요.
Mini
현장에 안
wouldn't
계셨는데도
like to play against him.
불구하고 C조가
So
결국에는
it
좀
was kinda,
쉽지 않은 대진으로 구상이 된
it's
것
just pretty
같은데,
much
구성이 된 것
expected
같은데 좀
how it's going to be
어떠신가요?
happen. And Snow, you said during the group
처음에는
nomination,
좀
you do
힘들다고
not
생각했어요.
want
근데 저는 오히려 가면 갈수록
you do not want any players to be
괜찮아지는 것
swapped
같고 또
from
제가 역대
Group C,
조를
but
둘러보니까
Mini decided to
제도가
do it. You
늘
said you will block him.
궁금해졌었거든요. 그래가지고 이번에도 이 정도면 괜찮다 생각하고
And how do you feel about this
마음 잡고
round of
있습니다.
16 Group C?
역대 경험했던
And he says
죽음의 조 중에서는 가장 해볼만하다라는 느낌인 건가요?
he
가장은
doesn't
아니고요.
he doesn't
그래도 뭐
like it
정말
much, but
쟁쟁한 선수들이랑
for
많이
some
해왔기
reason he just
때문에
feels okay.
크게 제가
He thinks he has some
밀린다는
confidence.
생각은 안 하고 있어요.
He don't.
많은 분들이
he doesn't think
장윤철 선수가
He's
C조에 대한
gonna.
예측이
He doesn't think he will
없어서
lose to
좀
those
궁금해하십니다.
strong player like the top players right
오늘
next to.
본인을 제외하고 가장 좀
right next to him
주목하고
in his
있는
group
선수가
C.
있다면 어떤 선수일지 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 명훈이 형이 되게 잘한다고 들어서요. 다시 그래가지고 명훈이 형이 좀 올라갈 것 같고
caster
제가
asked about
떨어진다고 하면 너무 추하잖아요. 그래서
how he feels
저도
about
올라갈 것
playing against
같습니다.
other players and who's going to be
일단
advancing into
이재호 선수를
the
선택하지
quarterfinal.
않았기 때문에 내심 좀
Queen
만족을
has
하실 것
been
같아요, 이재호
performing
선수.
better and better recently.
일단 뭐
So
본인이
he thinks
속한 조라 좀 냉정한
Queen
평가가 어려울 수 있잖아요.
might gonna
그래서
move
그거는
up,
이제
and the
별로
second player who will be
부담하지는
advancing into quarterfinal will be Snow
오늘
himself. And Light.
재밌을 것 같습니다.
재밌을 것 같다. 이재호 선수는 사실 지난 최근 2시즌 동안은 계속 좀 16강에
Somewhat
머물러 있어서 이
chaotic to
벽을
play
좀
in this
뚫고
group
다시
C,
한번
but
준우승을 했던 시즌 9
it's
때처럼
hard to say
날아오르고 싶다라는 마음이 좀
whether
있으실
he
것
can make it or
같아요.
not.
16강 준비하면서 좀
but he'll try
어떠셨어요?
his best. How did you prepare this
저도
ASL
일단
season?
불과 좀
ASL
성적을
round of
내본
16.
게 몇 시즌 안 됐고
And you also got knocked out
16강
from the
탈락한 게
previous season in
많았어가지고
round of 16.
그동안 좀
In that
준비를
group.
하면서 그런 생각들을 좀 많이 해봤었거든요.
So
최근에는
while he was
제가
taking off from the
좀
competitive
은수에 맞지 않게
scene,
좀 거만했던 것 같아서 이번에 정말 열심히 준비를 한번 해봤거든요.
he also
오늘
so he got
결과를
knocked out. So
떠나서
he pretty
좀
much has
최선을
some
다하고 가고
thinking
싶습니다.
progress, like having some
이 질문이 좀
meditation.
이재호 선수에게 좀 민감할 수도
He
있을 것
shouldn't
같은데
be-
팬들의 질문을 드려보겠습니다. 에스크
He shouldn't
ASL
be
진행해
arrogant.
보도록 하겠습니다.
He
이재호
was pretty
선수에게
much
남겨주신
provoking from
질문인데요.
last season.
지금 ASL에
Every
올라와 있는
single player,
테란 선수들 중에서
he kinda learned
본인의
his lesson. He shouldn't
위치는
be
어디에
provoking
있다고
other players and
생각하시는지
not
물어봐
being arrogant.
주셨습니다. 현재 8강에
So
오른
he
김지성
thinks he
선수를
still needs to
비롯해서
learn
16강
more
경기 남겨두고
and
있는 황병영 선수,
prepare
유영진 선수
harder,
이렇게 남아
prepare
있거든요.
harder for this ASL. Who are the top Terran players in your
정말 애매하긴 한데요.
in your opinion? And he
1등
says
정도는 되는 것 같아요.
he
네,
thinks he
1등이라고
kind of
자신 있게
belongs
말은
in
못하겠어요. 1등
두
정도는 되는 것
번째.
top
같아요. 네.
알겠습니다.
second best
자,
Terran
더
in this
구체적으로
ASL.
여쭤보진 않을게요. 네, 장윤철 선수에게도
It's kinda
질문
hard to
드리겠습니다.
choose
조지명식 웨딩 촬영으로
who's
인해 좀
gonna be the
불가피하게
top one
불참을
or
하셨는데요.
number one
결혼
Terran in this
준비와
ASL.
대회 준비 중에 어떤 게 더
He
힘들었는지
still needs
물어봐
to
주셨네요.
play and figure out later on.
일단 결혼 준비가 굉장히
Which
쉽지가
one is more
않아요.
difficult for you?
그냥
Preparing for your
스토커
weddings
풀어놓듯이
or
본인이
preparing for
술술
your
나가고요. 저는 이제
competition
그거를
for this
이제
ASL?
케어해야 되기 때문에 열심히 방송을 하고요.
So he says
또
there's lots
우승으로
of
또 메꿔야죠.
stuff to pay for the rent,
그랬다면 좋겠지만
the
현실적이지
house
않고요.
rent, and
일단은
the
결혼
water.
준비가 더 어려운 것 같아요.
Every
네.
pretty much every of
대회 준비
expenses,
과연
like
장윤철
living
선수가
expenses
8강에
that
좀
he's
수월하게 올라갈 수 있을지도
spending.
굉장히 궁금해지는데요. 끝으로 두
So he
선수의 각오를
thinks-
들어보죠. 이재호 선수.
it's kind of hard to choose. He needs to
일단
stream a lot
오늘
and
결과가 어떻게 됐든
interact with
열심히
his
준비했으니까 최선을
fans
다하는
and
모습 보여드리고
get
가도록
some
하겠습니다.
donation and
네, 장윤철 선수.
try his
네,
best to.
저도
Any last word?
열심히 준비했고 좀
So like I said,
재밌는 게임으로
he'll try his best.
보여드리겠습니다.
네, 두 선수
And
멋진 경기 기대하겠습니다. 인터뷰
excite
고맙습니다.
you to about
자,
watching this
ASL
ASL.
시즌 12 16강 C조 경기를 앞두고 있는
round of
4명의
16
선수와 함께
and
인터뷰
Snow also has
나눠봤습니다.
prepared a
이제
lot
16강도 막바지를 향해
while he was
달려가고
taking a
있는데요. 과연 어떤 선수들이 남은
try his
8강의
best to
네
make it
자리를
into
차지할 수
quarterfinal.
있을지
Thank you
지금부터
for the interview.
16강 C조 경기 함께 만나보시죠.
Thank you for the interviews, Scan. And I don't know about you, but this might be the most stacked group I've ever seen. We have arguably the number one player from every race represented in this group. Zero for Zerg, Light for Terran, Snow for Protoss, and then we have Stork, who is one of the best players of all time. It's crazy to think that potentially we could have potential winners here eliminated in the round of 16. What are your thoughts on this group, Scan?
I mean, every single player is very hard. I mean, very tough to play each other. I can't really expect who's gonna be advancing, but I mean, thinking about like how Light was playing in round of 24 against Ruin, where he was completely behind. He failed that 3 tank push, and like Ruin was super ahead. Like he had that supply lead all the time, an insane macro from Ruin, but somehow Light was starting to make some comebacks. So, I mean, if we try to remember how Light was playing, I think he might be able to survive from this round of 16, even though there are two strong players right next to him.
Yeah, literally anybody can make it out of this group. I am a bit worried for Light because of what you mentioned, and also because Stork and Snow, they are masters of Protoss versus Terran, and they play completely different. Snow's obviously known for the Reavers, and then the carriers. Stork oftentimes just goes straight carriers. And then we have Zerg. We have Zero, who's just a mastermind in CVP. We're getting a look at the groups. We, of course, are in Group C today. Queen, Stork, Light, and Snow. And then Group D tomorrow. It's going to be Rush, Barracks, Beast, and Sulky. So 2 Terrans, 2 Zergs there. That should be very exciting. We may actually see someone like Barracks or Beast make it into the round of 8. That would be a bit surprising because Rush and Sulky are so good these days. But Barracks and Beast, they're also good in their own right.
Yes.
I'm curious what...
I hope Queen and Stork doesn't make it into quarterfinal, because when we look at this round of 16 group, we see those purple squares around the Soma, Mini, Royal, Hero, everything else on the left side. I want to see some purple square on the right side too.
Okay. Okay.
So here are some of banners showing on round of 16 Group C. The Group C key point of spectating this game would be, I mean, all the players, they're just really strong. I mean, everyone qualifies to make it into semifinal. Who knows who's gonna be making it out of this next group?
Yeah, like I said, it's just crazy to think that 2 players that seriously could potentially win the tournament are going to be eliminated. I mean, look at this win rate. This is our first player that we're going to see versus Protoss, 65% win rate. That's insane. And then his Terran win rate is matching that. His versus Zerg win rate, a little bit lower, but still almost 60%. It's ridiculous, the statistics that Queen puts up. Now, Stork, I don't think will have as many games because, you know, last season he didn't even make it. That just tells you the caliber of play in the ASL. Like, it's insanity to just actually make it in. I'm curious what his stats are. But then, even with not as many games, he still has almost 50% win rate across the board.
Not too bad. I mean, just one more loss, having a 46.2% of win rate against Zerg. But remember how amazing Queen had that Zerg versus Protoss matchup win rate? Like, he had only 2 losses, like having almost 90% win rate, but after he got knocked out by Mini, like his amazing stats is kind of ruined. So I think Stork still has a chance to win against this best of 1 series against Queen.
Yeah, for sure. He can definitely take Queen down here. Let's see if he can do it. Our first map is going to be Polypoid. Our players are ready. Let's get into Game 1 of the Group of Death in ASL Season 12. In the bottom left, one of our previous ASL champions, it is Queen. And in the top right, one of the greatest Protoss players of all time, it is Stork. Now we've got cross positions, Polypoid. I'm thinking back to the last time I remember seeing this, and actually we saw Mini versus Queen cross positions, and Mini just crushed him with that super fast Sayer Zealot timing.
So I'm looking at carefully of how they are going to be played, because I mean, this is a Polypoid, very standard map, like has been on the ladder map pool for like more than a year. Everyone has played this map for many times. I wonder if Stork has prepared for either a Forge expand or Gateway expand. Okay, here's the pylon going down. Ooh, the pylon scout, so I guess this is somewhat a Forge expand most likely.
Okay, we are going for a fast scout here. Not going to find Queen at the bottom right position, but we'll find him most likely with his secondary scout. This is probably going to be the Forge expand like you mentioned, but could also be a Nexus first, I guess. That seems quite risky. Well, I guess we'll wait and see what he wants to go for. Meanwhile, Queen hasn't really made a decision yet. I guess we could see 12 hatch or 12 pull. Nope, it is just gonna be the normal 12 hatch.
Well, just by looking at the time of a drone moving out, I feel like he's trying to hide his first drone from the probe scout.
Oh.
So is he actually prepared to take that 9 o'clock expansion? What if Protoss like Stork has spawned at the 11 o'clock side? That is just gonna be an aggressive expansion from Queen. Ooh.
I have to say I haven't seen this before. Now the drone does not block the ramp. I don't know how crucial that was, but it could have thrown Stork off because now he sees, wait a minute, there's no hatch, there's no pool. Well, where is it, man?
Well, yeah, now he should be realizing something is going on. So, I feel like Stork is sending another drone out. I wonder, not drone out, another probe out. So, is he planning to go for the cannon rush? I mean, I don't see he's gonna be okay, there's a probe coming down. He's about to put the next most likely.
Yeah, this was my first thought is mid left, is it even cannon rushable? I'm imagine only, I don't think it is actually. I don't think you can build a pylon and cannon there. Like below the mineral, like below the hatchery, I mean, between the gas and the minerals.
There might be a little bit of a space, but Queen is definitely aware of it. He does have that scouting drone to constantly figure out. Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
Denying that hatchery timing of the natural, so this is a nice one.
Yeah, that hurts quite a bit. He's just gonna put his hatchery off location actually.
And he canceled it.
Oh, he canceled the hatchery? He did cancel it and reposition after the canceled pylon. Now, I mean, that's a somewhat big loss. It's like 75 minerals he lost for that. Meanwhile, behind this, despite the forge opener, Stork ended up going straight Nexus into Gateway. Now he's building his cannon and will be going into that cybernetics pretty soon.
Well, Stork has been watching Queen's main base for the whole time. He just started to realize Queen started mining the extractor at 3 minutes 30 seconds. So this is not going to be any kinds of zergling speed aggression by Queen. So Stork should be feeling confident. Like, look at how fast his cybernetics for. He just made only a single cannon here too.
Yeah, it's pretty darn fast. Now, meanwhile, Queen probably going to be going for that lair in just a second. Yep, instantly goes for the lair. So everything looks pretty normal from his side of the map. Now the Overlord, well, he sees that it is just standard opener with the forge. Meanwhile, we don't really see anything abnormal going on. We're just waiting for the tech choice from Stork and Queen here. Most likely, of course, the Spire for Queen and Stargate for Stork.
So here's a single Zala finally came out, pretending that the first Zala went out. So that is going to force Queen to make a couple more of a Zerglings in order to chase or find out where the Zealot is. But okay, so that Overlord will be going down, so Stork knows that Overlord has gone down to the bottom. So now that Zealot has came back home to block the path, and we see there should be about 6 Zerglings out on the map.
Yep, Lings are scouting around to make sure that they didn't miss a Zealot moving somewhere out on the map sneakily. You never want it to get into your drone line and just disrupt your mining. Now, Probe is still alive, and it's going to come in here and see the Spire timing. Meanwhile, that Stargate's about to finish, so he may be able to pop an Overlord or two before the Spire is done. You can see Queen has opted to send his Overlord back to bottom right to try and hide it. Now, I haven't seen Stork put down Citadel or anything just yet. Ooh, is he only mining with... Okay, he only has 2 on gas in his main, so we may see some heavy gateways coming in pretty soon.
So just by looking at what Stork is planning to do, I saw Forge and Cybernetics Core were spinning. Both of them were spinning, but no Adun. He probably got the Adun up probably just now. But, I mean, those upgrades is pretty darn fast to me, what I see. And we know his Corsair timing is really, really fast relatively compared to Queen's Spire Tech timing. So it is not going to be matching up with Corsair +1 versus Scourge Armor 1. So this is definitely a good news for Stork. And yeah, he's not actually making much of a gateway, so he's just pretty much working on the optimization, making a lot of probe. Finally adding a couple, maybe one more gateway at the ramp.
Yeah, well, the fact that the probe is still sitting there makes me think we may see 3rd and 4th gate come up. Now, that's pretty darn fast, because usually you see gateways come out maybe around the 7:30 mark. We'll see if that is what he goes for. I got my eyes locked on the minimap to see if we see a bigger block. Now, these Sares both find an Overlord, and that could be a big loss for Queen. He is just floating only 11 extra supplies, so potentially he could get supply blocked. There's one down. Second one's going to fall too.
So Queen has gone for all the way up to 6 hatchery count, adding an extra extractor at the natural and the hydrogen. So I feel Queen is not interested of going for like the current meta where you go for heavy meta Scourge combination to constantly eat up the Corsair count. But I see there's a third extractor going up at the third expansion.
You know, Scourge come in here and see that nothing abnormal is going on. It is just 2 gates, so this is going to be something like 6 to 8 Zealots moving out. For now, it's just 6. I saw a building built next to the extractor at the third base, walled off by a sunken. I think that has to be the evolution chamber, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. Meanwhile, Templar Archive just finished. That's a bit slow these days, so we'll see how he wants to use that. I imagine it's just for Templars, not like DT. Yeah, there is the evolution chamber tucked away. And here we go. Here's going to be that gateway flood at the same time while Zealots move across the map.
Oh, interestingly, instead of making a couple of Hydralis to stop this Zealot, he decided to make the Mutas. But, I mean, Queen doesn't have much of a Scourge. Okay, he does have Scourge out. Oh, losing that Corsair is so expensive, but the Natural is vulnerable. Those Zealots, Speed Zealot will be running inside of the main base. Maybe this is like the scenario where we have seen in round of 24, Soulkey versus Noob, and attacking that Spire right now. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, he's going to kill the Spire. Remember, Templar Archive just finished, so if we see some stuff move out of Stork's base in a moment, maybe a DT going for some harassment. While these Zealots are doing a lot of damage, gets 2 drones, 3 drones, and the Spire. Remember that, 4 drones, and I'm not sure if he even got any drones at the natural, but so far this attack has done tons of damage. Now remember, Stork did lose something like 3 Corsairs, so that's not negligible, but whoa, I'm actually surprised that he's continuing to build Sares after knowing he killed the Spire.
Well, it's somewhat understandable for him to make more of a Corsair because he definitely has that +1 Corsair upgrade. So definitely he wants to constantly win the air battle and try to eat up all those Scourge and Muta. And he also has seen Queen does not have any of a Hydralis. That means he doesn't need to actually rush for any kinds of High Templar, like keeping up all those High Templar energy. And now this is a small timing attack from Stork going for attack move.
Yeah, not only does he have the Sare just advantage over the Mutalisk and Scourge in general, he also has that +1 weapon advantage, which means he just murders everything in the air. Another supply block coming for Queen. This is starting to get really ugly. Now, the sunken position's great. However, you need to have something else to DPS. Okay, I think that's a big mistake there to branch off that Archon. Yeah, he's going to move it into the third base right now, but unfortunately it's not attacking that sunken. Could have done a lot of damage to help out these Zealots, but instead it is just going to get picked off by these Hydras.
Yeah, I mean, I think Stork could have done more about extra damage, but I see Stork constantly making the extra Corsair keep flying in. Okay, that Corsair is taking so much of a damage, the last one.
I mean, another Overlord.
Yeah,
is that a block?
Yeah, Queen just got blocked.
That's
another scouting supply block here.
Yeah, that was a lot of Overlords in that corner. In fact, there's another one at bottom middle that he might be able to catch. And Queen is just getting punished over and over for losing that Spire. +1 armor is kicked in for Stork. I think I saw a second Forge in his main too. So 2/2 could be coming pretty soon. Now, meanwhile, I think Queen has +1 weapon on his Hydras, but so far he's in big time trouble. Remember, this Muta count isn't even that scary. I think it's at 5, so he can't even one-shot these Templars, even though they're isolated.
Yeah, I mean, Queen has taken so much of damage, but he's trying his best to keep up the game here. We are kind of seeing like how Queen is right now playing. A week ago we have seen Hero was making like 60-70 drones and just constantly making Hydralis, but I guess Queen is not in that kind of a scenario where he can make a lot of drones, so he's just gonna be squeezing all of his resources for mass Hydra. And Zealots are pretty much dying for free like this. I mean, just killing a single Hydralis, and losing that many Zealot, I don't think that's a very good trade for Stork because Hydralisk only costs 1 supply. Zealot costs 2 supply. If you're losing every single Zealot like that, that's bad.
Well, it is surprising to see that Queen was at the same supply as Stork despite losing a lot of drones in the early game, losing a decent amount of overlords and being supply blocked, yet he's just been a macro god. Now remember, Stork has been attacking without any storms, so if Zero does attack into this, there's going to be like 5-6 storms go off. Let's see. Okay, he's got to be careful. Yeah, he's going to run for now. But meanwhile, Queen is feeling confident to take his 4th base at that mineral only.
Stork is finally moving out with the Mass Zala with 2 item player that has, one has 2 storm available, one is only 100 energy, so there are 3 storms available, and this is definitely a high ground advantage for Stork, having a great positioning here, and also taking on an expansion at the 3 o'clock size, but Queen doesn't know. I think Queen is kind of assuming Stork would be taking the mineral expansion first, but it isn't.
Yeah, let's see what Stork or what Queen wants to do with this. He's trying to backstab these Templars. He gets one of them, which is a nice catch for him. But now goons are starting to come out, so these Hydras can't freely just poke in like that. But meanwhile, that was a good pickoff. I see Sayers moving around the left side of the map, trying to find isolated overlords. But for now, not very many isolated. He may actually lose a Sayer going for this. No? Yeah, he does.
I'm not sure whether this is a good move to constantly try to pick up one overlord and losing a single Corsair like that, but we see Stork is snowballing here, making tons of gun right now with 8 gateway. +2, as you mentioned, 2-2 upgrade should be on the way for Stork here, so this is a very good scenario where Stork can be leading the game with the upgraded advantage, and with that Corsair scout, he has seen there's no Queen's Nest at the main base.
Oh, this Hydra backstab could be perfect. It hits right before both cannons get up. It's only just one. He may be able to deny this Nexus. I mean, this is 12 Hydras. No, he is just going to run around, or run back, I mean. And look at Queen's multitask. He's attacking from the top. He's attacking in the middle. He's attacking at the bottom side of the map. Just punishing Stork's multitask. Meanwhile, macroing like crazy back at his base. Remember, he's still on 4 bases. That's a good storm. And he's still keeping the supply even, while Stork just hit his power spike at 2-2. So Stork's looking to punish right now. Oh my god, that's so many lurkers.
We just have seen that more than 1,000 guests just disappeared by Queen. Adding bunch of lurkers, we get to see Queen now just got the +2 Hydralisk here. Okay, armor 2 with the +1 attack for Stork, so Stork does have that matching upgrade with the Queen's +2. And the High Templars, yeah.
They do not get picked off by those Hydras. I thought they were, but lurkers are being set up at the 4th base, so I don't really see a good angle that Stork can attack from. Now, I think I got a pretty good glimpse at the mid-left base. Looked like Zero's mining that out pretty quickly, so he may actually need to start taking a 5th base pretty soon. Oh, the Templars are in the front! They need to be so careful moving in like that. Observers, oh, the Zealots are getting chewed up by these lurkers, man. Look at supplies plummet for Stork.
Yeah, tons of Zealots just died to those lurkers, but High Templars are pretty much doing some great damage to the Hydralisk, but I mean, this is pure isolated guns against the Hydralisk. This is something that Stork does not want that to be happen. Stork needs to run away. He will unfortunately lose that High Templar. He's about to have that enough energy.
Yeah, unfortunately for Stork, his attack was an anti-timing. If he had gone 30 seconds faster instead of having to run around and deal with that attack to his 3rd base, he would have hit before the lurkers and his attack would have gone much better. So Queen did a great job to buy time for those lurkers, and now he's looking to go for a counterattack, and there is not much storm available. I don't know how Stork will end up holding this. It's so many Hydras, so many lurkers. There's really not even that many goons. Let's see if he can have a successful defense on this 4th base.
I mean, that two High Templars just got sniped earlier. That had enough energy to use the Stork, but he couldn't react on time. Stork just pretty much, I mean, his army composition is just kind of broke right now. Doesn't have enough energy to protect that mineral expansion, and now this Mass Hydra with the lurkers having the high ground advantage here. This is not looking great to me.
Yeah, supplies are no longer even. It's in fact a 20 to 30 supply lead for Queen right now, and he's about to set up a lurker contain, and once that happens, third base is going to be instantly killed off, and that means that Stork is going to be stuck on 2 bases that are pretty much mined out. He has to get out right now.
Those High Templars are pretty much glitching out where they should be moving forward, maybe look backward, but now, I mean, the supply count is just way too high for Queen, and now all those army just aim up towards the Stork's natural. Okay, he's trying to morph that offensive lurker, morphing at the natural here. Oh, oops.
Oh, it hurts. He gets 4 or 5 pros. The Sayers are doing a good job. It's just, unfortunately, it doesn't matter anymore if you can't actually get outside of your base.
We also know
Hey,
Queen,
there we go.
Yeah, Queen also has the high tech ready, so he's might be gonna get ready to get some Defiler out too soon.
Well, once the filers come out, that's definitely going to be the nail in the coffin, but I think this is already done. There's just too much Zerg, and Protoss doesn't have the comp right now. He has like 5 Goons, 3 Zealots, and an Archon. I don't even see a single Templar left over. Third base is basically done. So look at that Lurker field. There's like 10 of them, and Stork taps out Queen. He's going to move into our winner's match.
Yes,
I'm a bit sad. Oh, go ahead.
Stork was playing well in the mid game, but the moment where I don't know, like something has gone wrong. Maybe the moment where he tried to break that mineral expansion, where it had like more than a group lurker like borrowed, like spread, and pretty much Zala died in a straight line. Maybe he could have like tried to do some aggro with the High Templar and Goons, like sniping a single lurker from the by the range upgrade. By the range, but I think the moment where he just threw all the Zealot probably triggered this game to a loss.
Yeah, for sure. The attack with the Zealots was a big mistake. I agree. I liked his early mid game. Like, the Sayers and Zealots did a lot of damage, but I have to say something went wrong, because how did Queen keep up in macro despite that? Like, it was 150 to 150 supply. So something went wrong still. But regardless, Queen moves into the winner's match, and now we're going to be going into Light versus Snow, but we're going to be doing that just after a quick commercial break. Welcome back, guys. We're about to get into game 2 of Group C. It's going to be Snow versus Light. This is going to be an amazing matchup. Looking really forward to this one. It's going to be on Polypod, of course, so it's going to be a huge macro game. Now we're getting a look at the statistics for Light. Again, pretty much 50% across the board. His versus Protoss is surprisingly his highest win rate.
Well, we know. I mean, people have out there like have been watching all those Light's performance online, like online stream on YouTube, Twitch, or Africa. We all know Light has been performing really, really well online, but just by looking at the stats information, we see it's just not looking that great because, I mean, he has been playing all those ASL Season 1 to all the way up to Season 12. Like, all those previous stats pretty much summed up with his the recent stats. Pretty much lowered his win rate there. So we can still see how much Light has been improving every year.
And now we're getting a look at Snow stats. His versus Protoss is his best, but still a 60% win rate versus Terran. This guy is ridiculous at Protoss versus Terran. He abuses you so hard with his micro and multitask, and then goes for the killing blow most of the time with carriers. We'll see if that's going to be the strategy of choice here. Remember, it's on Polypoid, so all types of options. A lot of Arbiter play you see on here. And I wonder if Light can stop the onslaught that Snow's going to throw at him. Let's get into game 2, guys. Snow versus Light on Polypoid.
Oh, look at the chat. They swapped the color. Look at the color. Red and navy.
Red and navy?
Yeah, it was showing Light picked green earlier.
All right, well, in the bottom right, we have our red Terran. It is Light. And then, of course, in the navy, that somehow just got switched to regular blue, it's Snow. Now, so far in ASL, we've seen a lot of 12 Nexus and proxy gates, I think. Well, not proxy gates, but forward gates. We'll see what Snow wants to go here. Now, I know Light actually likes the gasless expand versus Protoss quite a bit, but he seems to be one of the few that goes for it. What do you think we're going to see for openers from Terran?
Well, when I see Light, Light is at 5 o'clock, I have a great feeling Light is most likely going to go for a Rex expand, because you can pretty much have that great SimCity at the natural with the single barracks with the single command center. And we see Light. Oh, he's doing that 8.5 depot there. So I just saw he just put that 8.5 depot when he just had 100 mineral. And some people may wonder why Terran is doing that 8.5 depot. I mean, you can still have that 100 mineral before hitting that 9 supply depot. 9 supply. So if you have that supply depot starts before hitting that 9, the number 9, then you can pretty much queue up the SCV count really heavily here.
Yeah, it allows you to get like an SCV like 1 second faster. But at the same time, you got to be careful because sometimes you don't have that extra few minerals to build the SCV exactly on time at 9. So you got to be careful about that. Now we do see barracks in our main, and he does take gas. So everything is normal. It's not going to be gasless. Meanwhile, no 12 Nexus, no forward gate for Snow. Now the scouting pattern for Snow is a bit interesting because he's going straight for a cross scout. I'm thinking that this is intended where if he finds Light at bottom left, he's not going to build a zealot. Like it's queued up right now, he would cancel it. What are your thoughts about this diagonal scout?
Well, I'm trying to look at Snow supply count. We can see supply count went up to 16. That means he has started that zealot production on the way. We don't see the cybernetics core yet. He just put down the second pylon right next to his pylon. So I have a feeling maybe that cross scout, it's meant for to figure out whether the opponent is far distance or close distance. So if it's not cross spawn, Snow is gonna be queuing up another zealot after the first zealot, and that second zealot aggression, it is gonna delay Light's expansion as much as he can.
Well, Light has some of the best marine micro in the world. We'll see how he can hold this, because to me, this factory looks little bit far from the barracks and depot, and he has only 2 Marines right now. Now here comes the Zealot. Luckily for him, there's no probe to combo with this Zealot. That's always super annoying to deal with. One shot onto the Marine, 1 shot onto the SCV. Oh, he loses 1 Marine, and that's gonna hurt because second Zealot is coming. Oh, does not get off the second shot with that Zealot, but the fact that Light ended up taking down the Zealot is a big win for him. Ooh, he did not expect this. Zealot's gonna get on top of that Marine, and goodbye Marine, and he's gonna have to queue up a Vulture to deal with this.
Yeah, we see Light has put down the 3rd depot. We see the supply was open all the way up to 34, and we see Snow is not interested of going for the range upgrade and immediately putting down the robotic facility. And Light does not get to see it. He doesn't know what's coming next.
That is just so absurd that you see an SCV at your base, and you're like, you know what? I'm just gonna. Oh, he let. Oh my god. Okay. I was gonna say you can't let the SCV get up, but building a robo just without any defense. He didn't have a goon there or anything, even though you know the SCV was there, knew the SCV was there. That takes balls of steel. Now the Vulture is going to get in, I think, unless that. Oh, the Zealot's on hold position. This is perfect.
Yeah, this is gonna make Light completely blind. I mean, he gets to see the Nexus timing. He knows that Nexus is not too fast, but it's kind of hard to predict because Snow started with the 2 Zealot aggression in the beginning, and of course it is kind of understandable for Terran to understand why Protoss Nexus is kind of delayed. But I mean, spending that 200 mineral for the robotic facility and having that delayed Nexus can't really give much of an intel for Light, and I think Light is making nothing. I don't see any units.
Well, the Academy is kind of risky because that Robo easily could have been a Citadel, and he would have been in trouble if that was a Citadel. Now, I'm going to say luckily here because I think it's unlucky either way. Reaver is going to be coming pretty quickly, and he doesn't really have much defense at all. And the Scanner is not going to help him, obviously, versus the Reaver at all. So he's going to have immaculate defense. And Snow saved one of the Zealots, so he's already ready to combo this Reaver drop with 2 Zealots in the shuttle. Now, luckily for Light, he already has 2 tanks available. He needs to get siege mode, though.
I'm not sure what this push is. Maybe he just realized Snow did not have or does not have that range upgrade on time to like do some harassment at the bunker. So he's just gonna Light is just gonna be moving out with a small army. Academy with the 2 more Vulture coming. So this is a 2 Vulture, but I mean 2 siege tank is not enough.
Yeah, Reaver alone, microed by Snow, could kill all this. Now, that is an interesting pylon position. He loses it, but I think to lose it and trade the loss there to delay the push is fine. Armory's about done. There's only 1 factory done, and he knows all the units are out of position. So Light is scrambling to get back, and he still doesn't know about the shuttle. Okay, now he does, and he's going to probably be in panic mode. Yeah, he instantly gets his tank back. Now remember, I don't think that Vulture has mines. It might, though.
Maybe not, but okay, this is a 2 Zealot. We'll be unloading.
Oh, it didn't
fire! It did not fire. That's a good sign. Okay, picking up 1 Vulture.
Well, goodbye SCVs. There's 3 SCVs gone, and this is going pretty much fine for Snow. He only lost a single Zealot. He kills 3 SCVs. He killed the Vulture. He's going to have to back off for now, but I'm sure he's got speed coming, and that's going to be super obnoxious once that kicks in, because again, there's a lack of anti-air for Light for now.
And this kind of scenario is like the worst scenario where you can play against Protoss, and that Vulture did not hit that last shot on the probe, so Snow is going to be putting down the Nexus on time here. Still no missile turret. I mean, Light is struggling to defend. He does not have siege mode upgrade, and you know, Reaver's range is longer than Siege Tank. It's 8 versus 7. Ooh, that Reaver micro.
Yeah, Reaver gets 2 connections on the tanks, doesn't blow it up, but kills the Marines and forces SCVs off the line. And slowly but surely, supplies are pulling away for Snow. Terran's in big trouble. Another Reaver drop, probably going to get it might dud here, but regardless, it's drawing a lot of the SCVs off the mineral line, which means he's not mining.
Look
And
at,
third Nexus is going up.
yeah, look at that supply differences. 74 versus 54. Okay, he's trying his best to pick up one of the observer, and oh, it's his somewhat out of luck. That one last shot did not catch that observer here, so I mean now Snow is just pretty much leading this game here. His gun range should be completed now. Yes, it has the gun range, and we see him adding more gateway. I don't see a second gas going up. Okay, I think he just put down the second gas for Snow. So I wonder what Light is gonna be decided to do here.
I think we're probably going to see the 3-2 style from Light because there's no way he can timing attack anymore. His second factory was late in general. And now the Reaver has bought so much time. His real only option is to just camp the game out. And I think it's dangerous actually to scan for those observers because Snow could be doing anything. Like I said, carriers are a favorite unit for him. We see that's not the case this time around. And I don't think Light has scanned. Okay, that might have been a scan in the main now. Yeah, he does see that, okay, it is just a normal game. It is just going to be Citadel, Arbiter, or Templars.
So that observer is sneaking inside of Light's main base somehow, and there are two Reavers pretty much sitting at the front. And always Reaver has the longer range, so Light really needs to be careful whenever he's gonna be moving out. And now Snow is just pretty much queuing up, try to saturate completely full saturation with the 3 base mining. And there should be another Nexus gonna be going up at 12 o'clock site.
Yep, 4th base is going to be coming up before Light even builds his command center. You can see, oh, goodbye tank. You can see that he has 4 factories being built or going up in his main, or sorry, he's got a total of 4 factories right now. So he's got to have to camp for a long time just to get his 3rd base. There's the 4th Nexus, and there's Templar Archive. I don't see a Stargate, so we actually are going to see Gateway Man, Mini S style.
Okay, here is finally the command center put down at Light's main base, but Observer is pretty much watching what's going on. That Observer should be able to see the command center on the right side, but there's not much of an action going on. Snow definitely knows Light is not going to be playing any kinds of timing attack. Okay, he does get to see, yeah, look at the sight range, it's so long.
Well, we see Snow, he might actually take that base. I think that is just a spotter pylon for drops, which is one way Light can get back into this game, is with a drop just like that. There goes the drop. Now, we don't know what's in it, but more than likely it's just going to be like 2 or 3 vultures.
Yeah, but at the same time, the cannon finishes on time. Took too good. Oh, did not attack that dropship, so okay, that vultures will sneak in. That was total 3 vultures unloaded. 1 more vulture maybe? Oh, got picked up by a gunshot here.
Well, seems like that was an okay trade for Light, but you have to remember, Snow's on 4 bases, and Light doesn't even have his 3rd base. So every unit that's harassing and not securing this 3rd base does hurt him. We can see that supplies are 130 to 100 right now. Light feeling confident to move into position now. He's got a lot of tanks. He's got a lot of Goliaths, so he should be able to secure this. But remember, Snow has something like 9 gates, so he could easily max out. Oh, here we go. Double shuttle bomb gets picked off.
Yeah, that second shuttle just got picked up. I think he wanted to unload 4 Zealot, top of the Siege Tank, and at the same time doing some Reaver Micro to those Siege Tank. So that didn't really work well, but now I guess Light is somehow securing that mineral expansion nicely. But we know Snow is definitely has still 136 supply versus 115. But this supply count does not seem too high to me. I mean, normally as Terran you would like to have 140 supply count at 12-minute mark, but his 20 supply less this game. Okay, there's a single science vessel. I think he's trying to clear all those observers as much as he can.
Well, despite the harassment, I think he's done a good job to macro back because, you know, Protoss could be maxed at 12 minutes also. So the fact that it's just 120 for Light, but also just 150 supply for Protoss, Light's in an okay position right now, and it looks like he's going to set up to try and take this 4th base. And Terran on 4 bases is insanely strong, especially when they're rushing upgrades like this. And he may have caught the shuttle and Reavers, but here comes Snow trying to save them, but not going to happen. Oh, I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe it
not
will.
sure.
The Reaver's not firing.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Reaver is just walking forward, but I think they pretty much did a lot of jobs still. So I mean, this handful of army with Zala Gun will be able to deny this expansion. I think Light. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't think Light was anticipating this many units to come over here and deny it, but it did.
Ooh, come on,
Light,
Center.
I think, could have held it. Yeah, he's got to cancel it. He didn't cancel it, I don't think. And I don't know what was going on, but that's a loss of 400 minerals.
Somehow Light lost that command center for free. That's something that you don't want that to be happening. I mean, I still don't see 2-1 upgrade yet for Light. I mean, the game has been going for 30-minute long. Still +1. And now Snow is going to be having lots of saved up bank, and having that 5th Nexus is going to be saturated by now. Okay, +2 just got kicked in, so this is a good news.
Yeah, +2. Vulture's going to catch a drone transfer, but Goons move into position, deny. A lot of potential damage there. Now, 2 more Reavers were already built. So I guess Snow was anticipating losing that. Now, that shuttle's pretty low. Yeah, I think he's just going to suicide this, because definitely don't want to have double Reaver loaded up in a 50 or 10 health shuttle, I mean. But Reaver or Snow on 5 bases is starting to get scary for Terran, especially since I still see a blue dot at bottom middle denying that 4th base. But we have the first vessel out, and Command Center almost done for Light.
Yeah, Light needs to queue up more of an army, because I feel like Snow is preparing for another bust here. Okay, I don't know why the vessel is on a hold position there. Gotta be careful if you don't. I mean, I'm pretty sure that must be the first vessel and having lots of energy saved up. And now Snow does have enough money, but not much of action going on. Maybe the replay is crashed.
Yeah, that move was really weird. Like, really weird. So I'm kind of confused at what's going on.
Oh,
but
okay,
it looks like
yeah,
it's okay, because units are moving to the bottom left side of the map.
So it looks like the observers swapped the screen. They have 2 spectators are watching this game, because sometimes the replay can be crashed. So you always want to swap the observer screen whenever that ever happens. So this is a good chance, good for them to swap the screen here. And now the game is back on here. Light is trying to take his command center, the 4th base over here.
Whoa. Wasn't he building a command center at his 3rd base?
Yeah, the replay crashed. So replay crashed, so
well,
the observer swapped the screen.
Okay, well, here we go. An attack going on to the bottom middle position. This is not the move for Snow. This is one way you throw the game and let Terran back into it. He's going to kill a lot of Vultures, but Terran doesn't care about Vultures. They want to build up that tank count. And look at the supply now scan. It's 153 to 165. A couple Goons are going to pop too. Sure, Snow's on 6, or soon to be 6 bases, but Terran on 4 bases is way stronger than Protoss on 5 bases.
I like how Light is so making Snow so busy with the Vulture here. Constantly rotating his Vulture and forcing him to chase those Vulture. And now we finally get to see Snow putting down the Stargate. Whether that is going to be a carrier or arbiter.
I think it has to be Arbiters, because unless he's been upgrading air the whole time, he's going to be facing 3-2 upgrades with maybe maximum +1 weapon on air. That seems not ideal, to say the least. Now, meanwhile, Snow or Light is just expanding to the left side. He's going to try and go for split map scenario, take the left side, and it's also going to defend this bottom middle position. So he's playing this fantastically.
I like how Light is splitting up his army. He's just leaving a couple of army at the mineral expansion, and now bringing all of his majority of army towards the bottom left and try to secure this 5th expansion. I think Light is not interested in moving out whenever he's maxed with the 4 base mining. He's trying to split the map in half. Nice storm on the top of the siege tank, but this is still not enough damage yet.
And I want to ask something, and it's, why is Snow's army just so small even though he's maxed out? Like, does he have too many probes? Like, that a fight, he had like 12 Goons. I don't even think he had 12 Zealots and just a shuttle and Templars.
Well,
and he was maxed.
Well, there's a reason. I mean, there's like a handful of army at 11 o'clock side, sitting at the gateway sides. So that must be like eating up the 20 supply count over there. more Vulture Harassment here, but I don't think it's going to be doing much of a great damage because the more Zalok and Guns are coming here. A probe transfer, gotta be careful.
Do not want to draw mine into that probe. Okay, he ends up getting a couple, and he takes a lot of hits on the Zealots. So good harassment by Light right there. Supply still in favor of Snow. He has something like 20 gates. He's got like 6 gates on the left side. He's now got Arbiters coming. I guess that command center did die, so for now Light still is stuck on pretty much 2 base mining.
Yeah, Light is just pretty much splitting up the map in half, but Snow also aware of how Light likes to play in Terran vs Protoss. He does not want that. He does not want the map to be split in half. Whenever Light splits up in map in half, he's just gonna be having same amount of expansion, just like how much of a Snow is gonna be having, and it is gonna be making Snow for having some difficulty with the harassment and attacking at the front line. And yeah, I mean somehow supply count is even, resources about even too. So I think Snow made a mistake somewhere, maybe wasted a lot of army somewhere.
Yes, no supply just seems to not be as high, and it's slower than I was anticipating despite how the opener has gone. I mean, he's still in an okay position. It's still 6 base versus 4, soon to be 5 for Terran. But Snow actually needs to start thinking about taking another base pretty soon, because look at that mineral only. It's basically gone, and Light's about to get a new base up and running.
And now those goons are coming with the space shuttle. But I don't see much of a Zealot. Maybe those Zealot from the 11 o'clock side now trying to merge, but I think just one Spider-Man probably hit that damage to the Zealot line. But just pure goon with the High Templars. I don't think this is a great trade.
Yeah, these attacks are just not working for Snow. Like, it's pure goon almost going into tanks that are already sieged up on high ground. I don't know what exactly you're looking to do with an attack like that, but that was not it. 7 gates on the left side plus 11 gates in the main, so 18 gate. Arbiter is out. Now, I see in Light's main there's a lot of buildings there, but it actually doesn't look like there's a lot of turrets set up, so recall could be very deadly.
Yeah, the single Arbiter just came out sitting at the top of the Nexus earlier we have seen. I'm not sure how much of energy it has been saved up, but I feel maybe Light is not thinking about the Arbiter switch. Oh, he just scanned it.
He did just scan. Yeah, he just scanned, so he knows. Whoa! He may have not known that the Arbiter's already out, but he did scan that there's at least Arbiter tech, and that Storm's great. Hits a lot of the SCV line, but at the same time, that reaction was amazing to save half of the SCVs right there. Light at 150 supply versus, again, max for Snow.
That's a shuttle, the annoying shuttle. Finally got picked up by the single raid. Science facility is buying some time. Nice spider mines, hitting all those Zealots, picking up the shield here. And now I don't think this is a good engagement for Snow to go in, because that's a straight line siege tank, like pretty much defending at the 6 o'clock side. And now another expansion, double expansion, has been taken by Light.
Well, Snow knows that he has to do something, but unfortunately, I don't think this attack is going to work either. There's so many tanks, and those goons, look at them clump up on the side of that cliff. Zealots get clumped up too, and Protoss' army is just getting obliterated. Protoss is still ahead in supply, but Light slowly but surely crawling back into this game, and it's soon going to be 7 base versus 7 base.
This is a absolutely nice way of making a comeback with upgraded advantage and denying all this harassment. But here's us. We just heard a lot of skin going off, but I don't think he's able to track that vessel. Okay, maybe that might be a single vessel pretty much patrolling on the left side here. It is gonna have enough energy. Oh, the vessel's gonna be turning into the left side. Really see it? Oh, he saw it.
Gotta cast it. Oh, he missed it. The recall gets off, but I mean, all the tanks were already here, so I don't even think this is gonna be a successful recall. There's already mine set up too. So Light, I think, should be able to hold this, and he's not even gonna kill the command center. Look at that CV block at the ramp. You're not going up here, bro. You're gonna have to fight.
Yeah, those, I don't know, maybe about like 130, 140-ish supply count just got picked up for free. It was wasted. Snow just pretty much wasted for free there. And okay, there's a single race still alive and picking up another shuttle once again. Nicely done for Light. And Snow is slowly losing some power of a macro here. I mean, he has that mineral expansion is pretty much mined out, so I would say this is about like 3 base mining for Protoss, and where Light has like 5 base mining.
Yeah, and we've got another attack into high ground, this time on the right side. There's so many mines here. He lost almost all of his zealots before clearing a single tank. Now the goons and Templars may be able to get through. Storm does not get off to hit those SCVs. Look at that eBay and Barrack soak up so many hits, preventing the goons to actually help sync up with the prevent the goons from syncing up with the zealots. Perfect defense from Light, and unless Snow gets one of these mid bases, which I don't think he can take anymore, I think he's just gonna run out of money.
Maybe he might have to do somewhere like a great recall, somewhere like hitting at the main Light's main base and try to draw all of the Light's army to Light to his main base and somehow find a way to break the front line. But okay, here's another Arbiter. It's gonna have enough energy very, very soon, but okay.
And this is pretty much what you do, is you have defense at all sides, and then you just have an army patrolling back and forth to reinforce the position. Light knows that his win condition is to just survive. He does not have to attack Snow. This recall is going to get off just barely. But this is going to be units that are just going to die for a command center. I actually don't even know if this is really worth it for Snow.
Yeah, those recall somehow made it in, but I don't know if this is still a good trade. Now Light has been getting all those power of eco boost here by taking both of the 7 o'clock expansion. He does have almost maxed out army. Snow has a maxed out army as well and saved up back. Maybe it might be a better choice for him to like having some backup plan, getting the +1 arrow weapon, +2 arrow weapon, and go for maybe like super late carrier switch.
Yeah, I was going to say that his carrier switch might be nice, but the problem is Light's basically maxed now. And okay, well, we're going to have another attack into this position. This time around, there's not that many tanks on high ground, so this is going to be a much better trade for Snow. Still 180 versus 180, but you can see a lot of supply for Light was on the right side of the map. So these goons and zealots actually get in. No, oh, he has a single storm. Can he hit some of these SCVs? No, he's going to save it for the tanks.
The command center, well, okay, the command center did not get picked up, but is he rebuilding another command center at the 7 o'clock main base?
Yeah, I think he is, and that mineral only is going to get re-secured in just a second. Supply still 170 to 170. Snow, that 3k bank, 2k gas that he had, well, now it's down to 1.5k 500 gas. Here comes another Arbiter. This one's a little bit damaged.
I think Arbiter,
yeah. I think the vessel is slightly out of position. Oh, not moves into position, of course.
And that Arbiter is trying to find a way to go for the recall. I think there was a red box just on the 9 o'clock side, maybe? Or maybe he missed it? Yeah, he's definitely the orbit. He just scanned it. He just scanned it where the Arbiter was coming from. So where is the vessel? He should have the vessel, but... Oh, no, Goliath. No, Goliath supporting here. Oh, 6 o'clock is so vulnerable. No mines whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, actually, Light did not efficiently mine. Is it going to die? Oh my god, I thought that Arbiter was going to die before it got the recall off. But instead, it does actually unload. But this is an expensive army to lose. It's mostly goons, and the Templars get EMP'd. So he's going to lose all of this during that recall. And all he really forced was maybe, what, an SCV pull?
Yeah, Light has been trying to keep up this game really, really hard. I mean, Light is struggling to save those saved up bank, but the Oracle now finishes. Maybe it's gonna kill some SCV, but maybe not.
Yeah, the defense so far from Light is impeccable. Unfortunately for Snow, the recalls are just not getting the damage that he needs. I mean, he still has a decent econ. He's still on 3 bases, but top left is going to be mined out pretty soon.
He just saw that Arbiter location at the mid left side, so he's pretty much chasing and pretty much just following where Snow is moving towards to. Nice scan, constantly figuring. Oh, here's the Arbiter.
Okay, Arbiter loses all of its shields and a portion of its health, and it cannot recall. Wow, was that a debate? Was that just to allow the Arbiter to get into the left side of the map? Looks like it was. He's going to recall again. Again, this recall is not the biggest recall. Oh, there's a hidden turret.
Yeah, so that was definitely a nice recall, but that is about like a 40-ish to 50-ish of a supply count. Was brought to 7 o'clock site. He will be able to kill the command center, but is killing a command center worth for Snow? I mean, it's just costing only a 400 mineral wasted, but Snow is wasting more than 400 mineral. Oh, that's a nice EMP.
Yeah, nicely done. Catches the Arbiter, and he's going to get the Goons, and Snow's... He has to do something, but nothing's working for him. He can't take mid-right anymore because you can see Light's already feeling confident enough to just move over there and deny it. And mid-left is denied too, so what can Snow really do? Okay, Storm is great, but Terran has 7 SCVs, so these SCVs can be rebuilt in an instant. I'm still waiting for the carrier switch, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. So he's going to be forced to just try and win with Gateway Man plus Arbiter and Storms.
I mean, being stubborn with the superior gateway man, I don't think this is a great solution because, I mean, Snow is not having that amazing upgrade. Like he's just stuck at what is it, +3 with the +1 armor against that 3/3 upgrade. I mean, if he wants to be a gateway man, he should be spending all of his resource for like 3/3 upgrade, but. I'm not sure whether he can find a solution to break this line.
Well, I think Snow's just running out of oomph here. He's got a lot of minerals. Doesn't have the gas anymore. I mean, it's just 500. That carrier switch is never going to happen. That is so many mines that just instantly kill the Zealots. And he just has tanks for days. Now he's going to take the bottom left command center again. He's mining bottom middle too. He's still on 3 base mining. Actually, he's on 4 base mining. I didn't even realize his mineral only still running. And yeah, look at top left. That's a mined out base in a second. Mineral only is going to be mined out too. And top left is going to be mined out. So really, if Light just camps for 5 minutes and Snow doesn't win the game, I think he'll just win.
Yeah, this is type of the game scenario where people pretty much say Terran is OP here, but here's the Arbiter. Okay, there are 2 Arbiter. The Wraith will get picked up by the cannon maybe.
Well, you can see Snow's trying to make something happen. He's repositioning constantly. He's got his Arbiters on the left side, Arbiter on the right side, but Light matching with the vessel movement. Now he may have found an opening this time. We're going to see our first stasis of the game. Now that's a lot of units moving into position onto this 3rd base, but a lot of support for Light in the back with these tanks. Another great double stasis there. This might be what Snow needs to bust through, but those stasises, all they do is prevent the units from actually getting onto the back line.
Yeah, Snow was able to kill that command center, but is it worth to kill a command center and stasis field those 4 tanks at losing a lot of his army? And now Snow is getting mined out at 11 o'clock side, so the time is running out. Like, I see him mining with 3 base so far, so 3 base Protoss versus what? 4 base Terran? I mean, 6 o'clock is not mined out yet.
Yep, and it's just tanks for days all over the place. Snow's probably thinking like, man, can he really just have this many tanks? And the answer is yes, and there's more tanks. There's even tanks sitting here behind this mineral only where there are mines and turrets set up, and goodbye Arbiter.
The recall didn't trigger. He did use that energy, 150 energy to go for the recall, but the animation was just too long to finish up the cast. The spell cast did not work here. And now Light just pretty much chasing where Snow is moving towards to. And that's a nice EMP once again to the Arbiter, and that's a look at the number of a siege tank.
Yeah, and keep in mind, there's like 15 tanks on the left side of the map. This isn't even Light's whole army, and he crushes it with ease.
And somehow the supply count went down to 140-ish, 150-ish for Snow. Snow's 12 o'clock expansion is not mined out. I think Snow is struggling.
Yeah, not mining that gas at the top left was a big hindrance for him, because I see pros mining the main and natural actually for Snow. and they're obviously not efficiently mining because those bases or those gases are mined out. That might have been the reason that he never switched to carriers, because he's not gas starved, but it's not like some absurd amount where he could build like 6 carriers at once. So unfortunately, time is running out for Snow, and this might be the first attack we see all game from Light.
Yeah, this is gonna be his first attack here, as it says. And I saw Light was making a barracks at the bottom left. Maybe he's preparing for the ghost. I think he knows he's gonna win this game most likely, so maybe he's gonna be making a ghost maybe for the lockdown, or maybe some kind of a nuclear, or maybe...
I think this is it. I think this is the last attack. This was the last hurrah for Snow. He's got to make something happen. It's just... he just doesn't have enough stuff. I mean, look at the army. I didn't see a single tank die. It's crazy. It's crazy how strong Terran is.
Yeah, I just hear lots of unsieged. So Light is probably gonna be moving forward, maybe leaving 2-3 tanks at the bottom. Okay, now Goons just got sucked in here. Goons are getting picked up. And now Light is gonna be moving out with handful, or I would say 2 dozens of siege tanks.
Yeah, and he has more. He has more behind it. And what's funny is, he doesn't even need to attack because his base is about to be mined out anyways. But he is just going to fight right now. Look at supply. Still basically max for Light. Meanwhile, Snow dips down to 160. That's going to be a dead mineral only.
Yeah, I think Snow is trying to do something for the last moment here before he surrenders. So we see a lot of straight line moving towards. Okay, that vessel has enough energy for the 2 stasis field.
Oh, here we go. This is finally a good trade for Snow because these are not in sync stasises, so he may... and it still doesn't matter. He's still going to lose his whole army. GG. Well done by Light. That's what you call impeccable defense. And Snow had a massive early game advantage. I don't know how Light was able to hold on.
It's just crazy how solid Terran he is. I mean, it's just unbreakable. Like, you saw how behind Light was in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, just unbreakable. And that goes to show you guys that you don't have to actually attack to win. You just sit there and split the map and deny the mid bases. That was the game plan from Light. If we go split map, he's going to win because Terran's just more cost effective. But man, his vessel usage was amazing. I don't think... well, I know for a fact I could never keep up with the Arbiters. They always end up getting the recalls off and do devastating amounts of damage. But just amazing defense from Light right there. And he looks monstrous in this group. And he'll be going up against Zero in our winners match. But we've got a PvP in our losers match, Snow versus Stork. That should be cool because I know both players have amazing Reaver microcontrol. But before we get into our winners match, of course, we're going into our quick break. Then we'll be back with our best of 3, Light versus Zero.
Or maybe we might gonna be seeing that Hot 6 soon.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Okay, they're not showing the Hot 6 screen yet. Oh, here's the Hot 6.
There it is.
Yeah. So we are moving into Hot 6 commercial break for those Korean caster. And yeah, so there's something that I learned. Well, I did somewhat new, but I learned more when I was at Light's place. Like, I had some coaching session when Light was teaching me some about TVP. Light said whenever Protoss is not going for carrier, he said you don't have to go for the attack move. And this is like one of the best example how Terran doesn't really need to go for the attack move because there's no carrier anyways. So all he has to do is just defend and takes same amount of resource where Snow having that much of a resource in the beginning of the siege. So yeah, splitting up the map is like the best decision making, how Light was showing to us.
Yes, that's also something I realized the more and more I played Eclipse. It was like, hey man, this map has 11 bases, but if I get 5 and you get 5 and I prevent one of the key bases, like one of the bottom right bases, well, my army's just more effective. So I agree with Light there. I think that's the best move. What else was I had another thought. I forget what it was, though. But what do you think Snow should have done? Should he switch to carriers? Should he have gone arbiters? What was the big mistake that Snow made?
Well, I think he was somewhat stubborn going for mass gateway man with the single arbiter. I mean, he just had only a single Stargate like the whole time. It wasn't a double Stargate. If you had that double Stargate making two arbiter at a time, maybe you could have like recalled two different locations at the same time, like one at the left and one at the right. And for example, let's say you try to go for the recall from the both sides, like 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock, and one of the arbiter got hit. Still okay because you have another arbiter moving to the other location. And
You know,
something I want to say about like being a gateway man is kind of like falling behind in the late game potential. And Snow had a lot of like saved up bank. Like what if you just build a like another cybernetics core and flip econ and just constantly go for the upgrade and maybe switch for like a carrier, like super late carrier.
Yeah, that could have worked. I mean, one of my initial thoughts is this is something I always think a lot of, or what Protoss players should do. When you know Terran's playing defensive, why didn't Snow just take bottom left? Because Terran has to expand that position. And if he just mines it out real fast, well, what base can Terran take? Is he going to take diagonal top left? That'll never happen. So I think Snow could have done that too. Just even if he just mines out the main, that's a lot of resources lost.
If I try to recall what just happened that game, Light had 140-ish supply count, and he was also taking the 5th command center at the 7 o'clock minute expansion, and Snow was trying his best to deny that expansion the whole time, but you know, it's like Snow's army. Oh, I guess we'll be coming back soon with the commercial break.
이거는 뭔가 들고 가는 것 같으니까 뭔가 골리앗. 아니요, 확실하진 않은데 골리앗 같아요.
We're back, guys, and it's time to get into our winners match. We just saw ridiculous defense from Light, but he's going to be going up against Queen, who had ridiculous macro versus Stork. It's going to be a TVZ. What are your thoughts on this particular matchup?
TVZ, I've seen Light was playing like 50 games against here, like online spawn matches. Like they had about 50% win rate each other. So I'm pretty sure that massive amount of TVZ practice for Light probably helped him a lot to play better for the season, and I hope he can actually show us how well he's prepared out of this best of 3 season. And Lemon is open!
Oh! Yes! We get a Lemon! And we got bans on Eclipse and Revolver.
But that's kind of odd.
Yeah.
I mean, Eclipse is banned for Terran? I mean, Terran really loves to play on Eclipse against Zerg because Zerg is always struggling to take the 4th gas all the time.
Well, maybe Light knows something about Queen that we don't know, but let's get into our winners match, guys. Light versus Queen, best of 3. Right, so in the bottom left position, we have our Terran player. It is Light. And of course, in the top right, our Zerg. It is Queen. And I think that this map is a dangerous map for both players. One reason for Queen here is because Light can play anything. We may actually see something like 2-port Wraith on 1 base or 2-port Wraith on 2 base, like we saw Royal just play the other day when we did that Ultimate Battle stream. Meanwhile, double gas for Zerg, that's always painful for Terran to deal with. So I'm curious what we're going to see from these openers. Now look at that match history. Actually, Queen leading the series 4-1 overall.
Yeah, that happened in the Season 9 final. And this time it is not going to be 4-pool. And I guess Light probably expected Queen is not going to be doing the 4-pool. And we see him going for 8 racks here. Okay.
8 rack at the front. Ooh, first from Queen. I think this is a good read from Queen because, as you mentioned, it's a bit weird to ban Eclipse and then let Lemon get through, right? So I think Queen might be thinking like, I bet you've got something planned for this. So going for that early pool. Now he does have it at the front for that semi-wall. Now I have to say I have not seen this particular wall where the depot and barracks is positioned like that.
Maybe he'll lift up the barracks later on. He just wanted to have that Marine coming out close to opponent's natural side. And we see Queen is not gonna go for horizontal scout. This is a cross scout by Queen. And yeah, here's a double scout by Light. And I'm looking at my eyes on Light's main base, whether he's gonna be putting down the gas or whatnot.
But I'm looking to see if there's any reactions from Light to see that drone so quickly. Didn't see anything from him, so it looks like he's not too phased by that. Meanwhile, of course, Queen is loving this. He went for a pool first build versus an 8 rack, so that's pretty much the ideal scenario. First 6 Lings are out on the map, and I'm looking at the scouting pattern of these SCVs. The Lings may actually be able to get out of vision before the SCVs can intercept them. Can they? Oh, look at it!
He saw it. So now he's pulling.
Yeah, he just barely saw it, and now the Marines are going to turn around. But remember, I think he did float his racks already, but he needs to get at least one S. That can't. Oh, it can fit. Whoa! It can fit.
What does
the Marine went through the depot and the racks?
Oh, because it's kind of like a animation where barracks was lifting at the same time. So
okay.
Like that. So yeah, it's not a bug. It's just pretty much like animation. It's kind of like delayed showing there. So we see. I guess that's gonna be a normal opening for both players where it's like a Rex expand versus 9 pull into 3 hatchery. Queen does have enough money for a hatchery. Maybe what is that? Is that okay? That is not a drone at the 12 o'clock size. So Queen is not interested of going 3 hatchery over here. 2 hatchery attack on the way.
Yep, it is. Ooh, what's that drone doing? The lair just started. Okay, it is just positioning to prevent SCV into the main. I thought we might see a Hydra Den. Now back in the main of Light, I see he took his gas, and that's an eBay. I don't know what to think about this, because remember, the third base has double gas. And just as an outsider looking in, I feel like Terran definitely wants to deny that base, because if Zerg just gets instantly 4 gas, you're in big time trouble. So I don't know what to think of this eBay rush.
Or maybe I might be able to understand why he's decided to go for the eBay first, because whenever Queen gets the Mutalisk out, I mean the distance from Queen's main base to Light's main base is pretty damn far to me, what I see. And as Terran also, it's kind of hard to defend your mineral line with missile turrets, so maybe the getting that early +1 attack, maybe getting 3 more racks, like having 4 racks with the +1 marine, might be a good solution to fight against this 9-point to 2 hatch mira opening.
Well, there is a sneaky hatchery at the bottom side of that natural base. Now the Overlord comes in. Is it gonna try and take a peek? Okay, well, it sees that something's mining, but he doesn't see an eBay or anything. He just barely misses it. He is just going to hover over that ledge and see exactly the medic timing, comsat timing. Spire's about halfway done, second gas coming in.
I like how Light is not putting on the second comsat station, because, I mean, it's a cross spawn. Most likely you're going to be seeing the Mutalisk opening anyways. I mean, cross spawn lurker opening, it's like hard to do it as a Zerg too. So here's the first scanner goes off. Sees a Spartak, everything. He got all the intel.
Now this is pretty interesting build from Queen, because we see he already had a 3rd hatch in his main. That's a 4th hatch at the top middle base. So I don't know if this is actually going to get up and running, because Marines, medics are coming out. But I guess the Spire is about to finish, so Muta should be out. Now that is a 5th Rax.
Yeah, that is a 5th Rax what we are seeing. So Light is using another scan. Is he able to get to see? No! He doesn't get to see that 3rd hatchery. That creep did not spread to the top side. So he may be thinking this is pretty much a regular 2 hatch mira into 3 hatchery somewhere at the expansion side. But it's a 4 hatchery build. So Queen is having all those larvae advantage in the early stage of the game. Maybe squeezing all of his larvae for making a lot of drone, or maybe even Mutalisk, or even Zerglin, whatever he wants. Okay. He didn't make 6 mira, he made drone.
Yeah, so he's getting his econ up and running, and that might have been a mistake, because Marines and medics are moving out right now. It's just 4 mutas. They don't even one-shot a Marine unless they're stemmed. Now, meanwhile, SCV is trying to sneak out, but I'm pretty sure that should get caught immediately. Maybe not. Okay, yeah. Mutas are going to take it out.
Oh, okay. That Mutalisk did not actually pick up that SCV because it's a high ground. I mean, you may think that's like a same ground, like a low ground, but sometimes it misses the shot because of the tree thingy. And we see this is a 5x. Queen should be able to figure out this is the 5x by now, and he needs to be careful with the Mutalisk micro here. That's a nice turret placement for Light.
Well, when Light actually gets out onto the map and he sees this 3rd base, which he does just now, he's going to have a super powerful army with that +1, which is done. Now remember, Spire has been done for about a minute or so, so if +1 weapon is coming in, it's close to halfway done for Queen, but he needs to buy time until about the 8:30 mark. But here comes Light. Well, so we're going to have a counterattack?
Okay, that Zergling speed just got kicked in. I think it did not have the Zergling speed earlier. So now the Zergling speed is done for Queen, and Queen does have 4 hatchery total, so he should be able to squeeze all of his money and pretty much pump up all his Muta count and Zerglin count to somehow stop this Eminem ball. The Eminem is pretty much we'll be buying sometime in the middle of the map, and maybe okay, there should be the factory at the natural too for Light. So Light is spending all of his resource for pumping up a lot of Marine medic production, and plus having the tech upgrade on the way.
Now, Light has to be careful because he only has 4 medics, and I don't even see a medic in that entire army that moved across the left side. So he's got to be careful not to lose a medic and be out of energy. But at the same time, this move out went unscouted, and he may be able to backstab this 3rd base while he's drawing the attention on the right side with this other Marine medic group. Queen must know something's up because mutas are moving over to the left side of the map. And remember, no medics here. Oh, it just stems into the third base.
Oh yeah, this Eminem, pure Eminem is just looking crazy. Now Queen has to make a decision making. He will be eating up the main army, but this handful of Marine that has some support with the 2 medic. But I think he should be getting picked up easily because that's a lot of mutas right now Queen has.
Yeah, that's a lot of mutas, but remember Terran is at +1 weapon. Okay, yeah, he gets obliterated, but he did kill a couple of mutalists there. Damn, look at Light's supply though. It's shattered down to 50. Meanwhile, Queen is at nearly 80.
Yeah, somehow Queen just have more supply count. I guess it's heavily pretty much having a lot of mutals here. That's a nice turret placement like everywhere at the natural side, but the main base is also vulnerable. Adding the armory with the control tower is right now is a good one, but okay, 5 missile turret at the main base and forcing Queen to pull back.
Okay, let's see if we can do the double muta micro. It looks like he's going for it. We've got Jadon S mutas here. He does kill a lot of Marines. And now Light's in trouble because even though he has 5 barracks, he doesn't have that many Marines actually. Double starport with armory, so we've got Valkyries coming out, and they'll dish out a lot of damage. Oh, more Lings coming to try and support these mutalists.
Yeah, Light is making double Valkyrie from those 2 starport, but when we look at the supply count, 50 supply for Light. I mean, where are the M&Ms? Okay, a lot of mutals pretty much heavily wounded.
Yeah, and behind this we did see a Hydrodent, so it could be Lurker follow-up. I mean, he could continue to build Mutalists here with armor, we'll see. But here comes another attack from Queen. He knows that the Marine count is just not existent, but remember, it's so many mutas are low that one Valkyrie did a lot of damage. If there was another one that came out in just a second, it would have probably popped a couple mutas there. But for now, Queen still holding on to the supply lead. He's got his 3rd base up and running at top middle.
Yeah, that Mutas seems like he can't really attack anymore. I mean, Queen wanted to end the game here. He made extra Zergling right before the Valkyrie comes out, so now that's a little bit of a mistake. That Zergling could have been everything drone and just somehow make it into switching into a late game here. But now these 2 Valkyrie with Eminem Ball moving out, and yeah, Queen still has a supply lead. This is a good news.
But with Valkyrie's support and 1-1 upgrades, this Marine count, or this Marine ball, is going to be much scarier than it normally is. We've seen Valkyries dish out a lot of damage in previous games. I haven't seen a single Lurker at all. Wondering if there's any... I wonder what that slow-moving unit is at the top middle. Is that Hydras that are just starting to morph into Lurkers?
Should be, yeah. There should be Hydras out on the map, and Star needs to make some Lurkers because I mean that 2 groups of M&M is already moving out, and now Queen is trying to go for the backstab, but the bunker, 1 bunker is gonna be supporting him here. 1 medic.
Yeah, but Terran turns around and this buys Zero the time he needs to get those Lurkers up. I think they just completed at the center of the map. You can hear a scan went off the top middle. He knows there's no Lurkers there, but unbeknownst to him, they're about to get into position right now. Lings and Mutas almost catch a block of the Marine and Medic. And again, Light is being forced to turn around, and that's just buying Queen so much time. Ooh, he gets a Valkyrie somehow.
1 Valkyrie fell. That's not a good sign, but Light is somehow secured everything, and now slowly changing into late game here, making us 2 Science Vessel with the irradiated upgrade on the way, and now more Lurkers being morphed, and we know Queen is making another gas at the 12 o'clock side. So this is a 4 gas Zerg right now, but something that we have to remember is even though it's a 4 gas, it's pretty much a 5,000 Vespene gas split into half. The one has 3,500 and the another one has 1,500. So he does have the gas boost right now.
Well, this is a very dangerous Terran army, and those Lurkers moved out of position. Remember, these Marines have +1 armor, so even though it is 6 Lurkers, Light could go for it. For now, he's not going to. He irradiated 2 of the Lurkers, so they're going to pop any moment now. For now, the defense at the third base is a little bit too much, but I'm a bit worried about the natural potentially for Queen. More vessels, more marine medic. Oh, he found the lurkers isolated, and he's gonna go for it. This is so much bio, and there's nothing to really support these lurkers.
Yeah, that 1-1 upgrade of M&M is just looking so scary. I mean, they don't die by
Oh my God.
2 shots by a lurker. Okay, armor 1 did kick in for Queen, but I don't think he has enough army to stop. Right, supply count is 84 versus 65 Queen's army. More reinforcements just came to merge and support the fight here. A single lurker still remaining.
And this can happen in TVZ. Just in an instant, somebody's out of position, and their whole army gets eviscerated. And Light, he steals game 1 away.
Oh
man,
crazy.
Yeah, Queen's gonna be kicking himself for repositioning those lurkers. I mean, I don't think he needed to do that, but Light was on top of it. He's like, he saw it and he just went for it instantly. He knew his upgrade advantage and took, he was just really on top of it.
Yeah, that was a very interesting TVZ on Lemon, but I like to see Queen making some comeback in game number 2.
I'm gonna have to rewatch the game and wonder how, or figure out how Light got back in supply, because remember it was 50 to 80, and it felt like Queen just hovered around 80 for the rest of the game. Like even the last attack I think was like 95 to 95. Not too sure exactly what happened to Queen there, but mid-game kind of just fell apart for him. His Defiler mound was extremely late. That's something I noticed. But now game 2, was it Ascension? Second map? No, it's Good Night. It's Good Night.
I don't recall. Is it Good Night?
Yeah, I think it is Good Night for our second map. I'm trying to think back to all the games we've seen on Good Night so far. I feel like we've seen a lot of pressure, right? Like 8 racks play. I wonder if Light will open with 8 racks again. A lot of times people, once they show aggressive play, they tend to go for it twice in a row, but I have a feeling this time around, probably just going to see a normal opener. But again, we have to wait and see what the map is.
Yeah, I think players are trying to get ready to move into game number 2. Doing some massage on their wrist and hands and fingers here. So Light is pretty much 1 game away to make it into a quarterfinal here.
Yeah, now, of course, Zero's not out of it. Even if he gets knocked down to the loser side, he's going to have another shot at it. He's going to go up against either Stork again or Snow. And we know this guy is a beast in CVP, one of the highest win rates in all of ASL in that particular matchup. It is Ascension. Okay, Good Night is the 3rd map. Now, we just did Ultimate Battle, and we saw interesting play here from Soma. Let's see if Queen pulls something out here on Ascension. It's got so many intricacies to it. Let's get into game 2. Light versus Queen. Can Light close it out? In the bottom left, taking the first game on Lemon, it is Light. And then in the top middle, our Zerg player down 0-1, it is Queen. Now, first thing I notice is, of course, that Overlord going the wrong scouting direction, so he's not going to find Light first.
All the talks that I've been hearing by those ex-pros, they were pretty much saying 12 o'clock location, whenever Zerg is mining that location, it's kind of like having insane amount of minerals. And we can see he already is boosting all those mining pads. Look at that, those 2 drones are pretty much bouncing off on the mineral line and getting all those mineral boosts at the top side already. And let's see what Light is prepared for this game. And looks like this is a depot follow-up.
Yeah, this looks like a depot timing. So we're going to have a wall at the front. Now, in the olden days, you would say, okay, a wall, this is going to be tech, but nowadays you really have to scout, because it could be anything. Could be command center behind it, could be tech, could be some weird 2 racks play, be all sorts of shenanigans. Now I noticed that Queen already built his Overlord, so we're not going to have an early pool this time around. We're likely just going to have that standard 12 hatch. The one thing I am looking to see is, are we going to see 12 hatch, 12 pool, 12 gas? I think Hero was pulling that out last time in Group B.
Yeah, look at that resource. I mean, the normal time of a 12 hatchery is 1 minute 40 seconds, and he already started his 12 hatchery at 1 minute 35 seconds. So 5-second difference is a huge thing in pro level.
Yeah, well, I mean, a larva is like something every 12 seconds, so he just got half a drone additional that he shouldn't ever have. Now, that is an 11 pool, 10 gas, so he's not going to go super econ style. Meanwhile, SCV going to be moving out, and he is going to scout the wrong direction too, so maybe not. And now he's going to hook back around to the top middle and find Queen with his first scout.
Yeah, Lyda was trying to figure out whether the Overlord was standing on the at the high ground up there or whatnot. And we see Queen is already mining the gas at 2 minutes 25 seconds, so that's a big thing, I would say. Maybe his lair tag might start at 2 minutes 47? Somewhere around there. I would like to see how fast the lair tag is.
Yeah, this is something like 5 to 10 seconds faster than normal, so Light's going to have to be aware of that, because a lot of times you can see Terrans just barely get turrets up in time, but if Queen shows up just a few seconds faster than usual, that could be all he needs to start snowballing the game. Now, meanwhile, that SCV's decided he wants the minerals, but Drone was like, don't you dare. And now he might lose his life for being too greedy.
Yeah, I've seen Queen started the lair tag at 2 minutes 46 seconds, so that's even faster than the usual. So, I mean, Light is going to have a big difficulty of defending the mirrorless harassment in the early stage of the game, because it's just way too fast. Everything is just way too fast.
Again, another fast eBay, but that is an equally fast Academy. A 325 Academy with something like a 3-minute eBay, so Light powering like a madman. His Marine count has to be extremely low. Yeah, it's at 1 right now.
It's a single Marine, and now second Marine just came out.
Okay. The SCV has been pushed out, and remember, this map is hard to get back into the main because of that small choke. Looks like he is going to this time around. Spire has just started. Can the drone deny it? Ooh.
I'm trying to understand why Queen is not getting the extractor up. Okay, now he's getting that extractor up now, but I feel like it's somewhat delayed. But we see him sending out the drone all the way to 5 o'clock side. So maybe 5 o'clock nat, or maybe 5 o'clock main.
Yeah, I want to see it at the nat. We'll see where he opts though. I just find it so hard to scout when it's at the nat, but it is just going to be at the main, it looks like. Meanwhile, Spire about halfway done. Second racks, I think, just started for Light right now in his main. So again, his Marine count is just absurdly low, ridiculously low. And this map is a map where you need a lot of turrets, so there may be a vulnerable position that Queen can exploit in the next minute or so.
Well, Queen is about to have that Spartak done at like 5 minutes 10 seconds or 5 minutes. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna keep my eyes on what time he's got. Okay, he just spent it. He just spent his resource at 5 minutes 8 seconds. So that mirrorless is like, I would say 10 seconds faster than the usual.
Yeah, these Mutalisks are going to pop around like 5:35, and generally they pop out around 5:45. So Light, he needs to get his bunker and turrets up, man. I don't see any just yet, and I mean, this is not the longest map. Yeah, 5:35 meters right there. It looks like the turrets are barely going to get up in time.
Yeah, those are heavy mining boosts for Queen. It's just pretty much having all those tech advantage in the early stage of the game. We see Light is cutting off his mining the gas, so I think he's just gonna be staying on the 4 racks heavily and try to put as many as a missile turret that he can.
Yeah, I already saw something like 5 turrets in the main. There's a 6th one, 7th one at the natural, even 8th one. And you can see that it's going to be a struggle for Light to deal with this because, remember, he was on 1 Rax almost the entirety of this game. So he only has something like 12 Marines right now. Great turret placement, though, minimizing the losses on the SCV line at the natural.
And now that's a 7 Mirrorless is about to go for the sniping some SCV. I think he's about to move in.
Right, well, the Queen's in a bit of trouble now because Terran's moving out, but how does he get out of his base now? Okay, this is just to be a counterattack. Ling's going to draw the... No, not going to actually draw the units back. Light is still going for this, and now Queen has to take a huge pathway back. Sunkens are not up. It looks like we may have a base trade scenario. The last turret is going to fall at the natural, but none of these mutas can come back and help.
Yeah, Queen has been harassing really well with the 7 Mutalists, and now he's trying to pull back all of his Mutalists and try to secure his natural, but the sunken line is just pretty much helping him. And look at the terrain is just kind of like delaying the M&M, like coming towards the 12 o'clock side.
Yeah, if this was a more standard map like Polypod, I think he would have instantly gotten there and been able to bust those Sunkens, but as played, Marine's not able to get there in time, and now mutas are just going to continually harass this natural. Meanwhile, the army for Light is still out in the map, so he's looking for that 3rd base, but he's got to be careful because this is still a lot of mutas.
Picking up the SAV and a missile turret that was going to be built, but okay, I guess Queen is not interested of saving his 5 o'clock base, so he'll give up that 5 o'clock base and go for the huge harassment at Light's main base. I think Light didn't even get the factory. Does he even have a factory?
I think he does, yeah. Okay, we've got mutas jumping on that single turret. That's a starport being built. So Light's going to be losing a lot of SCVs here. The turrets are, again, placed in a nice position. Remember, Marines have +1 weapon too, so they hit really hard. And as you stated, bottom right, that's dead. That is a dead base. Drones are hidden, though, so they may be able to rebuild it. But Marines are not in an ideal fighting position here. They're kind of choked up.
And Marines are trying to protect the mineral line here, but more Mutalists will be coming. Another 11 Mutalists. With the new Mutalists, okay, that's a miss micro by Queen, but he did get the depot.
Well, drones are not going to stick around. Instead, they're going to head back home. But Queen behind this seems to just be going pure mutas. I think I saw an evolution chamber, but I can't confirm it. Meanwhile, if mutas engage this isolated Marine medic ball, loses 2 mutas, but wipes out almost 80% of that army. So nicely done from Queen there. Again, he's up in supply, 65 to 60, but losing that 3rd base, that's pretty painful.
Here's once again another 8 Mutalists, and looks like the natural, Light's natural seems vulnerable here. The turret placement is not that great to defend, and this is really tough for Terran to defend the natural side. I mean, those 8 Mutalists is just pretty much constantly picking up all of your SCV, and Light really cannot do anything about this. Ooh,
more
2 sides micro.
Yeah, 2 groups of mutas being microed. Marines in the main plus turrets trying to help defend this. Queen doing a really good job harassing the main and the natural at the same time. SCV count is dwindling fat. Look how many turrets there are.
Yes, they're not that supportive here. I mean, he just spent a lot of resource for all those missile turret, but Light has been losing all those SCV count all the time, and now he does have 4 racks with the starport making a vessel, but now Queen is somehow making some back into the game here, having the Queen's Nest with the Hydrodan.
Yeah, Vessel is going to be coming out, but at the same time, 1 Vessel, I mean, Pro splits so well that they're not afraid about a single Irradiate, so Light still needs some time to get up to some type of critical mass where he can actually deal with the Zerg army. Something I noticed is he doesn't have his Nat Gas just yet, so he can't pump out, double Vessel at a time. It is just going to be 1 for quite a while. We may see, I guess, an add-on for tanks and go for a push potentially because he's so gas-starved, but maybe not. But here comes that 2 groups of mutas into the natural. Remember, there's 5 turrets here. Vessel should have irradiated in just a second.
That is a 2-group muta micro sniping all of the messages one by one. But one nice, he ready. And
oh my god!
Yeah, that did like 1,000 damage there. All of the Mutas pretty much have like low HP. I mean, if they just like, I mean, if he ever goes for the harassment and try to pick more of SCV, well, every single Mutas will just picked up by those number of Marines. And now, okay, third gas is going to be mined by Queen. Defiler Mound going up with the Evolution Chamber.
Yeah, and that's what Light needed to get back into this game. Now those mutas are heavily softened up. Supplies are in favor of Light now. But with Defiler Mound coming up pretty soon, sure, Zerg's still not out of it. But now it's just 7 Mutalists, and he scans the Defiler timing, so he knows he has something like a minute or so to actually put on pressure to this third base, or potentially go for the killing blow. And the third base, this is on a high ground base that's very, very open, so he can definitely set up some type of concave to engage these lurkers if he wants.
Okay, here's the second starport being finished, and now adding a control tower. 1-1 upgrade is done for Light, and I want to see whether Queen has enough army to stop this army. So 72 supply versus 84, and Queen is taking another expansion towards the top right.
Seems risky to take that base at this pinnacle moment, or this crucial moment in the game. Double vessel versus 7 lurkers and just a handful of lurkers, or 7 lurkers and a handful of mutas. Feel like I've seen this before, Scan. I just watched it. We've got Marines with 1-1, and once it's just 5, I think he's just gonna go for it. This is so many Marines.
Okay, 1 vessel will get sniped. Okay, so that's a nice pickup for Queen, but I think he sniped and one of the vessel had a low energy, so it didn't really affect that much. Another vessel is about to use the Irradiant on a lurker, and he used the Irradiant on a lurker. I think he might gonna go for the boss here. I mean, it's just a 5 lurker.
Yeah, if he goes right now, Defiler does not have Dark Swarm, but now it's going to. Unfortunately, that Irradiate going on the lurker kind of cost him this killing blow onto the third base. But for now, Queen is going to survive just barely with that Defiler. And remember, he's hidden the top right base, so if Light doesn't realize this Zerg could all of a sudden turn into 4 base Zerg in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, now those Defiler with a couple of lurkers will be trying to move forward and try to have those map control and push him away. But Queen, and he really needs to lower down the vessel count. If the vessel count starts to become larger and larger, vessel, okay, he needs to be careful.
Yeah, vessels almost get picked off, but in the end, they do not fall. Nidus is going up. Remember, Light's still unaware of this top right base. Looks like the Nidus is actually going to connect to top right in just a second. Sunken's being positioned up there too. Now, the science facility being floated in the middle of the map means we're not going to have BCs for a while, maybe not even ever during this game. Scourge did not get the connection that they need, and the lurker, top right gets found, and there's no Nidus just yet.
One more Darkstorm is available, and just use it on time. Now that 1 lurker will buy some time, or 2. Yeah, that is a 2 lurkers.
It got almost all the Marines. I think the only leftover units are just medics right there. So nicely done. Meanwhile, small attack to the third base again. Just like last game, he's going to kill the majority of the drones here.
Those lurkers are dying left and right. And now, third expansion is so vulnerable. Not minding the 3 gas available for Queen. Those lurkers are getting picked up by the Marine Firebat. And now, Nidus Canal bringing some of a Zergling buff. There's a Firebat supporting.
Perfect timing from Light. Look at him. He busts the 4th base, he busts the 3rd base, and he has a secondary attack on the 3rd base, and he's got a vessel there, so he can irradiate the Defiler or Lurker there. It ends up getting taken out, but this multitask is nuts, and that Firebat, as you mentioned, was a hero to actually save the day and clear out anything popping out of that Nidus, and now Queen is in big time trouble. Supplies almost doubling in favor of Light, and he's got his 3rd base up and running.
Yeah, his Light's 3rd base is running, but I still don't see +2. +2 attack is not even done yet for Light for so long. The game has been going for almost 60 minutes long. +2 should be kicking in soon. I see Ultraless Cavern. Maybe Queen might have some maybe one more chance when he has a +2 armor with a massive amount of Ultraless, but the vessel count is just way too high.
Well, that's one move that can get you back into the game. Plague all the vessels and then hit them with a single muta shot. For now, I don't see any mutas anywhere out on the map. Defiler gets taken down. Well, those lurkers didn't even get burrowed in the cloud, so they could get potentially taken out. I think if Light knew that, he could have easily taken down the third base, but as played, he's just gonna back off to the center of the map.
That is definitely a lot of Light's army moving around in the middle of the map and having the map control here. Adding another command center here, I think Light is somewhat close to the end of winning this match, I would say, because Queen is pretty much starving with the Vespene gas right now. Okay, here's some of the middle who will be going for the harassment, but this is not enough.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the gas to build up that crucial amount of ultras that you were expecting. A Radiate goes down on the Lurker, or on the Defiler. That's a great plague, but there's still just so much bio left over. And Fireback gets into the drone line, eviscerates some of the drones, not all of them, but there's still a lot of bio left over. It becomes a single ultra and a couple Defilers, but that might not even be enough.
Yeah, single ultras. Okay, Light needs to pay attention a little bit more here. I mean, those Mutalists is doing some damage. And okay, he will respond to defend this, but the vessel is dangerously low. I mean, it just got plagued a minute ago or so. All the vessels is kind of like a low HP, so Light should be... Yeah, I think he just lost a lot of vessel there. Okay, maybe not all those vessels will get picked up.
Yeah, nicely done with the Mutas. Oh, but he taps out anyways. There's just not enough econ for Queen to come back. And Light, he's going to take the series 2-0. Man, what a game. I thought for sure Light was dead after all that Muta harassment eviscerated his mineral line. But that single Irradiate just got him back into the game. How much damage do you think it dealt? Like, it was in the hundreds for sure.
Well, one Irradiate does 3 damage. Like damage over time, so, and it had 11 Mutalists or stacks, so 3 times 11, that's like 33 per every second or so. So I would say it did almost like a 500 damage, or even maybe more than that.
Yeah, it was just an absurd amount of damage. Let's get into our interview with our winner of Group C. He looked so good versus Snow earlier, and now looks equally good in the Zerg matchup. It's Light that's going to be moving on in first place into the round of 8.
ASL Season12 16강 C조 경기 함께하고
We
계십니다.
have been
단 한 번의
watching
패배 없이
the
오늘
ASL
가장 먼저
Season 12
8강에 진출한
round of
테란
16
이재우 선수
Group C.
만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
A person who has
와, 정말 그 어느
did not
때보다
lose any game
강력해진 듯한
and
이재우
making out of
선수의
this group.
경기력이었습니다.
That is going to be
새
Light.
시즌 만에 다시 한번
Congratulations.
8강으로 올라가게 되셨는데요.
And
소감이 어떠신가요?
It's been a while that you did
거라고
not make it into
삼승으로
quarterfinal.
진출할 거라는
Haven't
거는
seen
정말
You
생각도
make it into
못했고요.
quarterfinal for 3 seasons in a
일단
row, and now you're back
16강
again.
1등으로 진출했다는 것에
How do you feel
굉장히
about
기분이
today?
좋습니다.
작은
He
틈
thought it is
경기
not gonna
안에서
be easy
찾아보기
for him to make
힘들었습니다.
it out
장윤철
of this
선수와의
group,
경기도
but
그랬고 김명훈 선수와의 승자전 경기도
it was
마찬가지였는데요.
somewhat
개인적으로 경기력 어느
not
정도 마음에
expected for him
드시는지도 좀
that he
궁금하네요.
will easily make it out of this group.
개인적으로는 한 70% 만족이긴 한데 그래도 오늘
He
3승했기
says-
때문에 100점 주고 싶습니다.
장윤철 선수와의
He's not
경기를 좀
100%
여쭤봐야 할 것
satisfied about
같습니다.
his
그야말로 좀
gameplay.
창과 방패의
He will
대결이
say
아니었나
70%,
하는 생각이 들어요.
but
하지만
he's
결국
still
이재호 선수의
satisfied with the
우세
result,
방패가
3-0
승리를
all the game.
거뒀습니다. 장윤철 선수가 아비터를 동원해서
So he's
정말
happy with his
다양한
result,
경로로
but not the
끊임없이
gameplay.
공격을 감행했는데 이재호 선수는 흔들림 없이 계속해서 수비를 하는 컨셉으로 경기를
From the game number
유지하셨거든요.
2,
사실
Light
원래
vs
제가
Snow
이번 플레이를 굉장히
You
잘하거든요. 잘하는데
have been defending
약간
against Snow's attack for
시청자분들이
like
좀 재미없어 할까봐
more than
제
20-30
스타일대로 안
minutes
했던 것
long.
같아요. 그래서
And
이번에는
Light
좀 꼭 이기고
says
싶어서 제 스타일대로 했더니 좀 잘 먹혔던 것 같습니다.
In the previous seasons,
초반에 좀
he wasn't
빠르게
actually
장윤철
playing his
선수가
play
셔틀을
style. He
뽑으면서
was
피해도
trying to
분명히
play
있었지만
somewhat
거기에
aggressive
전혀
and
좀
try to end the game really, really
흔들리거나
fast
당황하진
all the time.
않으셨나
So
봐요.
it wasn't working out really well and did not fit to his
당황을
play
안 한 건
style.
아닌데
So
엄청
that could be the reason.
당황했었거든요. 이렇게
And
빠르지 했는데 이 플레이를 보고
he's
나니까
really-
생각보다는
he's really confident with
제가
his
생각했던 것보다는
splitting the
상황이
map
좀
in half.
할만했더라고요.
So
그래서 게임
things just
안에서는
went
항상 윤철이랑 하다
well for
보면
him.
압박감은 상당히 있거든요. 근데 뜯어보면은 은근히 할만해서 그 점으로 좀 최대한 버텼던 게 좀 저한테 좋게 다가왔던 것 같습니다.
So Light is saying
김명훈
he
선수와의
did have a lot
승자전
of
이야기도 좀
pressure.
해봐야
He
할 것
has
같은데요.
been,
첫
he
번째
did have
세트
played,
12시
he had
쪽과
played a lot
앞마당
of games
동시에
with Snow all
견제를 좀
the time.
가셨어요.
So
결국에 12시
he
쪽을 파괴하셨는데
also
바로 김명훈
watched
선수가
all the,
뮤탈로
watched all
공격을
the
역습을
his
왔습니다.
old replays where he played
막아낼 수
against
있을
Snow.
거라는
There
좀
are some
생각을
weaknesses
하셨나요?
of how Snow
일단
is
그거는
not
일단
playing well against Terran,
많은 상황으로
and
제가
he just
연습이
kind of
돼
take
있던
that as
상황이라서
a chance and
그런
try to keep
플레이에
up the game.
대해서는 별로 무섭진 않았고요.
오.
오히려 좀 태클을 좀 늦게 타더라고요. 그래서 더
He's also
쉽게 이겼던 것 같아요.
he's also
네,
glad
이미
that
좀 컨셉이 잡혀 있었던 경기였고
Snow was not.
터렛도 굉장히 꼼꼼하게 잘 박혀 있었고 발키리도 굉장히 좋은
Oh, so
타이밍에
they're talking about
나오더라고요.
the winners
이
match
정도의
against
공격은
Queen.
좀 어느 정도
So
예상을
on Lemon,
했다라는 느낌을 받았어요.
he
사실
put a
그
lot of
상황에서는
missile threats, so
이제
he
적응을
kind of
하고
knew all the
그런
possibility that
류의
Zerk
공격이기 때문에
Zerk
일단
can
한번
do
막자
is
생각해서
kind of go for the
잘
backstab
선택을
and try to
했고요.
go for the
오히려
base trade. And
승자전보다는
he
좀
kind of need to
토스전을
put a
위주로
lot
제가
of
좀
missile
준비를 많이
threat.
했었는데
So it just
다행히
things
좀
went out well
빨리
for
여기
him.
좀 지옥 같은 조에서 탈출해서 너무 기분이 좋네요.
So Light says
두 번째 세트도 굉장히 오히려 좀 공격적인 느낌을 받았습니다. 앞마당의 공격을 좀 무시하고
He's happy to
병력을 좀
get out of
진출하는
this death
감행을
group
하셨어요.
he
그러면서
doesn't want to have any
5시까지
pressure
좀 상대방의 멀티를
and
확인할 수
having a lot of
있었는데
trust playing
그
against the
확인하기
other
위한
toughest
작업으로
player
진출을
in
하셨던
this group.
건가요?
보통은 이제 저렇게 멀티는 포기하고
What makes you to
그걸 이제
move out?
안 지키는 동안은 저거가
And
무탈로 많이 털려고 하거든요.
Light is saying
저도 저거에만
if Zerk
한 20번 이상은 당해봤던 것 같아요. 근데
Light is
거다
saying
가면은
he had
바보잖아요. 알고
done this
그래서
game scenario more
솔직히 좀
than 20
알고
times
대처하는
and he had
사람이
lost more
없잖아요.
than 20
있어요.
games
영웅이가
against that kind of a
좋아하기
gameplay
때문에.
style where Zerk is
못 막는 게
giving up the
이상했던
third
것
expansion
이번
and go for the
16강을
backstab.
준비하면서 연습량이 정말
And
엄청났다고 들었습니다. 어느 정도
he's
연습인지
kinda
말씀해 주실 수
knew
있을까요?
something was going on
사실
where Zerk was
연습을
not
하면서
chasing his
여기 팔에
M&M
좀 약간
and he should be just focusing on
물집 같은
defending
게
and
잡힌 적이
kick
없는데
down
네.
Zerk's
오늘 보니까 좀
expansion with
잡혀
small amount of
있더라고요.
army.
그래서 이거 떨어지면은 또 제 개인적으로도 안 좋고 좀 쪽팔린다 그 생각에
So he says he did a lot of practice
좀 집중하고 연구도 많이
week
했던 것
ago.
같은데 결과가 잘 풀려서 너무나도 기분이 좋고요.
and his hands are somewhat hurting
그리고 또 연습을 또 너무 많은 사람들이 도와줘서
and a lot of
좀 언급 좀 할게요. 이거는
네,
또
말씀해 주시죠.
partners were helping with his
이광용 씨,
practice
광용이랑
and he says he wants
그리고
to say
지훈이,
thanks to Light.
원지훈이 그리고
He wants to
고재우
say thanks to
하고
Mighty
좌우구
since
선수들은 김성대 하고
their
제가
players
기억이 안
would be
나는데 여러 선수들이
Action.
있거든요. 그 선수들이 좀 많이
He wants to say
도와줘서
thanks to
오늘 이길 수
Action.
있었던 것 같습니다.
He
이재호
can't
선수 이번 시즌
he
정말
can't really
차분하고
remember right
단단하게
now.
담금질을 해오신 것 같습니다. 더
He
높은
says
곳에서 뵐 수
he
있을
wants
것만
to
같은
say
기분이
sorry
드는데요.
about not
8강에서도
remembering.
멋진 모습
He wants to say
기대하겠습니다. 다시
thanks
한번
to all the
축하드립니다.
Zerk players who have helped
네.
him with practice.
제가 이렇게 열심히 준비한 게 제 나름대로 그 좀 잘하고
So
싶은
he wants
욕심도
to say one
있지만
more word.
조지명식에서 그 변현재 선수가 저를 죽음의 조로 넣었잖아요. 그래서
네.
So he's got
16강에서 이제 8강 올라가면 기필코 변현재 선수를 떨궈주겠다 그런 마인드로 열심히 준비했거든요.
So
제가
he
만날 수
says
있죠. 변현재 선수가 2위로
우승이잖아요.
올라왔기
he
때문에
만나게
was in
되면은
Group A during the group
갚아주겠습니다.
nomination, but Mini
와,
decided to
이것도
swap the
하나의 스토리가 만들어질
two
것 같은
players,
시즌인데요.
JYG
한번
and Light,
8강에 어떤
and
대진이
he-
만들어질지도
Light ended
기대하도록
up
하겠습니다.
getting
또
into
하시고 싶은
that
말씀
group,
있으실까요?
so
아니요 없습니다.
he's just going
네,
to be
다시
grinding
한번-
his
네네.
teeth to meet
죄송합니다.
Mini
네,
in
말씀하시죠.
여자친구가
quarterfinal.
많이 도와줬거든요. 제가 또 신경이
He
좀 많이
also wants to
들어서
say
도와줘서 고맙다고 말하고 싶고 사랑해.
thank you for the support to
다시 한번
his
축하드립니다.
girlfriend,
8강 때
and I
뵙겠습니다.
love you.
자, 이렇게 오늘 가장 먼저 8강에 진출한 이재호 선수와 함께했습니다. 계속해서 시청자 여러분들을 위해 준비된 이벤트 안내해
So yeah, we are
드리겠습니다.
done with the
먼저
interview
ASL 공식
with Light,
방송국에서
and we
진행되는
also
에스크
have to remember
ASL입니다.
there are
선수들에게
always
궁금한 점을
ASL Season12
남겨주시면
events,
선정된
Ask
분께는
ASL.
커피
Go to
기프티콘을
ASL mainstream
보내드리도록
platform,
하겠습니다.
leaving a
또 하나의
comment there.
이벤트는 아프리카
You get
TV
a
게임
coffee.
e스포츠 SNS를 통해 진행됩니다.
And we're
3위
also
라운드에
having
진출할
that
것 같은
winner's
선수를
prediction
댓글로
event.
남겨주시면
If you
추첨된
get
분께
the winner
ASL 선물로
prediction event
보내드릴게요.
gets correct, then you also get the ASL
자, 이제
tumbler.
8강에 남은 자리는 단 3자리입니다. 오늘
There are
그
three
한
more
자리를 차지할 선수는 또 어떤 선수가
Players
될지
who will be
계속해서
advancing into
이어지는
quarterfinal.
패자전과 최종전
We
잠시
still
후에
have to see
만나보시죠.
more games. We'll be going for the commercial break soon. Coming back for the losers match soon. Snow versus Stork.
Time for our losers match, guys. It's going to be a PvP, Stork versus Snow. This should be a really good matchup because obviously both players are insane with their Reavers. I don't think I've seen a PvP with two better players that can micro as well as Stork and Snow. Now, Snow looked pretty darn good versus Light, but the defense was just impeccable. And actually, Stork looked pretty solid versus Queen, but not able to keep up in the macro.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
Snow is the type of player who is really good at Reaver Micro against Terra, but I don't actually recall or have much of a great impact how well he's doing the Reaver Micro against Protoss, so I'm interested to see how Snow is going to be using. Ooh. That's an interesting map ban by both players. Ascension, and they don't want to play on Ascension for some reason. Maybe Ascension is a type of map where I guess you can just pretty much turtle and abuse with the terrain and a high ground maybe. So Lemon in the first game, interesting.
Yeah, I can't believe Lemon got through again. Let's get into the losers match. It's going to be Snow versus Stork. In the top left, our blue Protoss player, it is Stork. And in the top right, in the red, we have Snow. I have to say, I have not seen any PvPs on Lemon. So anything that comes at us will be completely new. Double gas. How does this come into play in PvP?
Well, I think both of the players might gonna stay on a one base play for a long time because I mean, whoever takes the natural first, they're gonna have less army all the time anyways, and if you have less army compared to the opponent and whoever is playing one base aggression in the early stage of the game, you're pretty much gonna have to like give up your natural and also get contained at the main base, and you don't want that to be happen. And we see Stork is making a pile on edge of his main base, so maybe he's gonna put down the gateway at the bottom side.
Yeah, well, this is already quite interesting because if there was some scenario where Snow was able to have an overwhelming amount of units, I mean, the gateway would pop out. Is he gonna build it in his main? Okay, he is gonna build it in his main. I was thinking for some reason he might actually build the gateways on the low ground, but not gonna be the case.
Yeah, this type of a map where it has a lot of minerals and at the main base, Protoss doesn't really need to needs to take the fast expand, because once those the low leftover minerals gets mined out, you have more access of mining at the behind the behind minerals. And now I guess the Snow is gonna be playing somewhat standard here, going for the scout already.
Yep, we do see Snow scouting. Pretty average time. He's gonna not find Stork at the bottom right. Now remember, on Polypoid, Snow ended up going for a cross scout, so it looks like he's gonna find Stork last, but I guess he could go for a diagonal scout afterwards. Now in his main, I see he's got his cybernetics going up. Neither player built a zealot this time around. Whoa.
Yeah,
Pylon on top of the Nexus.
Yeah, we see Stork is building the pile on top of the Nexus because he wants to have an extra space to put down the gateway, most likely. And yeah, so far nothing is going crazy. Snow is adding that as the cybernetic score is going to be done, so he should be making the gun production on the way. Both of the players pretty much doing the identical build here.
Yeah, we saw that 50 gas was spent from both players. That's range for Snow. We're waiting to see what Stork wants to do with his gas, and there's the 150 coming in. So he also ended up going for the range. Neither player going to go for some funny business Citadel or fast Robo or something like that. Meanwhile, Stork is in Snow's base, so he gets to see exactly what's going on.
Now the first screen just pops out, and we hear something is warping for Snow, and that should be the second gateway from what I see from the minimap. So yeah, I like this idea of where Snow is going for second gateway here, because he knows if he has a lot of gun compared to Stork, he can actually contain him. Oh, guns are getting some shots here, but just taking up the shield, so I guess this is okay for Snow, because once those shields recovers, he can go back into the game here.
Well, we finally have a deviation from the builds. Second gate is almost done, or it is done for Snow. Meanwhile, Robotics timing is almost identical, so Snow looking to potentially put on some pressure. Unbeknownst to him, he's got the gateway advantage. For now, goon count is identical at 2. There's the second gate for Stork.
A 2-gate gun production for Snow so far. Stork is putting some pylon around his main base to get some vision. Something is normal. Something like that. It is normal. And we see Snow. I'm not sure whether that is a gun or a scouting probe at the natural. Okay, that is a scouting probe. So he's trying to get some of a more of an intel how much of a Stork guns there are at the natural. And Stork is not showing his gun count yet.
If we see that supplies are identical right now. Second goon has just completed. Neither player, I think, has put down tech. Yeah, there it is. There's the observatory. Now, meanwhile, what is Snow going for? He's also going for the observatory. So both players just playing extremely safe with this. Remember, Snow did not get into the main of Stork, so he has no idea that this is just pretty much identical openers.
And more pylon being built and robot. That's an interesting robotic support bay placement. The support bay is going up for both players. Both of the players are pretty much playing the same here. And now Snow and Stork should be having those mineral access, mining the behind ones and getting all those mineral boosts here. Snow does have enough money for the Nexus. He's still not putting it down yet.
There is the Nexus, and Stork is, well, there's no probe there, so he's not going to match the timing just yet. That was a Zealot that came out, so he may be looking to fight. Oh, Snow already has 2 Zealots himself, so he's also just going to match the unit comp. For now, Stork, I think, has 2 additional Dragoons, if I'm remembering correctly from what we just saw.
Yeah,
double gas.
I'm seeing Stork is going to go for the double gas here, as you say. And still no Nexus here, but the goon count seems really low for Snow. I mean, I saw like there are 3, 4, yeah, there's a 4, 5, 5 gun only. Where are the guns? What, like literally, where are the guns? Like, that should not be inside of the shuttle.
Yeah, I think he just didn't have any. He was literally just down in goons because he ended up going for that Nexus first. Now here comes Stork. There is, I'm pretty sure the goon count is about even right now, but there's no shuttle just yet. So let's see if Stork can make some magic happen with these Scarab shots.
The Nexus is about to be done, but the natural seems wide open and vulnerable. Observer gets the vision where the Reaver is, so Stork knows where the Reaver is. He's gonna be trying to do some damage to the Nexus. Okay, here is the Snow's shuttle. It is going to be the micro battle.
Yeah, this is going to be annoying to deal with. He's going to have to... no, that might have actually connected. Okay, it didn't. Oh, the shuttle is already dangerously low. Stork, you got to be so careful, man. Oh, he's playing with fire.
Oh, is that a 3rd gateway at the natural?
Yeah, those are additional gateways up there. So he's got 3 gate right now. And now he's got probes mining. So he's going to have a bit of additional econ. Oh, actually, the Nexus timing is similar timing for Stork.
And more Reavers coming out for Snow.
Second Reaver. Now remember, double gas for Stork already. In Snow's main, I do not see double gas having been built. That Nexus is at 500 health. I don't think he's going to kill it, but I mean, it could come into play. Whoa, 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 the shuttle's now below.
Is burning.
Yeah, but it's not going to burn down. Well, second Reaver is out for Stork. He's going to send his shuttle back. And that's going to... I thought Snow might try and capitalize on this, but then I remembered he does not have an observer to see that.
Or maybe Stork decided to go to mine that second gas super early for maybe that Reaver upgrade, the damage upgrade. Maybe that could be the one of the reason he got the second gas really fast. I mean, I don't see any Adun, like he's just pretty much pumping up all those gun and is making Reaver, that's it. But now we see there are
Triple
two
Reaver.
Reavers. Yeah, triple Reaver for Snow too. Gotta be careful here.
Dude, that shuttle's so low. I think he's... Oh my gosh, he almost catches that shuttle. Both players making really slick moves, trying to bait each other with the Reavers. Snow gets a couple of goons there with his Reaver shots, but this is a dangerous position for both.
Yeah, pretty much trading the Scarab here.
I like how Stork has goons at the top side of the map in case Snow tries to run by with the shuttle. Man, that shuttle, it's at one hit now. It could easily get picked off. You know, when Stork was getting all this gas, I thought we may actually see like a lot of Templars come out, but instead we're just seeing pure goon, pure Reaver.
Yeah, Space Shuttle is done for Stork.
Oh, he moved them! He moved them!
He's way too busy microing the Reaver here. He's gonna be missing it, but he will be able to see it with the pylon. So here are the goons coming to the main base.
He is going to scramble to get into position, and there's the speed, and that shuttle is low. It's, what, 60 health? Oh, if he had it gone, if he had stayed like half a second longer, I think the goons would have gotten off a secondary shot. Double Reaver connects onto both of Stork's Reavers, and that's going to be critical, or a big moment in this battle. Reaver is going to fall for Snow. Look at this concave from Stork, though.
Yeah, the arc seems really good for Stork, but I mean, he did lose the gun. He did lose the Reaver, and he does have more gun compared to Snow. But I mean, guns are pretty much getting sniped one by one, and a couple of, or I would say like 4 guns at 11 o'clock main base. That's not a stuff that Stork should be doing.
Oh, Stork has a secondary shuttle of his own, and he's going to go for a drop at the natural. All the units were out of position for Snow. They're desperately coming back. Goons. Oh, did he go too far? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That Reaver shot gets a decent amount of probes and gets goons. He's going to kill a lot of this probe line, potentially. Why aren't those Reavers shooting those probes? Look at this SimCity. It's backfiring on Snow.
Yeah, the SimCity is pretty much...
oh, he lost the shuttle. Oh, he lost the shuttle, but Snow's going to lose his Reaver too, so both players are going to trade Reavers, and I think Snow might lose his goons here too. He doesn't realize that Stork has the goon advantage.
I think Stork has done it.
Yeah, look at the supplies. It's plummeted for Snow, 110 to 80.
Yeah, during the interview, I heard Stork was saying he felt great when he was at the studio, when he was sitting on the seat and put his gear on, to connected to his computer, and things were working well. Still no damage upgrade for Snow, but this now 2 Reaver is doing thousands of damage to Stork's main base, and now pretty much all of his goods are out of place, and the natural probes are getting stacked.
Oh, but the what are they doing? They're not firing on the goons, they're not firing on the pros, but here comes round 2 potentially.
Oh, I guess those 2 guns are pretty much abusing the terrain on the high ground ramp. And now Shuttle, I guess it's trapped.
Yeah, I think it is trapped. Maximizing as much as he can with these 2 Reavers. Both players trading blow for blow with their Reavers. Wow, that's, geez, 18 kills on that single Reaver. I think the other one had 10 also. So Snow making a big comeback with that single drop right there, evening up the supply pretty much. Citadel for Snow. I don't see Templar Archive anywhere, so it's not going to be a sneaky DT. And it looks like potentially Snork could be setting up to take a 3rd base at mid-left.
Yeah, I mean, both of the players have lost a lot of worker count here. And once again, here's another Space Shuttle incoming. And, okay, Snow has 1 Reaver, but above there are 2 Reavers.
Flanking Reaver. That might have connected. He loses his observer. I think Stork just has too much stuff right now. He might be able to end the game. Where's the second Reaver for Snow? Does he have one?
Well, Snow has the damage upgrade for the Reaver, but Stork doesn't. Stork has a lot of Vespin gas, but he did not upgrade the Reaver damage upgrade. That's a 125 scare damage per shot.
Oh, he loses the shuttle, and look how many goons Stork actually has. He's trying to push the victory right now. He has a 20 supply lead. Nexus is 100% dead. That's like 25 goons.
Yeah, that's like 2 dozens of goons are now attacking the natural. The gateway is getting conquered by the goons count. Oh, I think Stork is gonna win this game most likely. I see.
Yeah, he's on top of the production. 3 of the gates are just going to be instantly, or units are going to be instantly killed. Here comes Snow, the last stand, and it's not enough. And Stork, he's going to take game 1 in a wild, wild game.
I thought Stork would be going for the damage upgrade for the Reaver because he was mining the second gas super fast compared to Snow, but I guess maybe he just wanted to have that a lot of Vespin gas for maybe making more goons and more Reaver and try to constantly go for the pressure here.
It seemed that was the strategy the whole time because he just had so many goons at the end, and I thought he was gonna blow the game wide open with his Reaver drop, but Snow had a really, really sick counter Reaver drop, but unfortunately just not enough. And Stork, he's going to potentially, or he's in the driver's seat right now. What's our second map? It's going to be Revolver. Now, this map has that high ground ramp, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to make a Reaver push work, but it could happen. Players are ready. Let's get into game 2, guys. See if Stork can continue his domination from game 1 and eliminate one of the Protoss hopes of the tournament. So in the bottom left, our red Protoss player, it is Stork, and in the bottom right, on the brink of elimination, it is Snow. Now I want to see it scan. I want to see Proxy double gate in the middle. I want to see Stork bring it to this guy, or Snow go for it. I want to see somebody lay it all on the line when it really counts.
Yeah, this is Revolver map is somewhat, I would say, similar looking to Circuit Breakers, where the vertical matchup is always close to each other from natural to natural, but it's a horizontal matchup. I think it's just gonna be somewhat interesting. Maybe once again same scenario where you gotta do a lot of Reaver gun micro there. And like I said earlier, I know we all know Snow has fantastic Reaver micro against Terran, but that's only PvP, but not PvP. PvP is a different thing because also your opponent has Reaver and that has the same range just like your Reaver is. And yeah, I guess Stork just showed us he's better at PvP right now, what I see.
Well, he did win game 1. Now we are getting a look at build orders from both players so far. Okay, faster gas for Snow. There's the gas for Stork, a little bit later than Snow's, but not by much. Meanwhile, this time around, it's going to be Stork that's going to scout a little bit quicker. And he, unfortunately, is going to go to the top left position, so that means he's going to find Snow last.
Yeah, so interesting of this game where what I've been seeing, Stork decided to play ace and go for the scout faster than Snow this game, and now Snow will be going for the scout all the way to 7 o'clock, so this is a good scouting route for Snow here. And I think Snow made a Zealot. We see he has a 17 supply count already.
Yep, Zealot gonna be coming out for Snow, so he's gonna potentially leave it on that ramp and prevent scouting probe from getting into the base. Meanwhile, Snow gets that first scout off, gonna come in here and see that it is pretty normal opener with the cybernetics. Also notice that there is no zealot. So now Snow has the option. Is he gonna get sneaky? Is he gonna play normal? We'll wait and see. Got my eyes locked on that gas. He's got 150. Okay, he spends it on that range.
So far, nothing is going crazy. Both of the players are pretty much doing a one gate play so far, and there's a third pylon being made. That's Stork's main base, and oh, interestingly, Stork decided not to scout to 5 o'clock. He's pulling back his probe all the way to home.
Yeah, an interesting choice. I guess he has decided that he can't see much. Unfortunately, the probe from Snow intercepts the probe, so he knows that Stork ended up just sending it back.
Yeah, no. So far we don't see any robotic facility yet, but no. Okay, we just saw 200 Vesping gas just now disappear for Snow. That's a robotic facility going up. Robotic facility for Stork as well. So both of the players are doing the same. So far, nothing is going crazy. But will they go for second gateway just like last game, or are they just gonna be staying on a single gateway and go for expansion with the one gate robo expand here?
Yep, pretty much a mirrored builds. Nobody willing to make an aggressive move just yet. There's the second gate. So Stork's the one with the faster gate this time around. And I love the pylon positionings for both players on the outskirts of their base to get as much time as possible to see an incoming drop. I wonder if anybody will be willing to go for support bay first. More than likely we're just going to see the observatory though.
Observatory
there it is.
Going up. So I don't see a second gateway going up for Snow. So I think Snow is the one who's going to be playing passive here and staying with the single gateway robo into an Nexus here. So if Stork figures out Snow is playing super passive, maybe with that 2-gate robo, just like the last game where he has gone out with the single shuttle reaver into an expansion build, maybe he can do some damage once again, just like last game.
Revolver does have that intricacy where there's 2 entrances into the natural. We all can see that ramp right there, but also the path on the side. So Stork may be looking to get an engagement coming from the side instead of the low ground. There's another forward pylon. Definitely does not want to get Reaver harassed.
Yeah, those map control is definitely looking good for Stork. And Snow is the one needs to be defending first. And we also need to remember there are a bunch of Zerg eggs blocking the path. The neutral eggs are blocking the path. We see 4 guns with a single observer moving. I think Stork wanted to snipe the observer, but he kind of missed it. Like, he kind of knows if both of the players are pretty much doing the same build, like same robotic facility timing, observer will be meeting in the middle. So he wanted to snipe the observer, but he couldn't get to see the Snow's observer here. He's about to sneak in his observer. He gets to see the Nexus, okay.
If he does see the Nexus, and I don't think he's too happy about that because his Nexus is considerably behind. First Reaver out for both players. There's the 3rd gate for Snow, so he's really going to start ramping up his production pretty soon. Meanwhile, I'm not sure if we have a shuttle out for Stork just yet. Maybe he does, but I don't think he actually does. But for now, he is moving across the map with about 6 Dragoons.
Yeah, Snow's observer. He was trying to find Stork's observer and try to snipe that one, but they don't chase that all the way because he has the last gun. Then Snow has less gun compared to Stork's gun right now. And okay, finally we can get to see Stork. Ooh, that's an interesting gun placement attacking the support bay here.
Well, I love this because this forces Snow to fight when he spent a lot of money on that Nexus. That means he's going to have less units, but this is a fight before the Reaver is in position, so this is going to go favorably for Snow right now. The Zealot soaking up so many hits. We've got 7 goons versus 6 right now just 5, but here comes that Reaver.
Oh, that decision making and picking up all those Goon before that. Okay,
didn't
the Reaver
fire!
didn't even fire, so that's a bad news.
Wow, I really did love that idea to engage the support bay and force a fight, but unfortunately, the Reaver was just about 10 seconds too slow, and now Snow is completely in the driver's seat. He's going to be looking to put on some pressure himself. He's also got a shuttle and a Reaver, and he knows that the Goon count is pretty much non-existent for Stork.
Yeah, that Stork supply count is 10 supply lower than Snow, and Snow now has a speed shuttle, so I guess once again he's the one gonna be going for the harassment. Once again, unloading Reaver. That Scarab just got stuck at the mineral line.
Like usual, Scarabs always get stuck somehow. Now I noticed some idle Dragoons at the bottom side of the map for Snow. Hopefully those are not mistakenly sitting there, because that would really help him out in a fight, of course. 85 supply for Snow right now to just 70 for Stork, so slowly but surely getting higher and higher of a supply lead for Snow. We see 4th and 5th gate going down for Stork. Meanwhile, I don't see 5 gates for Snow, and that's a nice pickoff onto the Observer.
Here is the speed shuttle. Should have two Reaver. Okay, he's just gonna be forcing Stork to do some Reaver micro here. Oh, that Scarab did connect to the Reaver there, so it did 50 damage to the Reaver here. And now, okay, Stork does have a lot of gateway, and we see Snow has 4 gateway, but we don't see any other tech beside the Reaver production for Snow. Snow is absolutely doing really great over here, having that 18 supply lead so far. And now Stork should be pumping up a lot of army from the 6 gateway production and needs to keep up this game.
Yep, there is the Citadel and the Forge. Again, we're going to have a micro Reaver battle at the front. Does not connect, but with Goons coming to support. Ooh, double Reaver shot. Uh-oh. Okay, neither player going to engage. Oh, that landed on one of the Reavers. Oh, look, I think that one actually landed too. Nope, I guess not.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun Scarab trade, I would say. You're not trading the army, but you're trading the Scarab each other. So that was a funny one. We see Snow. I think Snow is about to put another Nexus at the 3 o'clock. Oh, that Scarab did connect.
Yes, that was a big hit right there, getting both of them. Oh, man.
I think it's just the pathfinding or the pathing, just not letting Snow to fire the Scarab there.
Yeah, it seems to just be a map issue. Now here comes that shuttle. It does. I thought it was going to find an opening into the main, but not the case. Meanwhile, we see Snow's taking mid-right, so he's going to start exploding in Econ, but I am a little bit worried because his Citadel's late, his 5th and 6th gate are late. Stork has had his gateway count pretty high for quite a while, so you can see he's slowly closing the gap. It's now 125 to 110, and he's got Zealots coming out.
Yeah, Zealots are coming out, and I know Stork did have a Forge and a Dune much faster than Snow, so he might be getting that Zealot speed most likely. Okay, so Reaver Micro back there.
Yeah, and with +1 weapon, if let's say Reaver shots were equally as good, +1 weapon is a big breakpoint in PvP. So Snow does need to be careful that he's not powering too hard versus a player that looks like they're going for a really solid bust. You can see, in fact, Stork has caught up in supply. It's 130 to 130 right now. Here come those Zealots.
That is a Zealot speed right now.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Goodbye shuttle, and that's gonna be goodbye Reaver too. And he doesn't even have his second Reaver with him during this fight. So these Zealots are probably all gonna melt. Oh, those hits are huge from the Reaver.
Yeah, those massive amount of Goons just knocking for
gosh.
Stork, but I mean those lottery with the Reaver Scarab shots is doing so much of a good damage. Okay, more reinforcement is coming, but I feel like the Goon count is way too low for Stork here.
Yeah, losing that shuttle and Reaver and then not even having the second Reaver in the fight completely turns the tides of that fight. I thought Stork was just going to bust out, but instead it's Snow, the one that has an overwhelmingly better fight. And he's got a third base behind it, and he's just pushing into the natural. There's nothing left. GG comes out, and we've got a tied series, boys.
Yeah, that was a fantastic way of making comeback by Snow, doing some great Reaver micro, and I don't know, like the moment where I really don't understand why Stork just moved out to the third expansion side all of a sudden.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just one of those moments. He's like where you hit your power spike and you're like, oh, it's time to go. 1A, 2A, 3A. I mean, I do that a lot too. It's like, oh, my vessels come out in Terran versus Zerg, time to go. And then all my units funnel in one by one, get picked off by mutas. And you could see that the shuttle was not even looked at. It just completely went off into no man's land. And Snow capitalizes on his one big opportunity. And now the series is tied, and we're going to be going into Largo, if I remember correctly, as our final map.
Should be Largo. I think we have seen Largo PvP maybe a week ago. Yeah, that was a week ago.
I think so too. I can't remember exactly what happened in that game, but this is a wide open map. Series is tied 1-1, guys. Winner is going to move into the deciders match. Loser is going to be eliminated from the ASL. Let's see which of our Protoss players is it going to be. Is it going to be Stork or is it going to be Snow? This time around, we've got our red Protoss player in the top left position. It is Stork. And in the bottom left, we have Snow. Now, quickly looking at the map, you can see that Stork is going to have direct access flying over the left side of the map into the natural. So look to that as being a potential scenario where we might see a Reaver drop kind of just catapult Stork into the lead like we saw happen in the Lemon game.
Okay, so far nothing is going crazy. Interestingly, I guess the 7 o'clock is a different mineral patch compared to the 11 o'clock. I mean, the 11 o'clock is like a straight line like that, but 7 o'clock for mineral is just kind of like Eclipse mineral line.
It is a little bit different there now. We are just waiting to see what the opener is going to be. It looks like Snow. Well, I thought he was going to actually put down a 9 gate for some reason, but not the case. It's going to be the gateway. And of course, matching gateway timing for Stork.
I think 7 o'clock base has better way of mining the mineral compared to the 11 o'clock side from what I see. I mean, look at the mineral differences already. Everything is slightly faster for Snow. I mean, both of the players are pretty much in the same build, but somehow Snow is getting everything slightly faster than Stork here.
Yeah, it does look like it's slowly adding up over time. I guess we'll see if that small lead turns into a massive lead going into the mid and late game. I have a feeling it's not a big deal, but you never know. Meanwhile, again, we see Stork unfortunately going to scout the wrong direction, and Snow, he is going to get a first scout top left.
I saw Snow just went for the 13 core. 13 core into a 14 Zealot production here. So we see Snow is going to be having that core really fast, and Zealot will be supporting from any kind of scouting probe or even hidden Zealot whenever Stork is doing that, but not that kind of a scenario will be ever happen because the scouting probe is pretty much seeing what's going on at Stork's main base.
Now Stork going to come back for that diagonal scout, and we are waiting to see where that gas is going to go. Snow does have a zealot on his ramp, so this probe should not get in. And the probe in the main is being quite annoying. Looks like it is just going to be normal 150 gas being used onto the range for both players.
Yeah, so far nothing seems different than the last game here. Everything seems identical, but we have to see who's going to be putting down the second gateway first. We see Stork is going to be putting down the second gateway faster.
Yeah, and that is a much faster gate. I wonder if he'll end up even putting down a third gate. This is about the time when you would start cutting probes for it, so we'll see if that's going to be the case. So far, it doesn't look like we're going to see a second gate. And Snow, he doesn't have a matching second gate, so more than likely, robotics is going to start momentarily.
Yeah, we see 200 gas now saved out. About to have 200 mineral too. So I think maybe Snow. Wait, is that a Nexus? Is he gonna go for the Nexus? I think that's a probe going down to the natural side. And the probe is getting in.
Oh, he wants to hide it. But I think just having the probe here in general is very weird. So he may already suspect that this was going to be a Nexus. And you can see Snow responded by putting down a robo.
Yeah, so that was a fantastic reaction for Snow, because Snow was about to go for the one gate expansion without robotics support bay, robotics facility. So I mean, Snow was lucky not going for the expansion, I guess, but we see Stork has the 2 gateway over here with the Morgan coming down. So I think, yeah, Snow is going to be doing the same strategy once again, just like the previous game here.
Yeah, see, Stork realizes something is up because there should not have been a probe at that ramp. He's instantly jumping on this. Now it is 1 Zealot, 4 Goons versus just 4 Goons, so Stork may have gotten a little over eager.
I think that action where Stork just moved out right now is just wanted to confirm whether Snow has the gun range or whatnot, because that's the time where you get the gun range upgrade and you are playing standard. So he wanted to confirm whether Snow is playing standard or going for the DT expansion.
Yep, exactly. And you can see that he skips the observatory because of that. And meanwhile, that is a 3rd gate, I think, for Snow. And observatory is coming up, so he's going to be the one playing super safe. But Stork's going to have the advantage with the faster Reaver.
Yeah,
yep, 3 gate.
Yeah, 3 gate. I guess he cannot go for the expansion here.
Shuttle already out for Stork, so he's looking to put some pressure on. 3 gate production for Snow is going to allow him to catch up in the Dragoon count. Also, Observer is going to see the Reaver coming, I imagine.
I like how Stork just skipped all those observatory and go for straight Reaver here, because he just confirmed Snow had a gun range upgrade. So this is a very good responding to opponent's strategy here. And I'm not sure what that building is. That might be the observatory, just as a backup plan whenever it can be a super late DT. So,
well, first Reaver and Shuttle is on the move. Observer sees it, so he knows what's coming. But Reaver not out for Snow just yet. Okay, now it's popped out, but no Shuttle. So it's going to be very delicate to try and micro this.
okay, nothing is going crazy so far, but Stork does have the Reaver and with the shuttle advantage from the low ground, but he doesn't have any vision because he doesn't have an observer out on the map yet. The observer should be coming out momentarily. Now these Snow's army is just pretty much stuck over here. I mean, he gotta find a way to like move out here, but the contain is just getting stronger and stronger. Stork is not putting down the Nexus yet because he knows he's ahead.
Yeah, and I love whatever that unit is on the bottom side of the map, a probe, and he sees that the goon's being elevated out.
Yeah, there's gonna be 4 gun, 5 gun, 6 gun, 6 gun versus 4 gun. So Stork wants to deny those 4-gun rotation to the bottom right. And now I think the natural might be a little vulnerable. Maybe those 2-3 guns with a single Reaver at the natural. Maybe Snow might be able to go for the bust and try to eat up those gun count. Okay, the observer.
Ooh, 1 health. Yeah, he may be going for a big flank onto Stork's units that's just sitting outside of the natural. You can see that 3 of the goons ended up surviving, so they are going to meet up with the rest that is on the low ground. Now, Stork sees that this is coming, but this is a lot of stuff. Actually, Stork needs to run, but I think he's too late with this. Oh, double Reaver actually unloads for Snow. This is a disaster engagement for Stork. There's just so much stuff. The shuttle falls, though, but what is Stork's Reavers doing? He's just going to lose his shuttle, and it has a Reaver in it. Oh, can it... No.
I think he screwed up. I mean, the supply count just all of a sudden 73 versus 50. Although it was nice to snipe the 1 single shuttle, but there are still leftover 2 Reavers at the natural, and whenever the shuttle comes out, I think Snow's just gonna be going for the attack move here because he knows Snow should be knowing Stork is mining the natural already.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too greedy from Stork. Remember, he had his Nat building, and he obviously knows Stowe doesn't. So if he falls back there, it obviously would have been a much better trade for him. But now Snow has a 20 supply lead, and you know Stork has more probes. So this is going to be really, really tough to defend. And also, Stork has to defend his main now because a speed shuttle is moving across the map, and Snow has Snow's an observer, so he knows where everything is.
Yeah, that 2 Reavers is pretty much forcing Stork to pull back all of the army. Maybe he might gonna go for the attack move at the natural by now. Okay, now Stork is trying his best to trace Snow's army, but okay, here's the attack move coming soon over here. I think Snow is trying to have some great position.
Yeah, for now, Snow is just posturing back and forth. The shuttle actually got out for Stork. That's crucial for him if he wants to hold this attack. Still about a 15 supply lead for Snow right now. His Nat is about to be up and running, so that's going to start kicking in. Ooh, both players not connecting with the Reaver shot.
Yeah, pretty much trading the scare of each other one by one. And that is not going to be doing much of a damage, but whenever the shuttle... Oh, it didn't... Okay, it didn't do the damage to the Reaver.
Oh, look at this. Double expand for Snow, actually, on the bottom side of the map.
Oh,
this is a bit ambitious, but I guess he's decided he dealt enough damage with that single probe pull that he can get away with this. It's 4 gate, I think, for Stork right now. Meanwhile, okay, 4th gate is going down for Snow too. I see that there's an observer in Snow's Stork's base, I think, at the top side of his gates.
Yeah, I think there's a blue dot. I think there's a blue dot at the Stork's main base too, but I think the Reaver is not really firing it really well because of the, I don't know, the pathfinding. However, the map was making the design is just the game is way too old that the Reavers don't really shoot each other. Okay, I think Snow wants to snipe the shuttle whenever it's out of position.
Yep, that is an observer, by the way. And observer comes back to spot it so he can get rid of it. But that 3rd base is up and running for Snow. Stork has clawed back a little bit in supply, but now with more gateways going up for Snow, he's going to climb higher and higher and higher. Got his 5th and 6th gate coming up. Didn't see Citadel or Forge anywhere, I don't think. But yeah, Stork, when he comes in here with this observer and sees the 3rd base up and running, oh man, is he going to feel the pressure.
And this contain is just becoming stronger and stronger, and I think it's about time for Stork, but that one Scarab did connect. Okay, there's gonna be lots of lottery battle here by both players.
Oh, those goons took huge amounts of damage. Stork is trying to even up the blows with the Reavers himself, but it's a 30 supply lead almost for Snow right now. The shuttle's dangerously low. He doesn't catch it though. Look at how low those Reavers are too, and look at that lottery shot, as you call it. Pummel 3 of the goons, and now it's almost a 40 supply lead for Snow.
Yeah, I think Stork messed up the fight over there, and those Reavers pretty much bought a lot of time. And now, man, all those 3-base mining for Stork, getting all those bursts, and now he might. I don't know if I have seen there's an Adun at the main base, but he should be start changing into a Zala speed most likely here.
Oh man, nothing going right for Stork. He ends up losing his observer. Now this is definitely what he needs to get back in this game, but that shuttle is so low, it's like 2 shots. That's a huge hit. But unbeknownst to him, it doesn't even matter because the third base is already up and running for Snow.
Okay, there is a forge for Snow, and yeah, I mean that Scarab, that one big on a probe hit was a definitely great. Oh, but Reaver is taking some damage by for Stork, and okay, Snow is constantly harassing and pressuring Stork really well. Oh, look at that damage upgrade is done for Snow.
Yep, Snow has the damage upgrade on his Reavers. Ooh, that one might have connected. Nope, of course it didn't. And now we've got 140 supply. Oh, now that one did. 140 supply for Snow. Meanwhile, just 100 for Stork. He still is unaware of the third base. And we can see that the main is about to run dry for Snow. So that means Stork's is going to run dry pretty soon. So he desperately needs to get a base pretty soon. Now, he may just be going for the Hail Mary. Try and backstab with double shuttle. But that's going to leave his natural completely wide open. Oh, nope, he's going to try and bust out.
Oh, those lottery shots on the gun. That has a damage upgrade. I mean, oh.
Reavers are, well, okay, I just don't think it matters. There's just too much of a gap in supply. For now, Snow's actually going to back off. I guess he realizes it's like, hey, I'm just going to let my lead compound. I don't have to do anything, so I'll just fall back for now. He's actually got double forge, so he's going to have 1-1 kicking in.
I think Stork might be thinking it's playable still because he was the one mining the natural longer than Snow, and Stork did great harassment at the natural earlier. So I think Stork might be thinking this game is playable from his perspective. But I mean, Snow is about to take the 4th expansion, and he has been. Oh,
goodbye.
Oh.
Goodbye, shuttle, and goodbye, Reavers. They try to trade as best as they can, but those were not the connections that he was looking for. And Snow's setting up to take a 4th base. You can see Stork was trying to combo the Reavers with some sort of attack, and now Snow. Oh, I thought he was just going to try and engage this. It's only about 12 goons for Stork.
And now those are goon counts. It seems about even, but I think he should be realizing there's no reason to make Zala if you're not having the Zala speed by now. But he gets to see there are Zalats are moving out with the speed Zalat. So okay, here's a 2 Reavers, I think. Okay, yeah, that is a 2 Reavers. Oh.
Okay, does not get the connections he wants, but forces a probe pull, and I think the only option for Stork right now is he's got to go for it. I still don't think he's aware that the third base is up. It's now 150 supply to just 100.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
eight.
Yes, Stork has nothing. Like I don't think he'll ever see that mineral expansion until he checks the replay.
Yeah, I also think that's going to be the case. Somehow a probe has gotten across the map hiding pylons, but not going to help him in this game. That is just so much Protoss in the center of the map looking to go for the killing blow. Right now is Snow. Reaver's going to unload. Is this it? Is Snow going to use this attack to move into the round of 80? Oh, Stork catches the shuttle and Reaver, but it just doesn't matter. There's so many goons for Snow that he is just going to push through to victory here.
Yeah, it's just way too many goons remaining for Snow. Snow has double supply lead here. Okay, here's the GG Storks. Gets eliminated. And Snow has made a comeback.
Yeah, unfortunately, Stork is going to be the one that falls out of this group, but he played very well. The Lemon game was great. Largo game, I liked the build, and actually I even liked the Revolver game where he positioned onto the support bait, but unfortunately, the Reaver was just not in sync, and then of course the 1A, 2A, 3A we saw at the end backfired completely. But overall, he played pretty well. But this is going to set us up for a Snow versus Zero deciders match.
Yeah, Snow has been showing those great games between Light and Stork so far, and now I would like to see how well he's going to be playing against Queen. I mean, Queen has been waiting to play his decider match for like an hour long, watching that PvP. I hope Queen is not falling asleep here, but before that, we'll be going for another break here. We'll be coming back soon.
Hope you guys are enjoying Group C. It's crazy to think that one of these superstars is going to be eliminated, yet here we are. It's Snow versus Queen as our deciders match. I'm a bit worried for Snow, simply just looking at the statistics. Remember, his Protoss versus Zerg win rate was something like 35%. Meanwhile, we all know Queen, he's at the top of the food chain in ZVP, near 70% win rate. So it's going to be a very, very uphill battle for Snow in this particular scenario.
Yeah, we have seen Snow starting to make some comeback. Maybe all this game number 1 and game number 2 of his game, maybe he needed some warm up, and now he's just making some comeback and playing so well. And now he's almost there. Like, he gotta win this last best of 3 series in order to make it into quarterfinal. And now Queen had been waiting for more than an hour long watching the PvP. He might be slowly getting tired for waiting, but now it is gonna be called good night for the game number 1.
Yep, we're going to have new maps this time around. Good Night, Eclipse, and Largo again. Let's get into our first game of this final series, guys. Find out who's going to take an early 1-0 lead in our last series of the day. So our Zerg in the bottom right, it is none other than Queen himself. And then in the bottom left, taking a solid PvP victory off of Stork, we've got Mr. Snow. Now, I've been noticing we've seen a lot of Forge expands in the ASL so far. I have a feeling we're not going to see that from Snow, though.
Yeah, Snow is the type of player who kind of likes to go for the gateway expand, and he does not use aggressive zealot harassment just like how other players are. He's the type of player who kind of likes to move around with his army and try to figure out whether opponent is making a lot of Zerglings or not making much of a Zergling, and decide whether he should be moving out or whatnot. And we see Snow will be building a pylon. Interesting pylon placement.
Yep, and we see that that probe went back to the main, so we do, of course, have potential for anything. Could still be 12 Nexus, could be Forge. But, as you mentioned, Snow more than usual ends up going for the gateway, and there goes that probe again. So this is going to be the gateway opener. Now back on Queen's side of the map. No early pool so far, no over pool, no 12 pool just yet. Probably going to have another 12 hatch.
Yeah,
or 11 hatch.
Yeah, it looks like a 12 hatchery to me. I mean, yeah, drone should be going out to the natural by now. Yeah, there's a drone coming out. I think it's a little late. Or maybe it's just the exact time. He will have 300 mineral on time, so there's a hatchery going off, but now Snow is not gonna have that lucky scout to figure out what Queen is doing. So this will take some time to send out whether he should be sending the Zergling all the way to the 1 o'clock or 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I was just thinking back to that Ascension game that we saw with Queen at top middle, where you were pointing out the hatchery came down at 135. And we saw this time around, Good Night with not that optimal mining capability. Hatchery went down at 139, so a bit of an optimal base to get on Ascension if you can get that top middle spot. Now we see the drone does confirm this is a gateway expand, and you can see that he is, I think, going to hang around with this drone to buy time to prevent the Zealot from getting here quickly. And Probe comes in and does see that this is a 12 hatch, and there is that drone again trying to buy that time.
Yeah, that drone is buying the time really, really well. That was a nice glitch. Maybe he can do block the path once again. But okay, here's a micro battle of these two players.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Drone got off the first hit, yet Probe somehow was able to get 2 additional hits. Microing it around, and now that forces the hatchery to be put at that mineral only. And as you've mentioned multiple times, even though Zerg doesn't really need triple gas, you want to take the mid right because it has more mineral patches compared to the mineral only.
So yeah, we see Snow. Yeah, he's the type of player who does not like to use the aggressive zealot harassment. And we see him just pulling back his zealot, and I think that must be the second zealot. Moving out to the center. Okay, he will be coming back. I think I've seen like how Snow likes to play in PvZ. I'm pretty sure he likes to build Forge at the main and Cybernetics core at the net. So he knows so far right now that Queen's extractor was kind of late. Yeah, so he builds the Forge. So even if Queen decided to go for any kinds of like 973 build, we're going for the Hydraless aggression in early stage of the game. Oh, what is this? He's cutting the gas.
Oh, we've got we've got more and more Lings being built, and the probe intercepts it. Now he's got to get his cybernetics down. Okay, it's already started, but he's got to get up some cannons. First one coming up. He may even actually need an additional one because these Lings, I think, are about to flood on top of this gateway.
Yeah, I think 3 Zealot is not more than enough. I mean, those 4 Zerglings are having great arc. Attacking the gateway there. I mean, Snow really needs to have another Zealot right now. Like the gateway is about to be taken down. Okay, that's a pylon.
There we go. There's only one more Zealot at the top, but it looks like Snow is going to hold this. The gateway even survives too. Stays alive with 50 health, and behind this,
he's
Queen was building.
Gateway. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah, that is very nice. And Queen behind this built at least 4 more Lings. So this was a committed attack, and he is going for the Hail Mary. There is a Hydrogen behind this. This is not a lair. He is, at least not just yet, transitioning out of this. We may see something just like an all-in Hydra bust. Now, I did notice Snow actually canceled his second cannon.
I don't recall he was making a second cannon, but I mean the Stargate is really fast right now, and remember like he built the Forge at the main base, and now that +1 is on the way as well. And the point of doing this 973 is to take down or even delay that +1 attack as much as you can with the Hydralist attacking the building. But when the Forge is at the main base, this 973, what is it actually going to be earning? There's no benefit.
I'm not too sure, and it isn't even 973. It's like 5 drones at his natural. Not too sure how many are at his third base, but Hydras are moving across the map, and he is going to try and make something happen. There's no lair. I don't even think he has enough econ to support going into 4th or 5th hatch. Sayer's going to come in here and see that, this guy's building Hydras already and already has speed, so he needs to get some cannons up ASAP.
Yeah, those Zergling speed was cancelled. Okay, so Queen decided to cancel his Zergling speed, and now those Hydralists will be doing some damage to the gateway and the Cybernetics core. And now Snow is trying to add on more of a cannon, but does he have enough space? Ooh!
He's trying to focus down that he gets both cannons actually with those Hydras. He ends up only losing 2 Hydras, so I think that was mega worth. And behind this, more and more Hydras. Sayers confirmed that is the case. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Snow will be just giving up all those building at the front line, and now the +1 attack has been spinning for like more than 2 minutes long, so that means the +1 should be kicking in soon.
We do see 4th hatch is going up for Queen. Cybernetics and Pylon and Gateway all. Oh, is he gonna try and go? Yeah. Oh, he is gonna try and go. He's at least gonna try and knock down these Zealots. You can see he sends in the Lings first to soak up the hits. That was nicely done. Gets 2 Zealots for just a handful of Lings. And behind this, he's starting to drone like a madman. And because Snow doesn't have any Gateway production, I mean, supplies are dangerously close right now.
Something that I have to know is, wait, is that a second Adun? Or was that a Templar Archive?
I'm assuming it's the Templar Archive, but of course I'm not too sure. I didn't get to see what the observer clicked.
Yeah,
or gate.
Yeah, don't tell me that is a second Adun right now. He was building right next to his, under the Stargate.
Well, he already has speed on his Zealot, so I'm hoping that's not the case. Meanwhile, Lair is done. I don't see a Spire anywhere. Okay, there's the Spire. So we may see some type of Lurker opener. Meanwhile, Evolution Chamber at the front.
Something that we have to know is, I mean, Queen has been mining with only 2 gas. Like, he doesn't have that 3rd gas available for him until he puts down the another hatchery expansion. So we see Snow should be having that +1 by now and probably working on the +1 armor as well. Having that massive amount of gateway, making a lot of Zealot on the way. So that's a good sign.
Well, 4 Zealots are going to go for some type of harassment, but the Hydras instantly see it. So they're going to be ready and in position. Yeah, it was the Templar Archive, of course. Meanwhile, Spire about 66% of the way done. We'll see how he wants to make use of that. Meanwhile, 6th hatch going up. So Queen really ramping up his macro.
Yeah, that's a massive amount of Hydrolus right now, defending the mineral expansion. And Snow is confirming whether Queen has another hatchery at the 3 o'clock site. He definitely does not want Queen to have the 3rd gas access, because once Queen start having that 3rd gas, he's going to be making a lot of lurkers, just like how we have seen against Stork in game number 1 on Polypoid.
Well, Corsairs find an isolated Overlord and take that down. Meanwhile, Zealot's not going to have any success with that move out. Has to rebuild that cybernetics, so range not even started. Meanwhile, cannon being built preemptively in case there are mutas. I love that hidden Templar.
Yeah, that is interesting of hiding a single high Templar behind the mineral line. And okay, here's a single lurker out.
Yep, lurker has been shown, and we see Queen is taking mid right. So he's going to have 4 bases pretty soon. 3 gas. Zealots may be able to catch like 1 or 2 Hydras. Oh, nicely done with the lurker morph, and he intercepts the Zealots directly with the Hydras to try and catch some before they can escape. He gets 2 of them for just 1 Hydra. And Snow, he's feeling the pressure. He's put down his 7th and 8th gateway.
Yeah, those Zealots are trying to buy some time as much as he can. The Spire is done, but just making a couple of Scourges here and there. Maybe he is definitely aware of any kinds of Storm Drop harassment. Okay, 1/1 upgrade is done. Snow is the type of player who really loves to get +2 armor. So +2 armor should be on the way. And okay, 6 Zealot once again, going for the backstab to the main.
Well, there's just no opening that Snow can exploit. I mean, Zero's on top of everything. And Snow, remember, his cybernetics was killed, so he's going to have a long time before that until that range kicks in. His observatory's done, so he's going to have observers coming out pretty soon. But I think Zero's going to intend to try and deny this mineral only from getting up. Lurkers and Hydras are moving into position.
Yeah, the gun range should not be done yet. I mean, Snow had to rebuild the cybernetics earlier. So getting a couple of guns out on the map is definitely great. 3 High Templars should have a lot of energy saved up. But this massive amount of Hydra is just looking crazy. And Queen does have another hatchery just added towards the 3 o'clock site, so he knows what's going on and he knows he should be working on that 4th base saturation. And Snow is taking the mineral expansion. That is definitely nice, but whether is he going to be expanding towards the 6 o'clock for the 4th nexus or 9 o'clock?
Well, here comes Queen, and all of Snow's units were a little bit out of position. Looks like Queen is not going to exploit that, but Lurker Contained is not something you want to be facing, especially on high ground as a Protoss player. Here he goes, he's going to try and engage this. He may be able to bust out of this small contain simply because that's not even the majority of Queen's army. It's 130 supply. Oh, we see Queen attacking from the left side. Nope, he's going to back off.
Yeah, that high ground Hydra that's are buying some time really well, and now the macro hatcher just now completes at the 3 o'clock side. I think Snow needs to make a decision making whether he wants to take the expansion towards the 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock. I mean, if he takes the expansion towards the 9 o'clock, I feel like it is going to be so hard for him to defend his mineral expansion.
Man, there's just so many Hydras, and the comp for Snow is just not the most ideal. I don't even think there's that many goons. Yeah, it's like 9 goons, 3 Templars versus Hydra Lurker, and it's just so many Hydra Lurkers. I think Zerg has +2 weapon on his Hydras now, so they're going to be hitting like a truck. He has 8 hatches.
Yeah, that is definitely a lot of hatcheries for Queen. And okay, the High Templar and the mana upgrade is done. So now Snow is gonna be having more of a access, saving up the High Templar energy for 3 storm per every single High Templar. And now I think Snow is trying to snowball here. Not gonna go for the big fight here. Okay, it's the +1 still for Queen. And if Snow is moving out right now, I think he has +2 armor by now. Oh, still no +2.
It should be kicking in momentarily, but Snow is moving out on the... Gosh, that is so much Hydra Lurker. It's just crazy to think that the top side has so much Hydra Lurker, and that's not even half of his army. And look at this huge swell of Hydras just barreling in from the left, from the top, from the right side. There's a lot of storms, but those are whiffs. That's a good one, though. But it's 170 supply to 180. High ground's going to help Snow a ton. But still, I think this might just be way too many Hydras. How much storm can he have?
I think it's okay for Snow still. He's kind of like eating up Queen's army really well here. But we see him not having the +2 armor. He does have... Oh, the High Templar had that 173 energy but got picked up by the Hydralist. And now this high ground goons are doing some great damage here and buying some time. High ground goon is always looking. High ground dragoon is always looking crazy.
Right, well, I can see that at least one of the Templars has double storm available. Don't know about the one in the back. Don't see a single storm come out just yet, but more Hydras moving into the left side. There's no AoE here. Maybe this is the angle Queen needs so that he can engage. Templar pops out and has a storm, blankets that group of Hydras, and oh, well, that Lurker morph is a bit cute. Oh, it buys time for these Hydras to get into position while these goons attack this single Lurker. Look at this!
This is just way too many of the Hydras now coming, but that's a big nice storm top of the Hydralist, but okay. Snow, you have a lot of mineral, but
oh my god, he's just everywhere. He has so much stuff. But Snow is holding on, and he is taking a 4th base at the same time. Supplies are 120 to 110. The problem for Snow now is it looks like almost all the Templars got sniped, but it seems that the majority of the goons survive, and he does have something like 10 gateways.
Yeah, that plus the attack damage of a goon upgrade is just working out really, really well, but the high ground Hydralist is always going to be looking crazy here. Nice storm, top of the Hydralist. Buttering the bread is always nice, but just way too many Hydralists.
The storm is good, but is there enough Hydras to push through? It looks like the answer is there could be. The observers are still alive, so they can detect that Lurker in the back. The Queen is fizzling out. Well, I don't know if he's fizzling out, but supplies are down below 100 for both players, 102 to just 90. Looks like the 3rd base may have been breached.
Yeah, that mineral expansion is so vulnerable. This is a moment where I think it was a mistake for going for +2 attack. Okay, we get to see Snow just got +2 armor too. But I think it's just kind of too late by now because Queen has that. I mean, Queen just pretty much killed all the buildings, and I think this is just not looking great.
That double Lurker egg morph on the ramp bought so much time preventing the goons from getting into position, and now we see Queen has overtaken the supply. Probes are dying, goons are dying left and right, and this looks like an imminent victory for our Zerg player.
And the next is going to be falling down. 74 versus 106 supply count. Snow's natural should be mined out by now, but this 6 o'clock expansion is so vulnerable. I think Queen is about to end the game here. I don't see any of our reinforcement is coming to support the 6 o'clock. Okay, here it is, but no High Templar.
There it is. There's the GG. Snow taps out, but Zero or Queen just barely barreling through. If Snow had been able to defend there a little bit better, he would have been 4 base versus 4 base, and there was no hide behind it. So Queen knows that he just barely managed to eke out a victory there.
Yeah, there was a massive amount of Hydralisks, like what, making hundreds of Hydralisks and just go A move and start dodging the storm here and there, and then attacking from the right side, attacking from the left side, and just pretty much all of the Hydras were everywhere.
Yeah, it was just a ridiculous amount of Hydras. And unfortunately, Snow just couldn't keep up. I thought the high ground would be enough, but unfortunately not enough. And now I'm trying to think what our second map is. It's Eclipse, and we haven't seen that all day long.
I heard Zerg doesn't like to play against Protoss on Eclipse because it's kind of like where Protoss can just split up the map in half and pretty much shortle with a heavy and good upgrade. And yeah, I think Snow is gonna have some chance of making some comeback in game number 2 here, because I know Protoss really loves to play on Eclipse anyways.
Well, this is Snow's last shot. He's got to make it happen, otherwise he'll be eliminated, and Zero will be moving on into the round of 8. So in the top right, 1 game away, it is Queen. And in the bottom left, just barely not enough to hold on and good night, it is Snow. Well, obviously I'm always secretly hoping that we're going to see something like double proxy gate, just absolutely bring it to the Zerg player. But I'm not sure if Snow is someone that has that in him to just lay it all on the line when it really counts. More than likely, we're probably just going to see the gateway expand, but we've been seeing cannon contains or cannon pressure on the natural, so I guess that's also an option.
We see Snow finally sending out a probe to the natural, and we gotta keep our eyes at his probe. Okay, he's not interested of going for any kind of a pylon scout. Once again, most likely it is going to be a gateway expand, or maybe it's just gonna be taking some of a mind game here and go for 12 Nexus.
It could be the case, but as we see that probe go out again, seems like that's not going to be the strategy for Snow. We're going to see another gateway expand. This time around, we've got Queen going for an overpull.
Queen is definitely playing standard here with the overpull. Maybe he is expected of expected to Snow gonna be playing something different, but so far nothing is going to be something new. But I guess Queen decided to hide his drone to 12 o'clock side.
Oh, we are going to have that on location third base going up as his second hatchery, and probe comes in here and confirms that it is an overpull. Now back on Snow's side of the map, we are just waiting to see how many zealots this is going to be before he puts down that nexus. Is it going to be a forge at the front? Is it going to be a cybernetics? For now, looks like we're going to have the same build as what we saw on Good Night, pretty much. Well, other than the gas timing, I mean, it's going to be a third hatch before the gas, of course.
Yeah, Queen is gonna be going for the expansion. Only 2 Zerg in production, and now Snow should be feeling okay with this kind of a game scenario where Queen is just pretty much queuing up all those drone count. Okay, third hatchery goes up, save up the larvae, and put down the extractor first, and then start pumping out more drones for Queen here. And now I think Snow is not planning to move out with any kinds of zealot aggression in the beginning. I think he's trying to tack up a harder here. A simulator goes up. I think he will be putting down the forge once again at the main base.
Well, we do have the extractor, about a 245 extractor for Queen, so a bit of a unorthodox timing. Meanwhile, Lings, it's only 2 for now. Gonna be putting some pressure onto the gateway, but we see at least 6 more have been built. And the front side, ooh, he sees that probe. Is he gonna try and focus it down? Looks like he's just gonna back off.
Yeah, this is something me have showed from the previous season. He did play the blind products build. Like he was completely playing blind, like not even going for the scout whatsoever. And Mini was using the Zealot passive. Like he was using his Zealot passively. And now, okay, Queen, this time he's not gonna go for metabolic boost, he will go for the lair attack on the way.
And there is the cybernetics at the front, as you talked about earlier. That means we're going to have the safe forge back in his main. Won't be losing that +1 upgrade, and that forge is already spinning. Now, because the cybernetics has not completed just yet, we don't know what the tech path is going to be, but obviously, or should be, that Stargate. Somehow, that probe survives. Not anymore, though. Oh, Zealot's moved out. And that lets Lings into the main.
Yeah, now this is gonna be a big time trouble for Snow. Okay, he will do... Wait, metabolic boost is already done at 4 minutes 45 seconds, so he went for the Zergling speed first?
Whoa. He just built a whole bunch of Lings. And now Snow's in big time trouble because this time he has to deal with the Ling in his main. Oh, he clogs up that front quickly. But this gateway has more surface area on it, so it should get busted down. And Queen's going for it. You can see as soon as he sees a tiny opening, he's going to try and get it.
It's only a single...
Oh my god.
Build a forge and try to buy some time, but... Oh, it's just way too many Zerglings.
I don't know, the cannon is up and Zealot is still alive, but is there enough? The clogging of the probes and Zealots is amazing! Is he gonna hold on?
I think he might be able to hold, but that's definitely a lot of loss.
Whoa. My gosh, he holds just barely. 1 Ling gets in, and look at the complete lack of drones for Queen behind this.
Yeah, he also has wasted a lot of Zergling for the bust here, and now, same thing for Snow. I mean, Snow doesn't have any army; he can't really move out besides making Corsair. And Queen, he can just pretty much queue up all those drones for now, and maybe he might be interested of going for the all-in here with. Okay, more Zerglings was made.
Well, he has to all in, right? I mean, how do you transition out of this? He doesn't have a Spire done. Oh, I mean, he is transitioning. He's building a 4th hatch. I guess he's going to go for it. But this is Snow's game to lose at this point. I mean, that was a ridiculous amount of Lings he built for almost no damage at all.
Yeah, the Spire tech is just not complete, and I think some Vespene gas just disappeared for the upgrade. So I think Queen might gonna be focusing on the upgrade here, and maybe go for potential Muta Scourge bust at the main base. And Snow, yeah, he needs to be careful with Corsair Micro here.
Yep, do not want to throw away your Sairs. That's one way that Queen could get back into this game. Meanwhile, that 5th hatch has gone down for him, so he is transitioning out of it. We see not much from Snow. I thought we may have seen Gateway Flood come down, but not just yet. Didn't actually see if a Citadel was built either. Ooh. Scourge, not able to connect onto that Sair. Nicely done from Snow to save it.
Yeah, nice way up. Oh, I heard just a Corsair popping. The 3rd Corsair just got picked up by the 2 Scourge, and now we see Queen adding a Creek Colony and 2nd Extractor as well. So maybe Queen might be... Yeah, that's another gas going up at the 12+ side. So we are going to be expected to see Queen going for heavy Muta Scourge combo here. Maybe just going to be staying on a 5 hatch all day long and try to get some beneficial trade whenever the fight ever happens with the Muta Scourge versus Corsair.
Well, 3 Zealot move out. I mean, I don't think that's going to do the damage that Snow's looking for, so he does need to be careful to not throw away his lead, because somehow supplies have gone from 45 to 25 all the way up to 70 to 50, which means Zerg is catching up.
And somehow all the Vesping guests disappear for Queen, and the Scourges are trying to get those Corsair. I would like to see some Corsair backshot micro where you can do it just like a... Oh, nice micro.
Nicely done, picking off those Scourge. Meanwhile, Mutas are going to deal with these 3 Zealots. They got to be careful because those Scourge are in the vicinity. You can see that because there's no Hydras out, he's got to be also... oh, he found the Sayers, and this is what, 4? 5, okay. I don't think they should have +1, but still, the Mutas are going to chase them down.
Yeah, that 6 meters are pretty much doing some great damage, and that's a nice city, but no Zerglings are supporting the to defend this. Okay, main base, you gotta block the main base. You don't want to lose your Spire attack just like that game number 1 where Stork just did Zealot run by here.
Yes, but really nice drills from Queen here. He does lose something like 4 or 5 drones though, so that's gonna hurt a little bit. 90 supply to 66 now. But, I mean, drone count is still pretty good. However, Protoss is on 7 gate, an Archon coming in. So he may be putting on some pressure in just a minute or so.
I think Snow read the game really well here. He's constantly making the massive amount of Corsair still. Look at that number of Corsair with that Archon supporting. So now I think he's gonna be aware of that main base trade. With the Muta Scourge diving into the main base here. And I think Snow is waiting for the Corsair count.
Well, Snow's moving out right now. It's about a handful of Zealots, an Archon, and maybe 7 Corsairs. So if he can find the Overlords and avoid the Scourge, this attack is really going to pack a strong punch. But that's a lot of Sunkens. So this might be all Queen needs to prevent this attack. Here, is he actually going to go for it? He is. He's going to try and focus down that evolution chamber. You can see he micros the Archon back to try and intercept the Mutas and Scourge. Nice control from both sides.
Yeah, that's more Mutas were being made. Okay, now Archons are taking the damage by the Sunken. So I think that was a Sunken micro by Queen. Like Sunken was focused targeting on the Archon and picks up the Archon. Nicely done. Snow does have a lot of Corsair count, but is this more than enough? I think Storm might be a better solution to kill those Scourges here.
So for now, Queen is going to stabilize this game with Scourge. Holy moly, that is a ton of Corsairs. And I don't think Queen realizes how many Sayers this actually is. Or maybe he does, he just doesn't care. 2 cannons are going to try and save the day. All the Mutas are bunching up, but the Scourge or the Corsairs still don't want to engage it. Goon's going to try and help. He's going to fly over these cannons, but the Scourge still connect onto, I think, 2 Corsairs, but now the Sayers are willing to fight. Oh no, they're still not.
And that was a nice save of saving of all of his Corsair there. And those cannons pretty much did some damage to the Mutalisk now. And now I think somehow Queen is keeping up this game after losing that many of the Zergling in the beginning of the game, and now I think it's still a good lead for Snow because Queen is still stuck at 5 hatchery.
Yeah, but he is crawling back in supply, 115 to 80. Uh-oh, isolated Overlords, goodbye. And now the Sayers do find a good connection onto some of the Scourge. He's also going to kill 2 of those Overlords. And 3rd base going up for Snow, but might be denied by these Mutalisks. Scourge going to try and keep the Corsairs at bay.
Cannon we're taking down Corsair. It needs to do some good micro, but once again, just another Corsair just has fallen. And I'm not sure what that dot is at the 5 o'clock. Is it a Dark Templar or maybe a Zealot? Trying to scout whether Queen is taking another expansion towards the bottom side. And now I think Queen might be okay position now.
Well, I don't know. It's still a ways back. He's got his 6th hatch up and running. He's got Evolution Chamber. I'm not too sure about his upgrades because we've just been continuously watching his mutas. Robo is just now started, even though lurkers are already out on the map. So he may actually be able to keep this fourth base. We'll see if Snow wants to actually commit, and he does take down that lurker, so this is going to be denied.
Yeah, I think Queen this time, he's not interested of going for Mass Hydralisk because, I mean, he started with the Mass Zerging into Mass Muta, Scourge to go for the trade, but the trade wasn't going super well for Queen here. And now, I think this is just gonna be where they're going for turtle playstyle and making a bunch of lurkers and splitting up the map, but I don't think Snow is gonna be giving some time here. Snow has a lot of army. This time, okay, he didn't get the armor to upgrade. He's just pretty much focusing on the plus to attack upgrade once again.
Oh, double expand, bottom right and top middle. He's trying to just get one of them up and running. Draw the units out of position and then take the other base. The lurkers still not afraid because the observer not out just yet. Also haven't seen a single Templar, so no AoE at all other than the single Archon. And that is a pretty fast high for how this game has been going. So it looks like we may see mass Ling style potentially or fast defiler. And that's isolated probes at the third base.
Yeah, those probes getting murdered by 8 middleists. Okay, now the middles has to evacuate, but now there's way too many Corsairs.
He sacks his Scourge to save those Mutalisks, but I think that was a good trade. Got a decent amount of probes, forced them off the line also, and buys time to get up his fourth base. But it's still a 40 supply lead for Protoss right now. DT Man showing himself the top middle. Looks like Queen recognized it, and now Lings are going to clear out bottom right, so Queen may end up trying to take that base also. And remember, Hive is done. Crackling will be kicking in pretty soon.
Here's a single observer just now came out. I think Snow is trying to have some great positioning to go for the attack move, but we know, and everyone knows now, Snow needs to make some decision making in order to do some of the trade, because we see Queen is gonna be about to saturate that fourth expansion and adding up those macro hatcheries. I mean, you're just pretty much catching up the supply count now, like 124 versus 180-ish.
Yeah, and that Templar did not fall. I mean, it wasn't a big loss of Lings, but every storm is vitally important to the Protoss player. Sunkens and Lurkers being repositioned in the top middle. Will they be in time, though? Because this is the entire army of Protoss moving up here.
Yeah, now they're using the Storm and Gun Zealots are moving forward. Using one nice Storm top of the Lurker and one shot with the Gun to finish it off. More Storms go off. The Sunken is definitely supporting here, but it's just way too many.
Yeah, there's just so many goons, so many zealots, and supporting the Templars behind it with the Corsairs also. Looks like Queen overextended quite a bit, or just a little bit too much, and that's 3 macro or 2 extra macro hatches there too, so he does not want to lose this position.
And our goons are pretty much sitting in an arc and try to get the hatchery, but trying to reposition those goons and try to pick up some of the Hydralisks and Lurkers with the Storms here and there. And now, I think that's a probe transfer. Yeah, that is a probe transfer towards the 10 o'clock side for Snow. So now Snow is going to be running the 4 base. 4 base versus 3 base Zerg. This is not looking great for his Queen right now.
Yeah, but look at the 1-1 upgrades have kicked in for the Zerg. Crackling should have kicked in too. He's found isolated goons. The Templar are blocking the Zealots from reinforcing quickly, and Snow is going to lose a couple of units to this small Ling Lurker force. Oh, Corsairs found Overlords, and every Overlord matters at this point.
Overlord does not have speed yet, and now the Corsair, that did take a lot of damage, but none of the Corsair has taken down by Queen. And I think Snow is trying to repositioning himself to whether he should go into the middle of the map or constantly focus on attacking the 10 o'clock side, 12 o'clock side here. Okay, if we get to see the defilers out, that means in the next 1 minute or so, there's going to be the plague ready.
Yep, we're going to see that pesky Defiler come out and start putting the ketchup on these Protoss units. There it is. Blankets the majority of the Zealots. Still 144 supply for his Queen right now. He's holding on with just a small amount of army in the center of the map. I don't see another base taken at bottom right or anything. Oh, Sares are kind of falling. Meanwhile, upgrades for Protoss looks like it's at 2-2 or potentially 3-2, but somehow Queen did stabilize and take this 4th base, but Snow's on 4 base with 4 gas.
Yeah, look at that massive amount of hype temples just now came out from the gateway. Snow has that 4th gas available, and now Snow is gonna be maxed out with the 2-2 upgrade. Try to find a good position. Oh, it's a 3-2 upgrade, so he does have that upgrade advantage against Queen. And Queen's armor is +2, so it doesn't matter. Zella can still 2-shot every single Zergling here. And ooh, those massive amounts of high templars are coming and try to support this fight. And I'm pretty sure 4 more storms is available for Snow. And I think that's still not enough lurkers.
And these Archons are going to murder Lings, but at the same time, is there too much Zerg right now? And it's going to fend it off. Reinforcements from Snow are coming in, but the Dark Swarm is here with the Lurkers, and there's, what, 1, 2, 3 Zealots in this army? So Lurker under Dark Swarm could save the day. And for now, Snow is going to back off.
Yeah, Snow is definitely aware that Queen does not have any expansion at the bottom side, so he's definitely happy about this game scenario. We see him constantly focusing on the upgrade, and Snow does have a lot of supply count, but for some reason, I mean, every fight he has been doing, like we don't get to see much of an army there. Okay, here's a Palan at the 11 o'clock side, going for the expansion here, trying to find some great positioning here.
Yeah, he's going to force Zerg to make a move onto the top left, but I actually don't know if I agree with taking this position. Remember, Zerg already has Dark Swarm, so I think they could easily bust it down. But, I mean, this is also the closest base. If he was to take bottom right, he would be heavily overextended. But here comes Zerg. Lings, Lurkers. I did not see a Defiler, so maybe Protoss can hold on. And it looks like he is going to hold on.
Yeah, my question is, I mean, Snow has a lot of army, but where are they?
Yeah, I agree. It might be just caught up in gateways right now. Oh, isolated Templar, but he does at least get the storm off. Not going to connect really with...
Oh, it's a Defiler. Oh, I think he's trying to go for the buff at the natural and try to get some Dark Swarm with the orange cloud.
Yeah, he's trying to cut off the top side of the army and then bust through the natural. There's 5 Lurkers under this Dark Swarm, and the majority of the army is not Zealots. So he might actually be able to get through. The storms are perfect to save the day for now, but this is the move that Queen needed. Now, what does he do here? Does he continue to reinforce, or does he try to bust top left?
Well, I think he's not interested of busting the top left. As long as he's pretty much containing...
Oh, he got the up.
Yeah, Snow is natural. Observer needs to be careful. And I think it's just way too many hydras now. I think... Look at the minimap. Like, look at the straight line of the red dots.
Yeah,
Jesus
there's
Christ,
just so much
Zerg.
Zerg, but there's no more Defiler anymore, so that could be what Snow needs to get back into it. High Lurkers getting picked off. The storm on that side is great. Look at how many Lurkers are still alive, though, and more are being morphed. Supplies are very close now. It's 170 to 150, and... oh my gosh, his key units are just funneling out. Those Templars are getting picked off left and right.
Yeah, those Archons pretty much getting destroyed just like cotton candy there. And I think 11 o'clock expansion is, look, it's a good idea to take it, but once you get contained, all of your expansion at the 9 o'clock and the 10 o'clock, everything is so vulnerable. He does have a lot of high tempo here. That's a nice storm.
That's a beautiful storm, but look at just the onslaught of Zerg, and these are cracklings, bro. If any survive, this Nexus will get instantly murdered, and 5 have survived, and now where do the probes go? How are they going to escape? There's more lurkers set up at the natural, and slowly but surely, Queen is turning this game around. Look at the supply. He's about to be a hidden supply. There's the catch-up.
Is even. That's not good.
Oh, the Nexus is probably going to die to these 4 Lings. The Zealots for now have saved the day, but it's just non-stop Zerg all over the place. Another attack going to the left side of the map. The storms are amazing, but it's just so much endlessly.
I think if Snow is able to hold this pressure like 2 minute or 3 minute long, it might be still playable for Snow because we get the upgrade. I mean, Zerg has an amazing upgrade too, but Protoss has 331 upgrade, and Zerg is completely mined out. His main base is mined out, Natural is going to be mined out, and the 3rd expansion is also going to be mined out, so it's pretty much like a 1 base mining for Queen versus, I would say, 2 base Protoss, and 2 base Protoss is definitely a favor in this kind of a scenario here.
Oh, Darkstorm gets off. Ling does not survive, but he does get off another cloud, and again, the contain is just so annoying. There's only 4 lurkers and just a handful of units, but it is buying so much time. Hydras get on top of these cannons, so they're gonna fall. No storm available, and mid or top left Nexus does die eventually, and the corner Nexus is gonna die also.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be like a 1 base versus 1 base each other, but
Man, this was such a killer game from Snow, yet Queen, he's turning it around somehow. But as you mentioned, it is about to be 1 base versus 1 base. As a Terran player, when I'm in scenarios like this, when you get run over, you're like, man, how did this happen? But then you realize that, hey, Zerg's pretty much on their last leg, so if Protoss can stabilize this, he may still be in an okay position. Queen desperately needs to get another base somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Queen is just pretty much using the heavy numbers of a Zergling count to find out a way to get some big trade. Okay, here's a single Dark Templar, just picked up the drone there. Okay, so that was a nice one, but I think Queen needs to make some move. I mean, those drones are AFK. Natural is also mined out. The 3rd expansion is also mined out now. Okay, those Corsairs are pretty much doing some great job here still. Okay, Dark Temple just got picked off.
Caught the Sayers, caught the DT. The DT actually killed 2 drones I saw going to the bottom right. And wow, that is a lot of lurkers to save top middle. Here comes Snow. I don't think this attack is the one he wants to make, but all the lurkers are out of position, so maybe. Okay, he is going to just move back for now. And it looks like Queen has kind of taken control over the right side, and there goes that battery. It's going to be built, and he's just going to long distance mine for now.
Yeah, those cracklings are doing some job, trying to buy some time here, but as a couple Zealots with 3 Archons like supporting the fight, I mean, Zerglings will just get melted easily, and I think Queen is trying to find some great location to do some plague on a handful of Snow's army here and there, but the 5 o'clock expansion is so vulnerable. Archons on the ramp.
Yeah, and luckily for Queen, I guess he saves some of the drones, but does get his base denied. Now, Defiler is setting up like it wants to do an attack, but there's just too much defense over here. Not going to find, I don't think, much success. We'll see. Yeah, I thought he was going to turn around, but instead he just goes for the plague. And we have a counterattack with the lurkers at the top side. Oh, the storms are great.
Where is the Defiler?
Yeah, there's no Defiler, and these lurkers, I think, just suicided to their death. Not the trade that, well, maybe not. That went better than I thought. Oh, that lurker on the mineral line got 6 probe kills.
Those lurkers are about to pick up more of a pros, but okay. Luckily, Snow was able to save it, but both of the players are pretty much starving right now. But I mean, it's just more efficient for Snow to go for the trade here. I mean, those upgrade is insane with Archons, and Storm is also available.
Again, Zero or Queen posturing on the left side of the map. You can see another attack going from the top side, but there's just too many high-tech units here. There's 5 Archons, there's Storm available, there's cannons, and it's just pure Ling at this point. He doesn't have a single Defiler, even though he has a 1500 gas. Supplies are in favor.
Supply count, it might be still playable for both players. Okay, here's a single Defiler now out. But okay, if he's able to squeeze more of a like one group of Hydralisks right now, maybe he might be able to bust here, but these Archons are pretty much supporting, and those Zerglings can really do great amount of DPS to Zealots. Okay, that's a nice plague.
Yeah, good plague, but I mean, he hits the majority, or the majority of what he hits is Archons, and those don't really matter. Lurkers being morphed, but they may not be able to morph in time. Looks like Snow is willing to engage here. He's got 3 Templars available. That's a good Storm at the top side. Doesn't hit any of the Lurkers, but slowly but surely, Queen's supply is dipping lower and lower. It's at just 80. He's still continuing to long distance mine there, but look at how desperately low those minerals are at top middle.
Yeah, I mean, I think Queen is out of money here. I don't think he can keep up the game. He's trying to do his best, but I don't know. I mean, both of the players can't really attack each other because Snow also needs to defend and secure his expansion. All he needs to do is just deny Queen's additional expansion from now on. And now Queen decided to do the long distance mining to the top left side too as well. And yeah, there's no observer watching there, so he doesn't know about it yet.
Oh, this might be the last stand. He's eating drones, trying to make this work. There's just too many Archons, too much Storm. He can't even get under the Dark Swarm to engage, and we're going to see a tap out in just a second here, I think. Even long distance mining top left, there it is. GG. So Snow, on the brink of elimination, manages to just barely get by. But even though he won there, I wouldn't be feeling too confident, because remember, that was after a failed mass Ling all-in that Queen went for.
That was very fantastic of showing how late game potential Queen right now has, even though he was super behind. Like, since he has a 1-0 lead in the beginning of the game, so maybe he wanted to end the game really fast. Like, he wanted to try to do the all-in move, but Snow did not want it to get eliminated easily. He was defending all the aggressions. Nicely done. So now I think Queen might have to rethink about what he should be doing in game number 3, whether he should be doing the all-in playstyle once again, or maybe go for heavy mecha style.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he opts to go for. It looks like Queen going for a break or something real quick. We'll find out exactly where he went, because he's definitely not at his keyboard right now. Now, I can't remember what the third map is.
Third map, Largo.
Largo, okay. Now, how does ZVP play out on that particular map?
Largo, I would say Largo is type of map somewhat similar looking to Circuit Breakers, where your mineral expansion is kind of vulnerable because of its a high ground. opponent has a high ground advantage whenever he's crushing your third expansion. And that might be the scenario, like how we have seen 815 beating best with containing massive amount of lurkers and hydralisks, and I think it might be most likely Queen's favor on the last map.
Alright, well, we'll see how that plays out. I think I've seen a few Largo games, and yeah, the Zerg onslaught onto the third base is just killer. So Snow's going to have to be on his toes. Definitely going to have to play a little bit better than he did last game, because he slowly let it slip away, and it for a moment thought for sure Queen was going to bust that natural, or at least bust the other bases while containing the natural. Now, where do you think it went wrong in the mid-game for Snow? Like, what allowed Queen to actually get back?
Well, from what I have seen, I feel like Snow wasn't really doing any kinds of harassment besides just doing the frontline battle. I mean, if we have seen all those great Protoss players who are good at playing against Zerg, they always do some type of aggression with like a DT drop or High Templar drop storming top of the mineral line or whatsoever. But Snow hasn't shown any kinds of that in game number 2, nor even game number 1.
Well, this is it, guys. This is our final map of the day. One of the All-Stars is going to be eliminated. Who's it gonna be? Is it Queen? Is it Snow? So top right are Zerg. It is Queen. And in the top left, barely eking out that victory, you've got our Protoss Hope. It is Snow. So we've got horizontal spawns here. I can already see that the Overlord's going to find Snow in the first position. Now I wonder if he will continue to go with what he's been opening with the Gateway Expand, or is he willing to go for something more crazy? Will we potentially see a 12 Nexus?
Well, we don't know yet, but I think this is more likely Queen's favor, because I mean normally Zerg usually takes the third expansion towards the where the expansion that has Vespene gas, and most likely he will be putting down the third hatchery at the 3 o'clock side, and it is farther distance for Snow to attack that third expansion from natural to third compared to from natural to natural. So that is gonna take more of a time for Snow to buy some time with the Zealot aggression, and I think once again we're gonna be seeing Snow gonna go for Gateway Expand.
Yep, there is the Gateway Expand, and Queen, no overpool this time, no early pool at all. It's gonna be another 12 hatch from him, and this time around Snow not going to get the first scout off. So this is going to be more ideal this time. Not going to have to put down his hatchery at a third base somewhere. Now meanwhile, Overlord's about to sit over that ledge, so he's going to know exactly what's going on.
So far nothing is crazy, and Queen, has he done 12 hatchery on good night? Yeah, he did play 12 hatchery on good night, so I guess Queen is decided to do once again a heavy macro style once again here with the 12 hatchery opening. And Snow, interestingly, he's doing the end scout like how Terran player usually does against Protoss.
Yeah, the Overlord over the ledge looked like somehow the Gateway saw it, because we saw the shadow for a second. So he does go for that end scout, and he does find him in this position. First Zealot is moving across the map, and the Overlord will be able to intercept it, so he will know whether it turns around or actually continues to move forward. Third hatch going to be put down at mid-right.
Yeah, that spawning pool time seems really fast to me. 2 minutes 47 seconds, so yeah, I think that's the perfect time of getting some Zergling out on time. And now the Zealot is about to sneak inside of the base, and with the probe harassment, it can pretty much two-shot every single drone, and now drones are getting stacked up. Is he gonna do the drone drill just like how A15 has done it? No.
Ooh, so far, no damage done. Zealot needs to get into position behind that mineral line, and he does. There is the extractor going up, so 310 extractor. Oh, Zealot bouncing behind that probe. And now I like the Ling position, actually.
Ooh.
Okay, well, oh my gosh, I don't even know if you can click the probe. It was so hidden behind the extractor. But the Zealot's going to still trade pretty favorably here. You can see it got 2 Lings already. Does not get a third one. But the probe manages to stay alive, and that's the key thing in this particular matchup, of course.
Yeah, that first Zealot literally didn't do any damage, and I heard whenever you're going for 12 hatchery against the Zealot expansion, I heard you have to make Zergling count all the way up to 18 supply count, because if you don't queue up all the Zergling count, Protoss can always play some kind of like a greedy move where they can skip the Forge and go for the cybernetic core immediately. And this is one of the examples right now we are seeing. So it's kind of somewhat a force for Snow to put down the Forge first into a Cyberknight score now. And oh yeah, there's a +1 once again for Snow.
Yep. And we do have the Forge at the front this time, no cybernetics this time. Ling's doing a good job to keep the probe at bay. Meanwhile, Overlord in the main, of course, spotting exactly what's going on. Gas timing, not exactly the fastest at the natural, but decently quick. And there is the Stargate most likely. Yep, there it is.
I feel like the Stargate seems a bit late this game. Or we can also see the lair tech is not that fast too, so I guess it's okay. And we see so far nothing is going crazy. Second guess is going off for Snow. And yeah, he's not interested of going for any kinds of Zergling all in once again, just like last game on Eclipse. And that scouting probe still being staying being alive is still good. Still good for him, getting all the intel.
Yep, oh, pretty fast Citadel this time around, so we may actually see some DT harassment coming in. I think that was a second gate that went up also, so maybe not. We may actually see like a Zealot Archon timing potentially. We've already seen some Archon play earlier. No, that's not a second gate, that's just the Citadel, okay. So everything here looks kind of normal.
I saw Snow's Cyberknight score was not spinning. So maybe Snow is not interested of going for Mass Corsair this game, but we see once again Queen is adding that extractor at the natural, no Hydroden whatsoever, and whenever you see the second extractor going up without the Hydroden, that means Zerg is most likely gonna go for somewhat Mutalisk with somewhat Scourges. Once again, okay, here's finally the Cyberknight score spinning. Maybe he wanted to tech up all the way up to Templar Archive really fast, so that could be the reason he skipped that +1 attack early stage of the game.
There comes in and confirms exactly what's going on. Templar Archive is about to complete. Meanwhile, 6th hatch already going up for Queen. He's got a lot of drones already, really powering quite hard with the drone count. And Snow realizes that, so he's like, hey man, you gotta respect that I can actually attack you, so he's gonna push out with about 5 Zealots for now. The Lings do have speed, so they wait for their opportunity to engage.
Yeah, now those 5 Zealots are moving out for some reason. Maybe he wanted to force Queen to add some of Creek Colony and maybe Hydroden Evolution Chamber for the Sim City here. And now those 5 Zealots are getting caught by the Scourge. Scourges are pretty much getting all this vision and watching where the Zealot is moving towards. I think he's somewhat thinking of a +1 with the Speed Zealot on the way, but I don't think... Oh, is that a second Forge? Yeah, that is a second Forge.
Wow, so this is going to be super fast. +2 upgrades or 1-1 timing. There's the DT as expected. And Scourge not going to confirm anything other than the Sares were being built. DT doesn't even pick off that extra drone, so nothing done so far. Oh, at the natural, there was an open base. Not going to be able to take advantage of that, so that's a bit unlucky for Snow.
Yeah, maybe he could have just he could have gone to all the way to 3 o'clock side and pick up some drone, but we see the upgrade. Protoss got the Armor 1 upgrade first instead of getting the +1 attack, so... Oh, maybe I have seen this before. I have seen Snow was doing the backward upgrade. Like he has gone for a +3 armor really fast and didn't get +3 attack weapon. So he's kind of doing 2-3 upgrade this game.
Well, we'll see if that is what he's going for. Meanwhile, that's a decent amount of Scourge and Mutas, but not enough to willingly engage the cannons and the Corsairs. We are waiting to see what the upgrade is for his Protoss, right? Has it kicked in?
I just remember, like, the 5 Mutas tried to do the micro, but none of the probes died because of the Armor 1.
Oh, okay.
So that is an interesting one.
Yeah, +1 armor is done. Now this is a very cool build. We'll see what the Mutas...
Yeah, they cannot one-shot.
They're not one-shotting. Well, is it actually 5 or is it 3?
what is 5 or 3? The Mutalisk is 5.
The Mutas.
The Muta is 5 Mutalisk.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's something that I was not aware that +1 armor would save the probe. So maybe you guys watching and actually play Protoss need to start thinking about implementing that play into your play when you play the ladder. We've got 6 gates for Protoss. We don't see 7 or 8 just yet. But Protoss's army is getting pretty darn scary at this point. First couple Templar are moving out, and Robo is, I guess it's about an average timing.
Yeah, that 5 Mutalisk is trying to look for a space to snipe a High Templar, but doesn't have great positioning to snipe a single High Templar. And now +1 just got completed for Snow. We see Overlord speed is done for Queen, so maybe Queen is not interested in going for high tech this game. Maybe once again he might gonna go for Mass Hydra, just like the game number 1 on Good Night.
Well, look at the supply for Queen, 110 to 112. Generally, that means Protoss is in trouble. But we'll see how impactful this +2 armor is, because it's already done.
Yeah, +2 is already done. Look at that heavy upgrade. That must be the +2 on the way at the main base there.
Yep, and usually you have Protoss moving out with a similar timing with just 1-1. So I'm wondering how well this is actually going to fare. And I'm sure Queen realizes that he has +2 armor because of the probes not dying, as you mentioned. But he's still willing to attack right now. I didn't see a single Templar with these Zealots.
I think this game, Snow should not be taking the Mineral Expansion as fast as game number 1 on Good Night, because that triggered him. That triggered him to lose a lot of army and split up his army here and there to defend his Mineral Expansion. So maybe this game, Snow might need to squeeze all of his resource for like what is it? 1-2 upgrade with heavy count. Oh, is he focusing down the armor 2 upgrade on the forge?
No, armor 2's already done, so I don't know what exactly that was, but he did focus it down, but it forces an engagement. It's just +1 weapon for the Zerg, but I mean, there's a lot of Zealots, but there's no support here. It's just Zealots. I still think the Zealots are going to win, but this is, they're not going to win. The Hydras are going to win this.
Oh, where are the High Templars? Okay.
Yeah.
They are the 3 High Templars sitting at the back, but they need to support those Zealots here. And I think we just have seen Snow just use a lot of Vespene gas. Maybe he's focusing on the upgrade, or maybe making more guns or something. But the Corsair is trying to do some harassment, but
oh, that's an amazing storm, and that's what Snow needed. But unfortunately, he's still down in supply. Now look at that Templar. It actually had the amulet, so he has triple storm. Now just 2, but 2 storms available on a single Templar. Oh, there's another one. Queen was not expecting that. You know that's for sure.
Yeah,
look at this arc.
I mean, that's just always looking crazy. Oh, look at how Snow is focusing on the upgrade. I think maybe this is something that he has been working on. So maybe that the natural forge was the +3 armor on the way, and it got cancelled, so he had to rebuild the forge. +2 should be kicking in soon for him, because the second forge at the main base was the +1 arm, a +1 attack upgrade earlier. So I think Snow needs to spend some of the money. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to take the Nexus here. Is it a good idea to take the Nexus here right now?
I'm not too sure. I mean, supplies are even, and it didn't seem like he had that many storms available. So I think this is a bit risky. And you were talking about how the Zerg players can just crush down onto the third base. So I think this is a bit risky, but if he doesn't take it now, when's he going to take it?
I mean, those Mutalists trying to pick up the High Templars, but now, yeah, that +2 armor is definitely supporting so well there. Well, I guess he will be able to finish that Nexus on time, but I don't see much of a High Templar remaining. But High Templar, 1 single High Templar at the natural. Okay, gets picked off.
Okay, gets picked off, and I feel like his second forge upgrade should have kicked in by now, whether it's +2 weapon or +3 armor. We see that, oh, it is +2 weapon. We see +2 weapon has kicked in for the Zerg too, so both players Oh my gosh, the lurker field is extremely punishing, and there's just hydras and lurkers from all angles. The storm in the back is pretty good, but all the zealots just evaporated.
Yeah, not enough storms available for Snow, but that +2 armor with the +2 attack is actually helping him to survive really, really well. But the number of Hydralisks is just way too large. Look at the center of the map. It looks like there's a handful, maybe a dozen of Hydralisks is now coming once again. I think Queen is about to go for the kill move here, and at the same time Probe is about to transfer to the mineral expansion.
Oh my gosh, there's just too much Zerg. And the answer to your question is, should he have taken that expansion? It seems like the answer is no, because he can't defend it, and now these probes can never escape, so they are doomed. And I think Snow's doomed. There it is. There's the GG, and Queen, he's gonna be our second place finisher in the group of death.
I feel like that game number 3, Snow was on a fantastic position, but I feel like he didn't make many of the High Templars that game. Like, he only had 3 all day long until he realized that he really needed those High Templars, and I think that pretty much triggered him to a loss here, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Templar count was just extremely low. I mean, I was surprised that he had the amulet so fast. It's like, yeah, you've got 3 storms, but you have 1 Templar. So it was a little bit confusing. I love the double upgrades. And I thought that was pretty cool, but unfortunately, not enough. The macro from Queen is just next level, and he just brought it to Snow ruthlessly, and he's going to move on. So let's get into our interview with our second place finisher and hear his thoughts on how those games went.
ASL 시즌12 16강 시저 경기 모두
We are now all done with
8강의
ASL
자리를 획득하기 위해
Season12
정말 처절한 싸움이
round of 16
펼쳐졌는데요.
Group C
오늘의 마지막 8강
was definitely
진출자
a
김명훈
death
선수
group. Every
만나보겠습니다.
player is
고생
having
많으셨습니다. 축하드립니다.
아, 네,
big
감사합니다.
time trouble trying to
와,
win each
정말
other.
본인이
And
만든
now the
조였지만
second player who will
이렇게까지
be
힘들 수
advancing into
있을까라는 생각
quarterfinal
경기하면서도
will be Queen.
드셨을 것 같아요.
Congratulations.
그래도 결국에 본인의 힘으로 8강에 오르셨습니다. 지금 기분 어떠신가요?
And how do you feel
솔직히
about making it
올라갈
into
줄
quarterfinal this
몰랐는데 그래도 게임이
making out
나름
of
잘
this group?
풀려가지고
And
진짜
Queen is
다행히
saying
죽다 살아난 것 같아요.
잘 풀렸다고 하기에는 사실 마지막
he thinks that the
최종전
last
특히 두
game
번째
kind of worked
세트는
out well for
김명훈
him,
선수의
but
정말 처절함이 좀 느껴졌거든요. 뭐 물론 그
Castro
세트 좀
was saying
내어주기는 했습니다만
it doesn't
정말
seem
8강에
like things were
가야겠다는
working out
집념이
well for
느껴졌는데
Queen, but
최종전 펼치면서
the
좀 어떤
moment
마음가짐이셨나요?
where you are
요즘에 제가 그 몸
doing
컨디션이 별로 안 좋아가지고
a big pressure to
게임을
Snow.
빠르게 끝내고 싶었어요. 근데 두 번째도 올인이
So it
쉽게
worked out well
막히다
for you.
보니까
So Queen is
그래도
saying
막상
now
떨어지기는 싫어가지고
he's
진짜
not
이
feeling really well
양보를
with his condition
그래도
recently. Like,
민철이가 되게 잘해가지고 아쉽게
that's
진
why
것
he
같아요.
wanted to end the game
최종전
really,
첫
really
번째
fast.
세트도 사실 이기기 쉽지 않아 보이는 상황이었거든요.
And even-
언덕에서 대치가 굉장히
And even in the
길었는데
game number 1
올라가기도
on
사실
Good
쉽지가
Night,
않았어요. 스톰이 워낙
on the decider
많았고
match,
네,
there's
그
a lot of
상황에서
storms available,
결국에는 끝까지 언덕 위로 올라가서
and you were
상대의
also
멀티를
struggling
파괴시키는
whether you
승리를
should be
하셨습니다.
attacking
그때
and
경기를 좀
whatnot.
복귀해 보면 어떠신가요?
포지를 제가 때리고 있었는데 업그레이드 찍어보니까 벌써 2일업이 돼 있더라고요. 와, 그래가지고 큰일 났다 생각을 해서 어떻게든 히드라로 끝내려고 마음을 먹었어요, 그때부터.
Okay, so he's talking
결국에
about the
마지막
upgrade
세트까지
where
히드라의
Protoss
힘을 좀
had Snow
보여주면서
had
김명훈
the
선수가 8강에 한
2-1
자리를
upgrade. So he kind of thought
차지했습니다.
that he
오늘
needed
경기
to
쭉
end the game
돌이켜보면
really, really
송병구
fast
선수와의
because he was kind of
경기에서는
stuck
쉽게
at
승리를
3 base,
가져가셨지만
complete saturation, and
승자분
not even interested
이재호
of going for
선수와의 경기에서는 좀
a hype
본인이
tag
아쉬운 부분이
whatsoever.
있으셨을 것 같아요.
뭐 그렇긴 했는데 솔직히
Is there
제가
any of
토스전 위주로 준비를 해가지고
Is there
테란전은
any-
그냥 하던 대로 했는데 재우가 준비를 너무 잘해와서 제가 하려던 게 다 읽혔던 게 아닌가 싶었거든요.
Is there any mistake that you have
그래도
done in the winners match? And he
토스전을
says
생각을 하고 왔기 때문에
he
크게
is
영향을
mostly
받지 않았던 것
focused
같아요.
on Zerg versus
그런데
Protoss.
이제 8강에서는 토스를 만날
And
확률은 없으십니다.
Light also has
네.
김지성 선수나
prepared so
뭐
well
내일 있을
against
기조
Queen,
경기에서도
so
토스가 일단 없기 때문에
things are just working out so well
지금 상태로는
for
박상현 선수,
Queen.
김지성 선수 또
For
디조의
Light,
1위로
so
올라온
Queen
선수를 만나게
couldn't
될
win
텐데
against Light that
어떤
game.
종족을 좀 만나고 싶으신가요?
So he's still
남은
satisfied that
프로토스가
all
변현재
the
선수 한 명인데 뭐 안 만나는 게 나은
preparation
것
that he
같고요.
did.
네, 뭐 만나더라도
를 하셨잖아요.
And just things were
조지명식
worked out well
이후에.
in
아
the
근데 좀
Yeah,
만나더라도
group
높은
stage,
데서 만나고
round of 16
싶고
group
stage.
배우랑 했으면 좋겠어요 변현재는.
Now he says there's
저는
only
뭐
one product survived in
저저전을
quarterfinal
이번에는
list,
하고 싶거든요.
player list.
박상현 선수와도
He says he does not
결승전에서
want to play
만났던
against
경험이
Mini.
있으시잖아요.
Queen does not want to play
네,
against Mini.
그것도 그건데 D조에서 민철이가 1등을 해가지고 민철이가 저저전은 되게 못하거든요. 네, 그래가지고 민철이랑
wants-
하면은 좀 쉽게 4강 가지 않을까 해서
Queen wants to play
네,
Zerg
민철이가
versus
그
Zerg.
1등으로 올라가서
She
저랑
knows
만났으면
Soki is
좋겠어요.
not a type of player
그렇다면
who's good
김명훈
at
선수의
DBZ.
이번 시즌 12의 목표는
He
세
kinda
번째
wants-
우승이실까요?
아 일단은
Soki to
4강
make out of the
10위까지는 꼭
group.
하고 싶은데 준비를 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같고 그래도 오늘 죽음의 조에서 이렇게 올라갔으니까
And
되게 나름 좀
Caster
뿌듯하고
asks,
기분은
Queen, are you
좋네요.
also looking
김명훈
forward to get
선수가
another
만들어주신
championship
오늘의
title for this
명경기들
ASL
때문에
season?
지금 자정이
12?
가까워지는 시간 동안
And
좀
he says
즐겁게 경기를 시청하고 계신 시청자분들이 많으십니다. 팬들에게도 한 말씀 해주실까요?
he says something.
네 오늘 그래도 조가
we'll talk
되게
about that later.
재밌었는데 끝까지
Queen is
시청해주셔서
talking
너무
about-
감사드리고 8강
he wants to say
많이
thanks to his
응원해주시고,
viewers
네, 많이 봐주셨으면
And watching all this
네,
ASL
또
cast all the
8강에서는
way up
김명훈
to
선수 어떤 명경기를
nearly
만들어줄지
12
한번
o'clock
기대해 보도록
midnight in
하겠습니다.
Korea.
오늘
Thanks
고생
for
많으셨고요.
watching.
인터뷰 고맙습니다.
Thanks for watching his game
감사합니다.
and thank you for rooting him.
자 이렇게 해서 C조의 두 번째 8강
now
진출자
we're
저거
all done with the
김명훈 선수와
interview.
함께했습니다. 오늘의 경기 결과
Congratulations to
만나보시죠.
Queen. And we're gonna be moving into the screen. Who's gonna be in the quarterfinal? That's the result here.
Yep, so we see, of course, Queen taking down Stork, Light beating Snow, then Light beating Queen. He moves out in first. Then Snow versus Stork, what a wild series. And of course, this series that we just saw, equally wild, but Queen a little bit too strong. Love the portraits that we've been seeing. I think so far the funniest one I've seen was the hero one that we saw last week. But that means that all that's left is Group D, which is tomorrow, and that's going to be Rush, Beast, Barracks, and Sulky. So we've got 2 Terrans and 2 Zergs, and that should be a quite exciting group.
Yeah, I think this is still looking great how all those Terran players has made it out of the group in first player, because whoever got out of the group as the first player, they don't get to play each other in the round of 8. So it's pretty much just like a first player who made it out of the group versus the second player who made it out of the group. So that's how it's going to be worked out, and we are not going to be seeing Royal versus Light most likely. And we see this is a round of 16 Group D tomorrow. Rush versus Barracks, Beast versus Soki. They're all strong players.
Yeah, Rush versus Barracks should be good, because we saw Barracks earlier in the tournament. Was it Barracks versus Sock? I think it was, and that was a crazy TBT we saw on Eclipse. And of course, Beast versus Sulky. That's going to be great too, because ZVZ always quite volatile. I think Barracks and Beast are going to have their work cut out for them, but they can possibly make it out. Rush is always a monster, and so is Sulky, so it's going to be a little rough.
When I talk about Rush, I had that Hot 6 the King Rush flavor yesterday. The teal color.
Yeah.
I liked it. I think I liked it more than a white one. The white one is Force, and the teal one is Rush. I like that one.
Oh, well, Rush, I guess, is the new one. I've only had the white one. The black one, I guess, is gone and replaced by the teal one, or they just changed the can colors. I don't know. I haven't noticed the teal can at my convenience store just yet. But yeah, today's games, what did you think about them? Like, they were just nuts.
I wasn't expected to see like Light making out of this group like easily like this. I mean, we saw how far he was behind against Snow in game number 1 on Polyport. Like, Snow was leading the supply lead like 20, 74 versus 54, and Light has lost a lot of SCV, or not much of a SCV, but lost a lot of mining time, and he literally couldn't do anything. Like defending all the bases for 30-minute long game, and finally A moved and finished the game.
Yeah, his defense was great. But that's it for us today, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Remember, tomorrow is going to be Group D. There's no break between the groups, so make sure you tune in, and we'll see you there.